Hello and welcome to Hollywood, Florida and the 2014 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. We begin 2 days of live coverage from this festival with the final table of the $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller event. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, welcome back my friends to the show that never ends.
This tournament will end today. 5 will play down to 1, and right now it's Scott Seaver who has a huge chip lead, nearly $500,000, 235 big blinds. Most of the chips in play. Jake Schindler, Jason Moe, Josh Arier and Ryan Fee, the other players who've made the last 5 of a tournament which only had 9 players. It's a single table tournament, Joe, and I'm sure those of you who follow these players on social media and following the live updates are aware that there was a bit of miscommunication about the payout structure in this event and about how many players would actually get paid. The final result after negotiations last night is it would pay top 2, but because at some point there was confusion about whether 3 would get paid, a wonderful gesture by the venue, the Seminole Hard Rock, has added $50,000 to the prize pool and has agreed that $50,000 will go to 3rd place as some form of compensation for near bubbling this tournament.
Wow, way to pony up Seminole Hard Rock. What a nice gesture. And look at these guys, all smiles on their faces. I bet y'all weren't expecting that, were you?
So $50,000 to 3rd. $307,000 to 2nd, and the winner will receive $570,375. As we get the action started at this 5-handed final table, action folded around to Ryan Fee.
Boy, we're just getting right into it, huh? Play some poker.
He's got deuce 3 offsuit in the cutoff. He folds. Josh Arier has king deuce on the button.
Usually good enough for a poke. King on the button, short-handed. Why not?
Blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. It's level 5 of the tournament. Arier raises to 4,000, but Jason Moe in the small blind has pocket aces.
Ruh-roh. Not really sure how much action a 3-bet's going to get, though. Maybe in position, Josh will call, but I don't know. Josh doesn't have a ton of chips.
So it's a re-raise to 10,400. Jake Schindler has folded the big blind. Action back on Arier, and he quickly folds. So first blood to Jason Moe, gets his stack up to 133,200. And we're on to the next hand. Please join the conversation. Get in touch on Twitter. The hashtag to use is SHRPO. We're here for 2 days. Today, the final table of this event. Tomorrow, the final table of the $10 million guaranteed main event, which I believe right now is down to the final 12 players.
Yeah, there's a good chance that they reach the final 6 of that event as we reach the final 1 of this one. So we'll try to keep you guys updated on both as much as we can.
They're going to play down to 6 in the main event today, so they'll come back with a 6-handed final table for us to watch tomorrow. And just as we're bringing you today, cards up coverage. You'll see every hand with whole cards displayed, and obviously we are on a slight delay. The pictures you're seeing now actually happened about 40 minutes ago, but we're calling the action live over the tape picture.
And let's take a second, if we can, James, to celebrate the fact that we're in America right now.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, welcome back to the US of A.
Our first live stream on PokerStars.tv from the USA since the Mohegan Sun leg of the NAPT back in Season 1 of the North American Poker Tour. So that was back in 2010.
I'm glad you used the word leg because that trip was legendary.
So let's pick up the action here. The raise came from Ryan Fee, and under the gun raise with ace-5, flattered by Josh Arier, who has 9-10 suited, by the way, 9-10 of hearts. Scott Seaver called as well, out of the big blind with pocket 8s.
And 8 still out in front.
Action checked around.
Oh boy.
Trip 5s now for Ryan Fee.
Seaver's checked again. We know this would be a good spot for Fee to start betting.
The Mad Cow tweets from Texas, so happy that I don't have to wake up at 5 a.m. to watch you guys live today and tomorrow. A more friendly time of day for our audience in North America, and of course a decent time of day for our regular audience in Europe. It's early evening, you're all back from work and able to watch some poker action.
Everybody wins except for the 2 guys that are going to bubble this tournament. They're going to lose $100,000.
So Fee's bet of 7,000 on the turn, called by Scott Seaver. Scott checks the river.
And I'm not so sure Scott will call another bet. Spades did miss. Wheel draws miss, but there's another overcard that just hit the river. Ryan, of course, has got no choice but to bet this.
Susan Valasek tweets, "Let's go, Scott." Obviously the big favorite with that big stack coming into this final table.
$17,000.
Bet of 17,000 on the river.
So he's going for over half pot here, not, you know, like a 2/3 pot bet. Seems pretty value-y. Scott's really only beating bluffs.
Let's see if he can make the laydown here. More support for Scott on Twitter from Dave Walton. Good luck, Scott, at the Super High Roller Poker Open High Roller. Railing you on the live stream. Good to have you along, Dave.
Ryan's also bet a pretty healthy portion of his stack on the river, too. Leaves himself with just 25 big blinds behind. If he were to lose this hand, we know he's very unlikely to lose. If by some miracle Scott manages to raise and then Ryan folds, the only way he can lose this hand.
Call.
Scott makes the call, pretty light.
Ryan Fee shows.
Oh, he's slow rolling him. Unbelievable.
Wow.
What a slow roll. Let's see Scott's reaction. Not the worst reaction possible.
I think these two are just having a little bit of fun here.
I think Scott knew once he didn't turn that other card over, it was not going to be good.
Is there history there?
No,
Just trolling.
Ryan Fee says just trolling, and he's up to 111,000 now.
Good for TV. Don't worry. Don't worry, I had a beyond incredible.
If there's one thing these super high rollers love, James, it's what's good for TV.
So do I have to worry about getting slow rolled?
No, you're good.
So everyone posting the ante of 300. Small blind 1,000, big blind 2,000. We've still got about 50 minutes left at this level, playing 60-minute levels in this super high roller.
You always gotta cheer for someone with kids.
Yeah, the guy with kids, you gotta cheer.
No matter what, you just gotta cheer because.
And a quick update from the main event. They are down to 11 with Natasha Barber just busting in 12th place. So they'll go to a single table when they get down to 10, and then they'll play down from 10 to 6. So there is a chance if, and I underline that word, if, this final table plays really quickly and we've got a champ in no time at all, say 2 or 3 hours, that we can bring that 10-handed table onto the main stage and bring you some bonus coverage of the main event today.
I love bonus coverage.
I really did.
I don't know what's better, the slow roll or just knowing that
I just knew
auto
I didn't do it.
Pocket 3s for Jason Moe. He's raised to 4.5K.
It could be the 10.
And we did point out at the beginning that Scott's got, quote-unquote, all of the chips, over 200 big blinds to start, but nobody's really that short either. I think the shortest stack was something like 35 or 40 big blinds.
They don't like the words fuck, 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 fuck.
Viral tweets say, nice design in that poker room. This is actually like a concert venue, right? We're in Hard Rock Live, which is the part of this resort where they have music concerts. The poker room is across the way.
Yeah, there's the bigger venue. This is the smaller of the venues I believe they have where they sort of do like acoustic acts and stuff like that in this venue.
Dave says, great to hear your voices again, guys, and hope you're enjoying your stay in the USA. Greetings from Australia to all. Thank you, Dave. Francesca's pleased to see the poker is back on for 2 days. Apologies to those of you trying to watch on the mobile app, by the way. We are live streaming on PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel. Sadly, the mobile app is down for the moment, but hopefully we'll be able to bring you the live stream on iOS and Android devices a bit later this afternoon.
Somebody forgot to turn on the international roaming on the mobile app.
Under the gun raise from Jason Moe with pocket jacks. And Scott Seaver has 3-bet the button with ace-9.
Let's see how Mo responds with these jacks. I think Scott could be 3-betting a pretty wide range. Obviously, he's fairly wide now. And this is kind of an interesting hand to 3-bet. I don't think this is a typical 3-betting hand. A lot of players will choose to 3-bet the really strong hands or something like a suited connector or one gap or something that if they connect with the flop, they can, you know, win a big pot with a disguised hand. This is a hand, ace-9 is a hand you don't really know where you're at a lot of the time. I think he's going to find out pretty quickly where he's at, though.
There's the 4-bet from Jason Moe. And a quick fold from Scott Seaver. He made it 23,800 total. Good enough to win the 4th hand of this final table.
James, Al has an interesting tweet here. A question. He says, are those red guitars being given away?
Funny you should ask, Al, because we do actually have a few spot prizes to give away, but also the Seminole Hard Rock have very kindly given us a guitar to give away on the live stream over the course of the next 2 days.
And I've come up with a little game. It's going to be, we're going to reward the viewers who stick with us the longest. We're going to play some games. And if you watch the entire 2 days, you'll have a better chance of winning because you'll have heard more of the questions.
The 28,000 settlement that I was supposed to get?
Yeah.
Many people who regularly watch our live streams from the European Poker Tour getting in touch. Triplo Espresso says, looks like the super high roller is Scott Seaver's to lose, but you never know in No Limit.
He could have been cheated over there, too.
And Scott's already lost about 10% of his chips today, down to 420,000 now.
You weren't even in there.
No, the guy that's not paying.
But still the big chip leader with 5 players remaining.
You know what? If I were him, I might not pay either.
And the fact that third is now paying something probably will change play a little bit.
Except for me. And he knows me and this guy have played poker together for like 5 years. And he
A
knows
Mo
I
flopped a
So
That
he knows
means he has to
gut
select
shot straight flush draw.
that plays
Fee out in front with jack high.
When check on the flop.
wildly messed up.
I would almost not care, like truly not mind not getting paid to expose.
And with no continuation bet from Fee on the flop, Mo will lead the turn and get a fold from the original raiser. Marshall's just joined us. It's nice to see you again. Excited for some cards up action. Hashtag pumped. How much money for first? $570,375. 65% of the prize pool. $307,125 for second. The remaining 35%. And remember, added money from the Seminole Hard Rock. $50,000 in compensation, if you like, for whoever finishes in third.
Pause.
I'm slower than most.
The Wookiee Way's excited. Did you say guitar giveaway on the live stream?
Yes, buddy. We did say that. I don't know if we said guitar giveaway, but we said something along those lines.
But from now on, considering that alliteratively that works really well, we're going to hijack that. Guitar giveaway it is.
I'm gonna really need some water.
Got Seaver under the gun.
Raise 4,600.
David Williams' tweet in the middle of all this was
It's
the
at 4,600 with ace deuce of hearts.
Scott's the GOAT.
Oh.
In the middle of all this. That's all his thing was.
Just seen an update at SeminoleHardRockPokerOpen.com. The live update's being provided by Al Can't Hang from the main event that they are down to a single table. Kurt Kohlberg has just been eliminated in 11th place. So they're at 10 players, 1 table, time to play down to 6.
Raise and take it, Scott Seaver.
Why wouldn't it be more like Scott Seaver?
You don't want that, man.
All you see is the outside.
Yeah,
you don't know
You don't see the
underbelly,
battles.
right?
All you see is the outside, man.
I remember after Scott.
Kevin Martin tweets, he says, guys, I'm going to skip my date this afternoon to win that guitar. It's too pretty. Remember, use the hashtag SHRPO, which stands for Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. If you want to get in touch with us in the booth, as we bring you every single hand live from this tournament.
Kevin, be honest. You didn't really have a date, did you? It's okay.
Now, why would you assume
I can tell.
that a guy whose Twitter avatar is him and a soft toy monkey would not have a date?
My guess is he probably spends a lot of time with that monkey and probably some of that time spanking it.
Action was folded around to the blinds. Schindler called in the small. Scott Seaver checked his option in the big.
We got a gutter ball for Scotty Boy. Pair of nines, good for Schindler.
Check, check on the flop.
2,000.
Schindler now bets the turn. Scott calls. 2,000 apiece. We go to the river.
Wonder if Scott has a plan to make a play at this if he misses river.
She does.
Check, check.
No plan, just checks it down.
Queen to 9 to the next.
Scott Seaver loses another pot. Jake Schindler now up to 140,000.
So I guess now I can't see.
A lazy gamer tweets to say, awesome to see a poker tournament right in my backyard. Yeah, wherever you are in the world, whether you're local, here in Florida or anywhere else in the US, or you're watching from overseas, do get in touch. The hashtag is SHRPO.
Sound off. Adam Schwartz from the PokerCast gets in touch and says, I feel like Stave should pay 4th place a Subway sandwich just to continue the donating spirit. I would do that, but I don't think any of these guys would find it that funny. If Adam Schwartz is willing to pay my dentist bill when I get my teeth knocked in, then maybe I'll go give 4th place finisher a Subway sandwich.
What does 5th get? If 4th gets a sandwich, 5th gets...
A hearty handshake.
And to answer Dave Walton's question, the levels are 60 minutes. And we started today with about 58 minutes left on level 5. So still about 40 minutes on this level left to play.
Bets 4,500.
Schindler's button raise was called by Ryan Fee in the big blind. But Fee folds to Schindler's C-bet on the flop.
Am I the only one that really wants to see Jake Schindler limp so we can call it Schindler's limp?
Well, you missed the opportunity when he limped in the small blind a couple of hands ago.
Oh, jeez, I got to pay more attention.
Obviously older than everybody else.
You guys are close enough, right?
Yeah. I'm 46. I'm 39.
Kind of outrageous, that.
I think we should take a second, by the way, to point out what a cool venue this is. James and I stand at the Hard Rock.
Once people
Rock and roll memorabilia everywhere. Great decor in the rooms. Just a really fun, cool atmosphere. Feels like being in Vegas.
I got a picture of the boss and little Steven in my room.
Set blocks of that shit.
Are they doing that weird microphone sherry thing? We should do that. When they both sing in the same microphone, we should do that with commentary sometime. Be the E Street commentators.
Like many of Joe Stapleson's ideas, that one will be rejected.
Still think what's in Stapes' mouth is a good idea.
It's only one step better, or one step worse, rather, than Stapes' finger or Martin finger.
That's what I assumed.
Here we go. Hand number 10 of the final table.
James, you want to answer Susan here? And for the good of the rest of the viewing audience, when she says, how about a giveaway for the peeps who are watching at the start?
He doesn't want poker lessons.
We'll get our first competition off the ground soon enough. Let's just get into the action. Let's settle down.
Well, that's not the answer I was expecting. Susan, the first rule, you can't ask for a prize.
Specifically, she asked for a competition, and I'm sure we can do that. Scott Seaver raised from the cutoff. Got called by Ryan Fee on the button.
Pretty good flop for Scott.
Top two, ace high for Fee.
Bet 8,000.
Wow, just quickly folds. Doesn't even peel one with the ace-jack. All right. Good laydown.
Let's deal with some questions on Twitter. Mihailo says, hey guys, what was the total main event number of entries? I believe it was just shy of 1,500 total entries. But of course, that prize pool remains guaranteed by the Seminole Hard Rock at $10 million. Triple Espresso says, a couple of nights ago I was at DTD, a poker club in the UK, and I saw something that I had to wait until now to share with the SHRPO stream. Someone at my table double Gibbonsed in a cash game. In a cash game. Unprecedented.
I feel like a cash game is actually a better place for a double Gibbons than a tournament. A double Gibbons, by the way, is when you limp under the gun and then call a raise. And I feel like that's pretty acceptable in a cash game.
Tobias Brule says, guys, I haven't really followed this tournament. Why is the final table starting five-handed? Well, Tobias, they started with 9 players. They played 4 full levels yesterday. And when they got down to 5, obviously we paused the action so that we could bring you live cards-up action today here on PokerStars.tv.
Very, very much so.
Josh Arier involved in this hand, only 61K behind.
8-8-10 on the flop. Ace high still ahead.
He is the shortest stack at the table.
Loose on the turn. Arier now an 86% favorite. Schindler checks for a second time. Josh checks behind.
Great, thanks.
Well, double paired board, ace high good.
Check.
Josh is going to win this pot, it looks like.
Wow, he bets the river. 3,000.
All plays.
Interesting bet on the river. I don't know if he thinks he'll get a call from king high sometimes. Maybe some better hands will fold. That could be the potential here, I guess. You know, you get something like 4s or 5s to fold.
Plus his plus tournament.
Schindler lays down the queen. Stefan sends greetings from Romania.
Year of Romania.
Beer, chips, and poker. Awesome. Ricard says, my wife and my 3-day-old baby girl is finally sleeping. What else to do but obviously listen to you as always. Peace and love. And congratulations, Ricard.
Happy birthday, literally.
I assume you guys don't, but Dave has 1-year room extended at the hotel.
Steve Cohen reminding us that they are 10-handed in the main event right now, playing down to the final 6. Cards up coverage of the main event final table, playing down from 6 to 1 tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, on PokerStars.tv.
James Susan's back in touch. She says, I know the rules. Giveaway doesn't equal prize. Can you tell her the second rule? Don't argue with me. That's the second rule, James.
Okay,
Write that down.
I didn't realize that.
Don't get wise with me.
But she is kind of right.
James, don't. Josh Arier opens with king, queen offsuit. And it's a raise and take it.
That's the blinds and antes to his stack. The Josh Arier still the shortest stack at the table, 76,100. Scott Seaver still the chip leader with 436,900. Still more than half an hour to play at this level. Yeah, just to echo what you were saying about this venue, big fan of the Seminole Hard Rock. Great hotel, awesome casino. We managed to actually do some gambling last night, Joe, after having dinner at the Hard Rock Cafe. Where else? When in Rome. The first time, by the way, I've ever eaten in a Hard Rock Cafe. We then got to play some Pai Gow.
We did play some Pai Gow. And I think between the casino making up some money here, making up some money in the main event, and then me in the pit today, it's not been a very good week for them. I heard that because of this, the gesture they made, adding the 50,000 for third place, they're gonna ask for my Ultimate Texas Hold'em money back.
You did have a good session at Ultimate Texas Hold'em this morning, although Pai Gow last night not so successful.
In an hour.
A couple people on Twitter, by the way, pointing out that 4s or 5s on that board would have been counterfeited. Yes, of course it would have. That's why I wasn't exactly sure about the bet.
I'm gonna get the iPad out for everybody, just for defensive, because I don't have anybody watching it. So I'm
Me
sure y'all
neither.
do.
I don't.
Jason Moe opens from the cutoff with Queen 8, gets 3-bet
Yeah, no, I agree.
by Jake Schindler on the button with King 7.
This would be
The
exciting.
blinds are folded, it's back on Moe.
So to speed.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, everyone. Yes, everyone. The double paired board. 4s or 5s were counterfeited. Yes, yes, yes.
Would shake is 3-bet.
I agree.
Spare a thought for Brandon. He says, this is what my life has come to, watching Stapes and eating grapes while making crepes.
Somebody have a Wi-Fi?
I like that.
I actually do tend to miss things on counterfeited boards a lot because I just don't play a lot of poker.
Got one through there.
God.
Scott wasn't so lucky.
At least the grapes and crepes rhymed. That's not so bad.
Luck and skill.
Something.
Timing is everything.
Richie asks, where's the update for the main event? Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open.com does exactly what it says on the tin.
Brian Bosbach?
Oh,
He
it's
was
still
in-
right?
Yeah, he's good. He's just sore. And, I mean, like, a guy, I don't know, the front end of his car is totally screwed up, and it was somebody else's fault.
Jesus.
And, like, 1 millisecond later, it's like...
What do you say,
he's
Joe? A couple
gone.
more hands and then kick off our first competition of the day?
Yeah, we'll just do a fun one to start off.
Yeah.
We won't get into the long haul 2-day competition just yet.
You have more than me, right?
80, about 90.
Yes, you do.
B limps in the small. Arier checks his option in the big.
Got a weird gut shot for Arier. Not low for Ryan Fee. Six high is winning. Now they're both playing the board.
I hope this goes check, check. Instead, Fee decides to bluff at it. And Arier folds. For a moment, Joe, I thought for the first time ever from US soil, we were going to get to treat our audience to everyone's favorite jingle.
It's just going to have to wait. Hopefully there will be many more events from the US to come.
NFL game on Thursday, is that right?
It seems that we've unintentionally started a string of bad puns on Jake Schindler's name. Peter Blow says, Jake patents a new card game, Schindler's Whist. Triple Espresso says, Jake gets lost in ground level clouds, Schindler's Mist.
Boy,
It's weird.
I don't know how I'm going to be able to avoid stealing some of these. They're so good.
Football, I'll do it and still like it, but like, I haven't done baseball in years, man.
Just to recap, for those of you asking, there were 9 total entries in the Super High Roller. A single table tournament which played down to 5 yesterday, now playing down from 5 to a winner today. 3 spots paid, officially 2, but $50,000 in added money from the Seminole Hard Rock to third place. Just over $307,000 to the second place finisher, $570 grand to the winner.
The time that, you know,
Well, we've got a potential car crash developing here.
so it's like, I was in a
2 pair for
$10,000
Fee.
$5,000 league and a $2,000
You're
league.
probably in the same
Straight draw for Jason Moe.
Like, yeah. He still owes me money.
I
And
think you're real unique with that.
yeah. Well, he's one of my best friends.
I know,
that
I
has
know.
done a ton for me in my life, and no matter what anybody says.
Fee's
about
bet
him,
called by Moe to the turn.
You guys are really
he's a
close.
good person.
Full house now for Fee.
But it just people just I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, if that's what you want to do, you want to grind fancy football.
And it's Moe doing the betting.
You have a hell of a job.
So I actually am
In the cool shade of the banana tree on the rugged trail toward the balcony, a child of the 20th century, a dried up Goliath, a and a weasel named Fee.
Which will be, I think, the second year ever.
He just calls the 4,000. And it's a 9 on the river.
Potential train wreck indeed.
But the daily, honestly, the daily stuff is just a blast.
I'll do a lot of the daily stuff.
It's great. I know I'm like...
Jason's set to lose more than a few chips.
It's fun.
The amount I'm losing by
entertainment.
is small, and I would happily pay that amount
Right.
for the entertainment. Like, I think it's great.
I agree. I'm right there with you.
It made watching golf enjoyable. How the hell did they do that? It made watching golf a blast. Like, it made the first 2 rounds a blast. Like, oh my god, is he going to make the cut type stuff? It was great.
So Mo bets 20,000.
I guess the question is, does he ever call a raise here? Doesn't even have the nut straight.
I have no idea.
No flush to worry about.
Neil would know.
Anybody know how to get this?
Sam and John asked, today is
Josh
super
wants to
high
try
roller.
and
What about
find
tomorrow? Is it main
the live
event?
stream
Correct.
somewhere where they're
And we'll
showing
just talk
golf.
about the
So
main event in
where-
just a
what
second.
website would he
Let's
go
see how
to?
this hand plays out.
No, that's where I'm at. I don't know what to do from there.
There are plenty of
Yeah,
combos
I'm
of full
also
houses
stuff. I
that
just knew there was
Ryan
someone
has in
that
his range.
knows.
10-7, Queen 10, 10-9, all conceivable hands.
There's one hand on here I watched last night of Vanessa against somebody named Quos.
Oh, Fabian, yeah.
And I mean, it's just, she's just unreal to some of the stuff that she
I think
does.
Josh is talking about the
I was
EBT
like,
right
dude.
now.
I couldn't believe it. She would just steal
All
all my
in.
money.
Oh
She's
boy.
The perfect combination of
B bets it all.
really creative
All
and
in for
passionate
80,200.
in a way that, like, you
Only
never
60,000 more to
That's
call.
exactly right.
Yikes.
Because sometimes it's like to be that.
All in call. Both
Jason Mo calls, and Fee will double up with a full house against Jason Mo's straight.
thing I appreciate.
Yeah, I just don't think Ryan had enough chips for Jason to ever fold there. Once he bets 20,000 just to call 60 more.
To be that creative.
And Jason Mo is now the short stack at the table.
Insane.
Ryan Fee up to the better part of 200,000.
You have to because everyone-
Jason Mo now playing around 53,000.
I guess if you include that maybe
80,000
Fee makes that same exact river shove with just a 10, then you'd probably have to call there all the time.
Which was the best? The flop? The
Marcus tweets to say, almost forgot about this tournament, and here I thought I was going to be able to go to bed at a reasonable hour. Thanks for sticking with us.
You got, like,
So yes, the main event, a lot of people confused not to see Dan Coleman, who's had a lot of success in big buy-in events in recent months, not play this particular tournament, but there's a very good reason why. Because Dan Coleman is going deep in the $10 million guaranteed main event. With 10 players remaining, he is still in. So you may get your Dan Coleman fix tomorrow, assuming he makes the final 6.
Assuming anyone has a Dan Coleman fix, is there really anyone out there that's just yearning for Dan Coleman on a live stream? If so, get in touch. Hashtag SHRPF.
Okay, Joe Stapleton, let's have a competition for funsies. No prize attached to this, but this is just to get you in the spirit of joining in the fun, joining in the banter.
Do you remember a little while ago, James, we did a game called EPT Co-Stars, where I would hint at a particular movie star, and you had to somehow find a way to jam someone's name from the final table into that movie star?
I remember it well, but not as well as I remember the epic confusion
Yes.
it caused with the audience.
Yes. So I'm going to be a little more lenient on the answers this time around because of the epic confusion. If you get close to it, I'm going to let you have it. As Jason Mo flops a set.
However, not much here for Jake Schindler. This blind on blind unraised pot.
Check.
I think it was movie titles we played, so it would be like, it's like a 2007 action movie starring Bruce Willis and someone at the final table, at the feature table, and it was like Live, Berea, or Die Hard. Okay, so I've made a similar game here with, since we're playing at the Hard Rock, this game is called Hard Rock Stars, and I'm just gonna read the first question, and maybe someone will just get it and they'll get the idea because there's not many people at this final table, so I don't want to burn one just on the example. But this final tablist, Hard Rock Star, would like to accept first place prize money with arms wide open. So I'm referring to a particular rock star. You have to figure out a way to cram that rock star and a player at this final table's names together And this is just for fun, for a shout out on the stream. One more time with the question. Did someone get it already?
Well, no, Francesca Gunn's taking a guess, though. Jason Mo Farah. Now, Mo Farah is an athlete. He is not a rock star. So already, that is an example of how not to play the game.
Well, but as far as the name goes, if I had been asking for Mo Farah as the answer, yes, Jason Mo Farah would have been the right way to construct the answer. So well done-ish.
Yeah, I think we're overreaching by sending
I'll
congratulations.
reread the question.
Meanwhile, under the gun race from Ryan Fee with ace-8, Jake Schindler in the small blind with ace-king.
This final tableist, Hard Rockstar, would like to accept first place prize money with arms wide open.
Raise.
There's the 3-bet from Schindler.
12,000.
He would have the advantage of position if he flatted here. Maybe he doesn't believe Jake Schindler. Maybe he puts in another bet.
Raise. 26.
And it's the latter option as Fee decides to 4-bet, re-raising to 26,000. Are any of these people getting your competition question
Yes,
correct?
we got it. We got the correct answer. From, ironically enough, Eric Fast was the fastest.
He lived up to his name. Cute.
Call.
Schindler just calls.
Gonna play a flop. Out of position without the betting lead. Flopped a gut shot. Not much for Fee. Couple of backdoors.
Not the black Fee wanted to see.
Yeah, Neil said that, but I think he was.
Schindler has checked.
Fee was the last aggressor. One more spade on the turn.
Airing the board.
Somebody want to let Jake Schindler know it's his turn to act. I can see why it might take him a second, though. What do you do here? You got ace-king high. You were 4-bet before the flop.
He's led. 25,000. He gets a fold from Fee.
So even though I said that Eric Fast was first in, I said I was going to be a little more lenient with the answers this time around.
Yes.
Eric didn't get the answer the exact way I intended it, but I'm going to give him credit since it's just for funsies for being first in. It's actually Chris Chamberlain who wrote the answer the way I wrote it in my head, which is, again, the question was, this final tableist, Hard Rockstar, would like to accept first place prize money with arms wide open. The answer was Scott Stapp, Seaver. Scott Stapp, of course, being the front man for one of the greatest bands of all time, Creed.
And we did mention that we have got a guitar to give away, and that'll be a competition which will run over the next 2 days. We've also got some spot prizes. And Ted, one of our production team, has just tweeted a picture of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open pin that we have to give away. And Ted, as he always does, speaking like a pirate, says, here is the pin to be won, and there will be a cap as well.
I got to read some of these wrong answers. This is great. Anwan says Bon Scott Seaver. Francesca came back again with Jason Snow Patrol Mo. Francesca, Snow Patrol's song was Eyes Open. Jake Abdallah guessed Ryan Creed. Yvonne guessed Scott Creedver. Rose guesses Creed Fee. Kevin went an interesting route and said Scott Stever.
Hey?
Tried to combine Stapp and Seaver for Stever.
See. Nice try. Didn't work.
Dominic says Jason Bono Mo. It's a mix of Justin Bonomo and the rock star Bono. All incorrect. And Peter, your incorrect answer is funny, but save it, because I might ask you guys later on to tickle me with your own. Peter says not the right answer, but Arier Speedwagon is a cool name. I agree. It is a cool name. Save it, because I might ask you for it later.
It's a hand number 19 of the final table. Action on Jason Moe. He folds under the gun. 8-6 offsuit. Ace-9. Schindler raises from the cutoff. Scott Seaver on the button. Has King-Queen of Diamonds. He calls. Ace-7, the hand for Fee in the small blind. He's folded, and Arier folds King-9 in the big blind. So heads up to the flop. Ace-10-10. Only one diamond on the board, so Scott Seaver with a gut shot. Schindler pairs his ace to go with the 10s on board. Action goes check-check. 5 of hearts on the turn.
That's 5,500.
Looks like Scott's going to call again with just a gut shot. Although this time I think that he has a chance that King-Queen high could be the best hand.
So 5,500 apiece on the turn. 4 hearts on the river.
Scott misses again.
That's 10,500.
And a bet of 10,500 from Schindler gets a fold from Seaver. Man Ram La says, great Super High Roller Poker Open broadcast. Thank you. No idea about the Rockstar game.
Don't worry, Man Ramlar. More chances to win coming up.
So every day, we'll be giving away a pin and a hat from the Seminole Hard Rock. And obviously there is the guitar as well to give away. Now, just to confirm, do we actually have 2 guitars? Do we have a guitar each day?
No. That can't be true.
Raise to 4,000.
Verification has been sought. Yes, confirmation. We have a guitar to give away today and a guitar to give away tomorrow.
Alrighty then. Well, I gotta divide up my questions.
2 guitar giveaways. Plus, we also have these pin and hat sets. So 3 prizes to give away today. 2 times pin plus hat, and 1 times guitar.
All right. Well, we might as well start the guitar questions rolling out right now because you know, who knows how long this will go for. We're starting 5-handed. It could be over in a couple of hours.
Then, of course, we bring the prospect of main event bonus coverage.
A little under 50.
B raised the button with Queen 9. Mo defended his big blind with Ace 10. 9-6-6 flop. B takes the lead.
Oh, with 2 overs, but no real other draws.
That's 4,000.
Thank you, guys. I was wondering what was happening with those cup holders.
4,000.
Read my mind.
Mo check calls the flop for 4,000. Retakes the lead with an ace on the turn. Check, check. 5 on the river.
Mo shows the winning hand.
Todd Rittman, not a happy man. He says, I am deeply offended by these Jake Schindler puns, guys. You guys are better than that. Todd, we didn't invite them. Members of our audience just started tweeting them.
I invited them, and I think that I'm in no way, shape, or form better than that. Not even close to better than that. Here's the chip movement from the start of the level today.
Yeah, so Scott Sievers lost about 50k. Jake Schindler up about the same amount. Ryan Fee, the biggest gainer at this final table. Jason Moe, the biggest loser so far. Rob Pearson says, I guess you have more food options today than a jar of honey. Yes. God bless America.
We have 2 jars of honey.
Raised to 4,500.
The ridiculously oversized breakfast will be followed by a ridiculously oversized lunch. Kevin Martin says 2 guitars. I might have to skip tomorrow's date as well. Ladies, blame Stapes.
Like I always say, Kevin, credit and blame are only a matter of opinion.
Raised to 14,000.
Under the gun raise from Scott Seaver with Queen 9 suited. An immediate 3-bet from Ryan Fee with 10s.
See ya.
We are now 21 hands into this final table.
Yeah, are you gonna be the one to do it? If I get really low.
All right, let's throw out the first question in our daily guitar giveaway competition.
Okay, before we give away the question, Joe, I think you need to explain the competition mechanic. How's it going to work? For example, how many questions are there going to be, and how can people build points towards winning that guitar?
There are going to be 6 questions today, all revolving around the memorabilia and the decor here at the Hard Rock, Seminole Hard Rock here in Hollywood. And a lot of them are going to be photo-based questions, where I'm going to tweet a picture of something, and then I'm going to ask you to identify or let me know which rock star it belonged to at one point. But the first question is not one of those.
Okay, but generally, a good point just to give people a heads up, you really want to be on Twitter, and you want to be on the hashtag SHRPO timeline.
Yes.
Because that's the hashtag we're using for this live stream. Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, hashtag SHRPO. And if you're following that stream, that Twitter stream, along with our live stream here on PokerStars.tv, you'll be able to see Joe's photographs and enter the competition.
Correct. Now, this first question doesn't have a photograph, and how it's going to work, kids, is I'm going to ask y'all a question. If no one gets it, I'm going to put a clue out there. But the question, if you answer it without any additional clues, it's worth 5 points.
So first person to get the correct answer gets 5 points.
It's 5 points. They're already at the top of the leaderboard. Now, if I have to put a clue out there, then it goes down to 4 points, then to 3, and so on and so on. And hopefully you guys get it while it's still worth 5 points. So the first question is, when checking into the Hard Rock, there is a prominently displayed quote on the wall. The author of the quote, Mr. Tony Bennett. And the quote is about clothing. What is the quote? What is the quote? First person to type the exact quote to me, word for word, no mistakes. Hashtag it SHRPO. Don't send it at Stapes. Okay, just use the hashtag SHRPO. We'll win 5 points toward winning today's guitar. And I think you can see the guitar right there. That's what you're playing for, kids.
So it's a famous quote from Tony Bennett related to clothing.
Correct, and it's on the wall here at the Hard Rock.
Start tweeting. Tag it SHRPO. First correct answer. And we are going to be quite strict here. You've got to get the quote pretty much spot on. We'll get 5 points.
4,300.
Stefan tweets, Dernig, Dernig, Dernig. Stefan?
You nailed it. No, wait, you blew it.
Not funny.
What does that mean?
You've already erased it from your memory, right? What if I were to shout it with a heavy German accent?
Still nothing.
You remember, like, less than a week ago, we were in Barcelona?
Yes.
Do you remember there was a final table of a tournament there?
Yes.
Do you remember there was a heads-up battle that lasted many, many hours?
Is that what happened?
That's what happened.
Scott Severs flopped the joint here.
It's Josh Arier who bets with a gut shot. Scott Seaver calls the 7,000, 3 of hearts on the turn.
Scott's checked. See if Josh decides to keep semi-bluffing at this. He does not. 8 on the river. Looks like Scott's going to give Josh one last chance to bluff at this. And you'd expect this board to connect with the small blind calling range, but maybe not always smash it. I mean, Queen 10 obviously does smash it, but you do expect him to have a pair a lot of the time that maybe you can get him to fold with a river bet. And that's what Josh is going for here.
23,000. That's most of his stack.
Most of his stack, and I think that was most of the pot. Unfortunately, he is bluffing into the near nuts.
Oh, my bad. Josh actually had 55k behind, so it's just shy of half his remaining chips. By the way, I guess we know what comes up when you Google Tony Bennett and quote about clothing.
Yeah, you sure do.
So Scott just calls.
And you could see why. I mean, it was looked like such a strong bet from Josh. You don't expect him to be bluffing that often.
Seaver back up to 458,000. Josh Arier down to just over 30,000. And about 10 minutes left on this level. So the one quote, Joe, that everyone is tweeting in right now is from Tony Bennett saying, I think one of the reasons I'm popular again is because I'm wearing a tie. You have to be different. That is incorrect.
Actually, there was one other quote that was sent in. Walter says the quote is, take off your bra. Also not correct. Not written on the wall here at the Hard Rock.
Rose goes with, I have a simple life. I mean, you just give me a drum roll, they announce my name, and I come out and sing in my job. Not about clothing and not correct.
Seeing them do well, but
I enjoyed watching the Eagles when Andy Reid was there. He made every game fun.
no, yeah, Andy Reid is awesome.
I think you may have to give a clue, Joe.
Who knows how clock management will go? Like,
Nope.
just like at any point he'll take a timeout.
Sure don't have to give a clue.
Or just let the clock.
You mean we've got a correct answer?
Mr. Daniel Weinman
I like them a little more in
comes in with the correct answer.
the Chiefs.
The quote by Tony Bennett on the wall here at the Hard Rock.
Where's all red anyways?
When there's a shine on your shoes, there's a melody in your heart.
Boom. So Daniel Weinman gets 5 points.
I went to high school with his kids. Right.
You are in the lead, my friend, for that Hard Rock guitar.
Andy Reid's kids.
Yeah.
You guys went to high school together?
Yeah.
And Dan Shack's kids went.
There's going to be 5 more questions today,
Clancy.
all of which are going to be
Eric Wasserson?
photo questions, correct?
Not all of them. Not all of them are photo
Most of
questions.
them are gonna
Most
be
of them are.
photos.
I actually have a total of 13 questions, just in case it's a tight race and we have time for them. But
So I just assumed-
we're going to ask you 6 questions minimum, so 5 more minimum today.
20 minutes away.
Gotcha.
Raised to 4,500.
That last hand, by the way, I believe was a raise and take it for Scott Seaver. He's back at it again. 8-7 of diamonds.
Ryan Fee on the button has King Queen and is called. And Jason Moe calls out of the big blind with King Jack. 3-way action here. Jack high flop. Seaver has paired his 7.
10,000.
Classic poker here. Best hand, flops the worst. So it's Scott who bets and gets called in 2 spots.
Indeed.
All right.
Still 3-way to the turn. Deuce of hearts. Jason Moe is the only player with a heart in his hand. He's now an 86% favorite with top pair and a flush draw.
Top pair and a pretty decent flush draw.
And Zuli, just to confirm, she says, are we doing the you're only allowed one answer rule for these contests? Yes, until a clue is given, Zuli, and then it resets. But no clue was needed there. And that question has been answered. Stand by for the second question, probably coming up in the second level of the day. Curehead is raising an inquiry. He says he didn't quote his answer. He didn't put it in quotation marks.
Curehead, you're a habitual instigator. Habitual.
So with Scott Seaver slowing down on the turn, Ryan Fee bets with just King Queen high. Jason Moe calls the 20,000, and Scott Seaver thought Scott was motioning to fold there.
He does fold.
So heads up to the river. Oh, with a practical lock on this. Deuce on the river. No help for Fee.
I wonder if he's just going to try to bomb this, though.
By the way, those of you wanting to watch this live stream on the go, good news. The app is up and running. You can watch us on the PokerStars TV app right now, available for Android and iOS devices.
Yes!
Check, check on the river. Moe adds 51k to his stack.
So that puts Fee and Moe just about evenly stacked.
Yeah, 122,000 for Fee, 114,000 for Moe. Josh Arier, the short stack, was shy of 30,000, and very soon the blinds will be going up. The next level of the tournament will be 1,200, 2,400 with a 400 ante, so they'll put the pressure on Arier. Jake Schindler currently second in chips with 188,000. Scott Seaver, still the chip leader with most of the chips in play, 443,100. Triplo Espresso, very happy. Ladies and gentlemen, the PokerStars TV app stream is live. I repeat, the app stream is live. Ace Queen for Moe in the small blind.
Ooh.
And Pocket Kings for Schindler in the big blind.
And Moe just limped in.
Raised to 6,000.
So Moe's hand's super under-repped right now.
Schindler has raised it, made it 6,000 total.
Wonder if Moe tries to keep under-repping.
Are you kidding?
Moe may know. Moe may think that Schindler's liable to raise pretty wide after he just limps in.
I like how this is my first ever. Like,
As if, like,
as
you
if
know,
he's expecting it, and there will be more to come.
like, it's crazy that it took this long.
Yeah.
There's the first.
You guys be quiet, there's a hand happening.
Raised to 17.
Moe responds with a 3-bet. He is re-raised to 17,500.
Greggy. Not here anymore? Because where's Greggy's baseball card, right? Oh my god.
Greg Merson was in attendance at the start of play today. That's who Scott's referring to.
Like, this is a real slap in the face to Greggy.
Yeah, real slap in the face.
This is only going to be a 10-minute break, so I got 22, so let's take...
Players are going to take a short break. 10-minute lunch break off the back of this hand. So this is the last hand of the level.
Jake may be figuring out at this point that Moe is maybe limp 3-betting with a pretty strong hand. Just a call.
There's 36,500 in the middle already. No ace or queen.
And only one spade. Pretty disappointing flop for Mo.
That's 18,000.
Mo had the betting lead. And he continues.
Well, let's see how a good poker player plays kings in this spot.
18,000 the c-bet from Jason Mo. Leaving himself 80,000 left.
This is a super dry board, so I don't think we always see a raise here.
Schindler moves all in. Shoving for around 172k, and Mo will be forced to fold.
Maybe he thought Mo had committed himself. And Mo does let it go.
So we still have 5 players. And the blinds are about to go up. 1,200 and 2,400 with a 400 ante. Scott Sievert still the chip leader. Josh Arier the short stack. As we play down from 5 to a champion here in this 100k super high roller event at the 2014 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. So back in around 10 minutes time with more action from this final table. Cards up coverage, every single hand live here on PokerStars.tv. If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, The Big Game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
If I'd be, oh boy.
That's a really tough question.
Damn it. If I had to be a poker player for 24 hours?
Well, you know what? Just for 24 hours, I'd probably pick Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey.
I'm curious as to why he does the things he does, because he's so off the map sometimes.
He's respected all over the world. He's very well known.
He just sees poker and the world in a different way.
He has a very fun life. He can do a lot of cool things.
What do you think?
I just want to be able to get that steer that he has, that make the people just want to himself at the table sometime.
He's the best overall all-around poker player, so I'd love to be that.
I don't know.
He's a fun guy to party with. If you've ever been to Vegas.
It must be nice to be Phil Ivey.
Live Bowie, I guess. This will be like the most different life completely to be a girl, so I guess so, yeah.
From the day I was 4 years old, I wanted to be a professional actress. I banged around for a really long time. I made a lot of really brilliant movies. And then I got to the age where everything sort of slows down. That's about the time I started to get interested in poker. Poker, it's just this crazy vortex. It just sucks you in. Fold, 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 raise, call, raise, fold, fold, fold. When you're putting in thousands and thousands of hands, the acting kind of falls by the wayside. I'd always look at the movie and I'd say, well, would I rather do this movie or would I rather play poker? And the answer was always play poker. I had the noble ambition of wanting to become one of the greatest there ever was, and the not so noble ambition like, I'll show you all. It's really funny because normally I don't talk about money, but in poker, it's how you keep score. It's so important to get to the top of the worldwide money list. That's one of my goals, seeing myself move up the women's all-time money list. And you go, wow, if I could make 100,000 more, I'll jump over so-and-so, and then I'll be, you know, a few notches up above. I thought it's probably not a good thing for people to think that you're a degenerate. And I thought, you know what, I am a degenerate. Embrace it.
I guess it's a fairly little known fact that I grew up in this beautiful place with these wonderful animals. People always think, oh, she's from London, she's obviously a town girl, grew up all glammed up and so on, but it couldn't be further from the truth. I was such a disgusting child. I used to try and make pizzas by just gathering detritus from the floor of the woods. And then I'd bring it and be like, look, there's a pizza. And my mum was like, that's lovely, dear. I think you can catch diseases from this. My mum was a huge influence on me growing up in terms of, you know, riding.
As a very little girl, I think I was told before I could even walk, I had this passion for horses.
She used to ride a lot. She used to compete, and you know, my mum sat me on her horse when I was about 6 months old, apparently. He was a big old gentle giant, and it was mostly my mum that was my influence, my inspiration.
Obviously, when I had Olivia, she followed the same sort of passion, and so we got her a little pony.
He was just a pony on loan. And then I had another one when I was 8 called CJ, and he was this little grey devil.
She and I were able to ride together, which was really nice, especially in lovely countryside that we've got round here.
Sadly, my little pony wasn't big enough to keep up with her big horse, but we tried anyway. He was fantastic, so talented, and we won a lot of competitions together.
She actually was quite competitive. She competed locally quite successfully, and because she was quite brave, she did very well.
All the rosettes, you know, meant the world to me, and when I was about 12 or 13, sadly I grew too big for CJ, and so we got Bella.
When Liv went off to university, we reluctantly sold her because we decided it wasn't really going to be worth keeping her.
After I won San Remo, my mum called me and she was like, Bella's back up for sale, do you want to buy her? And I was like, yes I do, I can afford this. I guess it was nice for everything to kind of come full circle. You know, I was lucky enough to have a daddy that would buy me a pony when I was a little girl, and now, you know, I made my own way and was able to buy my own. So Bella, she's a woman. You know, she has mood swings. Some days she's an absolute angel, and other days she's an absolute cow.
Hey. Bella.
She's a very good horse. I trust her hugely. She's got an incredibly gentle nature. She's very patient, and the other animals love her. Oh, it's so nice when I can get on my horse and go galloping across the fields. Definitely blows away the cobwebs, and poker is the last thing on my mind. It's gone. I'm just me and my horse trying to stop. You know, if you're in fear for your life, then it's hard to think about anything else. No, Bella's not that bad. She can just, she gets a little excited sometimes.
Her love of animals has definitely come from me. If I have an animal, I commit to it and look after it well, and I've tried to teach her to do the same thing.
There we go. Oh, God. He's a good boy. I just love all creatures. I don't really care what they are. I used to have pet snails.
No, not my hat.
Stick insects for a while.
He's got his legs stuck in it.
I don't really care what they are. I'm not scared of any creature.
Ow!
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open and the final table of the $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller Tournament. 5 players playing down to a champion. Scott Seaver, the current chip leader, and we've just kicked off a new level. Blinds are now 1,200 and 2,400 with a 400 ante. It's James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton.
Welcome back, my babies.
And we're joined right now by Dennis Phillips. Dennis, you've been involved in the run-up to this tournament with the organisation of this tournament. We last spoke back in Barcelona, which
Yes.
seems so long ago. It was just a matter of days ago. And here we are. It's all underway, and now we have our first final table, our first whole cards up coverage here on PokerStars.tv of this tournament. Scott Seaver with all the chips. While we keep one eye on that main event as well, which is running so fast, it's already down to 8 players.
I know, it's unbelievable. What do they got, like 50, 60 big blinds now apiece or something like that? It's amazing. 8 players left.
So remember, they're playing down to 6 today, and we'll show you the 6-handed final table of that tournament tomorrow. Obviously, Dennis, we can't hide from the fact that the total number of entries was a little bit disappointing.
Correct.
$2.5 million in overlay, but hey, great that the guarantee was met by the venue.
Oh, there was no question they were going to do that. These guys are stand-up guys. Never even an issue. Never a second thought. It's a shame that had to happen, and I think there's some things that we can work on for next year to massively change that. Don't worry. They're around. They're going to be here to stay, and the tournaments here will only get bigger and better.
Let's focus on this first hand back from the break hand, 28 of the tournament. Jason, take it for Jason Moe. Oh, wait a second.
Now we got a big blind defense from Ryan Fee.
8-9.
Ryan likes to see a lot of flops.
Ace 5-4 on the flop.
Have you been watching these guys since the start of the tournament, or just for the final table, Dennis?
Just off and on a little bit, but mostly just for the final table. I mean, Scott just started out and just blew the table away in the first couple of levels. Got cards the way, you know. You take a quality player like Scott, and then you add good cards to it, and then you catch him catching a couple of flops, and, you know, what are you going to do?
Yeah, he's pretty unstoppable.
Oh, yeah. Scary when he's short stack. And imagine what he's like when he's got a stack like that.
He's an animal.
A lot of people who follow these players on Twitter, Dennis, a lot of people following the live updates on the forums are aware of the fact there was some controversy yesterday about how many players in this tournament would get paid. 9 started. There was a question mark, would it be paying 3 or 2? Were you involved in any of those conversations yesterday?
I was around when the conversations were going there. I don't hold a position to make that kind of a decision. My opinion was asked a couple of different times by the people. What I loved about it is the way that they absolutely decided to call in some of the hierarchy who did come here late at night, who did have a candid talk with Scott, who did call in the other people to circle around and trying to come up with the best solution and the most equitable one based upon keeping the game fair and just.
And just to bring people up to speed, because obviously we've got people who've joined late and aren't aware of what the conversation was about. The question was whether this tournament would pay 2 or 3 spots, and there was a little bit of miscommunication. Some players were told 3, others were told 2. The final decision was reached to pay 2, but then a nice gesture made when a few of the players said, hang on a second, we thought it would be 3.
It absolutely was. It was a miscommunication among some of the staff of the Seminoles here. And to make sure that the players are taken care of, to make sure that everything's fair, they decided to add money to the prize pool to create a 3rd position so that we're not penalizing 1st and 2nd. They're still getting the full payout, but there will be a 3rd place paid now, and that's coming directly from the Seminoles, and I think it's a heck of a gesture.
Added prize money of $50,000, which will go to our 3rd place finisher, and a reminder that the top 2 are playing for profitable sums: $307,000 for the runner-up, $570,000 for the winner.
Not too bad for a day and a half worth of work.
Call this work?
Let's see. They're in Florida. They're relaxing. I mean, I went to the Gator Park yesterday morning. Good grief! Saw a couple of friends of yours.
Was it was it fried or grilled?
Well, they had that offering, but I didn't partake in it. No, I watched the guys that were still walking around snapping their jaws.
Scott Seaver's raised with ace-king, called by Jason Moe in the big blind.
Both of them catch a piece here.
Top pair for Seaver, bottom pair for Moe.
Moe's calling 1 bet with bottom pair.
5,500 apiece. And a 5 on the turn.
Oh, so it was Moe that bet the flop. Just decided to lead into Scott Seaver. Tried the old donk lead, didn't work.
And then gives up on the turn. Seaver bets 24,600, gets a fold. You have to say, Dennis, we were praising this resort earlier on. Obviously, Joe and I checked in late last night. First time we've ever been here. Loving it.
Oh, it is. It's a beautiful place right here. Like I said, in the middle of Miami with a gorgeous resort. Did you check out like the pool and everything like that?
We got to see the pool this morning.
Okay, why am I even asking that?
We didn't actually get a chance to hang out at the pool, but we're like, let's just go take a look. Let's go take a peek as to what we could be participating in if we weren't working so hard researching this broadcast.
Tomorrow, assuming that, we're going to be starting early afternoon, there is the prospect, assuming we don't have another late night, that we will be poolside tomorrow morning.
Well worth it, my friends. Well worth it.
See, last night was all about the pie gow, Dennis. You see, that's a late night pie gow session is always going to take precedence over a swimming pool.
Okay.
And we may have a lot of Europeans listening. Our typical audience is, folks from across the pond. And the one major selling point that I have to get across, and James can back me up on this, you got to come to America, guys, just for the breakfast.
We ordered a ridiculous amount of food for 2 people.
We didn't even know it was going to be that amount of food, though. That's America. American-sized portions. You can have every little thing just the way you want it. I want scrambled eggs, but don't overcook them, and a little bit of mozzarella cheese. And I want bacon, but I don't want it crispy. I want it chewy. They're like, sure, sir, no problem. Sounds good. Our pleasure.
This is the perfect place on the planet for fussy eaters.
Especially for breakfast. So good.
I've been partaking of the seafood. I mean, the catch is coming right in here. There's some awesome dinners I've had down here. Everything's so fresh.
We've got them all in here.
They sure do. Blind on blind.
Mo just limped the small with pocket 9s. Schindler raised with Jack 10. Then Mo shoved. Schindler folds. A quick update from the main event. Dan Coleman is the current tournament chip leader with 8 players remaining.
But Dan has been so up and down. That I have been following some. I mean, he was among the chip leaders coming back, and then he got lost a massive pot. Then he back up to $4.5 million. I think he started out the day with about $2.5 million.
I mean, obviously, Dan Coleman, very well known as an online player, but as far as the live circuit is concerned, we first saw him at the PCA when he played the Super High Roller event there, then wins the Super High Roller at the EPT Grand Final, then wins the 1-drop, comes second in the Super High Roller in Barcelona, and is now chip leader with 8 players remaining in the main event here.
Yeah, and he doesn't do this regular. What most people don't realize is he only plays 8 or 10 tournaments or series a year.
He's probably going to play some more now.
I think the temptation will be there, that's for sure.
Triplo Espressos is just out of interest. Is this properly live, or is there the usual cards up delay? The usual delay applies, Triplo Espresso. And again, for those of you not sure how we do our live streams on PokerStars.tv, when we do have whole cards up, we delay everything. So what you're watching right now happened about 45 minutes ago, but we're watching this the same time you're seeing it. So Joe, Dennis, and I are watching the delayed video feed, so we're calling it in real time, and that's how we're able to interact with you guys, read your tweets, run our competitions. So we're experiencing it as if it was live, as if it was happening right now.
It's live to us.
I had a bunch of last night. What did it say? Just a random guy being like, grow your hair long. I don't like looking at you now. I'm just like, okay, sweet.
What I also really like about this venue, Dennis, is that it's not just the casino. All in from Josh Arier.
Under the gun with queens. He is the shortest stack at the final table.
And he's going to win it. No double up for Josh, but he'll get the blinds and antes. What I really like about this is that on the inside, it feels like you're in Vegas. It smells like Vegas. It feels like Vegas. But then outside, they got a whole campus here. Nightclubs and restaurants and stores. And you really, it's like a town almost.
Very much so. You don't have to leave the resort at all. You can pull in here, stay here, and never have to leave. Anything you want. There must be 15, 20 restaurants here. There's a couple of nightclubs here. There's, of course, all the forms of, from Pai Gow on, of the gaming. So, yeah, it's kind of cool. And this place just gets jam-packed with people. That pool sometimes over the weekend. I still haven't figured out who Mo reminds me of. Is he like Psy?
With the sunglasses? I think those sunglasses are a little too small for his face. That's just me, though. Everyone's got their own style when it comes to sunglasses. You should see the giant sunglasses Dennis wears. These big Louis Vuitton sunglasses. It's unbelievable.
Raise and take it for Scott Seaver. That hand number 34 of the final table. Seaver still leads with 457,000. Josh Arier, the short stack, with 29,000. Blinds 12-24. So, Joe, I think we should get round 2 of the competition going.
Okay, sure.
So, just a reminder that we have got a fantastic guitar to give away here today, courtesy of the Seminole Hard Rock. And we're running a multi-part competition, and we're awarding points for your answers. And right now, we have one player out in front, because obviously we've only had one round. It was Andy Weinman who got the first question right. So he leads with 5 points. Now here's your chance to score 5 points by being first in with the correct answer. And this is a picture competition. So Joe is about to tweet a photograph, and he'll use that hashtag SHRPO, which is how you should get in touch with us in the booth. So if you search that timeline on Twitter, you'll see the photograph. Josh Arier all in again. Scott Seaver's opened with ace-5. Arier has shoved from the small blind with 6s.
Looks like maybe a close call for Scott, but he's going to ditch it. He ditches it.
The all-in gets through, and Arier chips up to over 40k now. So yeah, follow that timeline on Twitter. You'll see Joe's photograph, hashtagged SHRPO, and there is a question contained within the tweet as well.
The question is, whose shoes are these? These shoes, I've just tweeted it, are on display here at the Hard Rock. One of the thousands of pieces of music memorabilia they have hanging around here. These shoes belong to a famous musical artist.
Dennis, do you know the answer?
It doesn't quite look like Dorothy's.
They are not Judy Garland shoes. I'll give everyone like maybe 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to take a whack at this. If not, I will give you a hint. Right now, the question's worth 5 points. Once I give the hint, it'll only be worth 4.
And the first person who comes in with the correct answer, tagged SHRPO, I'm talking to you, Gloria. No hashtag. It doesn't count.
Also, you're incorrect.
Keeping you on your toes.
I'm not even going to read anyone who answers this without using the hashtag. I'm sorry. Rules is rules.
I'm going to read out some of the incorrect answers while we wait for the next hand here. The Wookiee Way guesses Sammy Davis Jr. Incorrect. John the Book says Cher. Incorrect.
Zuli goes for Joan Jett.
Also incorrect.
John Eccles says Doris Day.
Is she considered a rock Or musical person? I guess she probably sang, right?
Rose goes with Celine Dion.
Incorrect.
Stephen Nickel says Elvis Presley.
Ooh, still incorrect.
Brian Wilson says Michael Jackson.
Brian? Incorrect.
Michael, now including the hashtag, says Liberace.
James, should I tell him?
You tell him.
Michael. Incorrect.
Go through a few more incorrect answers. Sam says Madonna. Walter says Ella Fitzgerald. Value Bluff goes for Michael Jackson. Kevin says Barbara Streisand. Richie says Johnny Cash. No one has got it right yet.
Okay, so 30 more seconds, then I'm going to give out a clue.
And remember, once you give out a clue, it resets. So if you've answered already, you can answer again. You can have a second guess once the clue has been issued.
Correct, and I believe that last hand was a walk for Scott Seaver in the big blind.
Must be nice.
All right, here we go. Here's your clue. This particular musical artist was a guest star on a very early episode of The Simpsons. A very early episode of The Simpsons. The question now worth 4 points, by the way.
Which would obviously discount Marilyn Monroe, for example.
Correct.
Who was Stephen Nickel, just nominated. Susan says David Bowie. Dana Craven says Janis Joplin. Incorrect, as are Little Richard, Tina Turner, Dolly Parton, Liza Minnelli, and Madonna for the 15th time already.
Once you called, I was like, I'm
Jason Moe, ace-5 suited.
I was like unsure. It's like I raised for information and then
found out where you were at.
Found out where I was at. I thought I was at. I just blocked race it.
So that was a great play, though. He gave you misinformation.
And he gets called by Ryan Fee out of the big blind with King 10.
It's amazing how many people just elect to give up when they can't Google the answer.
I know, right? Top pair for Moe. Gut shot to the nut straight for Fee.
4 on the turn with the action going check on the flop.
I feel like a lot of these people, as Jason Moe takes us down, aren't really listening to the clue I gave. I don't remember Blondie or Jerry Lee Lewis being guest stars on The Simpsons. I mean, I know The Simpsons has been on for a while, but hasn't Jerry Lee Lewis been dead since like the 70s? All right, that might be the first correct answer.
By my calculations, it is. I think we may have a winner. Just do due diligence, Joe. Just check the timeline.
As we go quiet. This guy was first, right?
I believe so.
All right. We'll handle this hand first because Jason Moe, with a monster, ace-queen suited under the gun. He's going to get some action at least. Scott Seaver tosses chips into the middle, 3-bets him with ace-king suited. Rut-row, domination, nation, situation, developation.
And Arier with ace-king as well.
Well, that's going in the middle.
Yeah, Arier shoves. We need a 3-way all-in here. Or can Mo get away from the ace-king after there's a 3-bet and a shove in front of him?
Ace-queen, no, I don't think he can. Ace-queen suited.
38.
I think he has to figure out what hands he can actually beat here with the other two. Because if he shoves, Scott's probably going to call.
Nice Simpsons reference from Boyan. Bleeding Gums Murphy.
Not that far off, actually.
Just a reminder that we have got a winner in this competition, which we'll get to after the conclusion of this hand.
Josh Arier is so nervous right now. He's going in and out of focus.
38-6 total.
Talking of all-ins, Joe, there's just been an all-in, a call, and a bust-out in the main event. They are down to 7 One more elimination and they'll be done for the day.
We could be down to 4 here. Maybe even 3 if we lose 2 players. There goes Mo.
So Mo has reshoved for 85,500. Siva has asked for a count.
You have only 70 something, Jason?
Yeah, I'm losing pots. I have 107,000.
Would you folding then if I got a lot more? Nah, I call.
Siva calls to put 2 players at risk. As things stand, it's likely to be a chop between him and Josh Arier.
That's why the equities look a little weird, because they're taking into account the fact that Seaver and Josh are likely to chop.
So ace king offsuit for Josh Arier, ace queen of spades for Jason Mo, ace king of hearts for Scott Seaver, who has the 2 other players covered.
So even though it says 3%, 8%, it's because Josh and Scott are sharing 61% of the equity.
Well, 2 spades on the flop.
Scott's got a little something too. We don't have poor Josh.
Spade me, dealer.
Oh, there is the spade on the turn. Giving Jason Mo a lock on this hand.
Ace King's drawing dead on the turn.
So Jason Mo wins the hand, gets a near triple up, eliminates Josh Arier, and we are down to 4 players.
All for Josh. 4. Heading back to the clubhouse.
So Arier out as they work out the side pot between Jason Mo and Scott Seaver.
I had the best suit. I had the ace of spades. And that was...
Mo now playing 210,000, Scott Seaver 366,000. Jake Schindler on 213,000, so pretty much tied between Schindler and Mo. Seaver still with a chip lead. Ryan Fee now the short stack with 4 players remaining, 105,600. And we're now on the literal bubble, Dennis, because whoever goes out next gets nothing. There is that 3rd place prize money of $50,000.
Yeah, there's such a huge difference between 2nd and 3rd, though.
Absolutely, because 3rd isn't a profit.
Correct.
So, Joe, let's conclude this competition then.
All right, well, Federico, by our calculations, you were the first to guess the correct answer. Barry White. They were Barry White's shoes, and Barry White, of course, was on, I think it was season 1 of The Simpsons, possibly? One of those early seasons. So congratulations, Federico. You are on the leaderboard. You are just behind Andy Weinman.
Yeah, because Federico got the answer after a clue was issued, so
Correct.
Federico gets 4 points.
He did that in L.A. He did that
You guys need to stick around and hear the rest of the questions. Win yourself that hard rock guitar.
Yeah, so we've got, how many more questions today?
I mean, I have 9 more questions that we could get to today.
And I had like a little bit more.
We'll definitely be, we'll try and get at least 6 out there, because we actually want this league table to mean something.
Right.
What we were hoping to do, maybe a little bit naively, Dennis, not realizing how fast they were playing in the main event, is when this concluded, we're thinking, oh, 5 players, this will be over in no time, and then we can get like bonus coverage of the main event, get the final 10 in this room, playing down to the final 6. There's actually a very good chance they'll be at 6 players while this thing's still going.
Oh, very much so now, but I can't believe they've lost, what, now 11 players over there in the main, and they aren't even at the dinner break yet? Almost 2/3 of the players?
I mean, is there any talk of them going further than 6 players, maybe playing to 5 and having a similar final table to what we had today?
Not to my knowledge, and I doubt that they do that. I think when they hit 6, they'll go ahead and shut it down. What I would love to do is, because they had so many other events going on here, it'd be nice if they could bring in maybe final table of that 1,500 that was playing or something like that, but I don't even know if that's feasible.
There's also a bounty going on right now that sounds pretty cool, a 1650 bounty.
Oh, I love bounties. So much fun.
Bounty, bounty, bounty. Come get some.
Got to play a little bit different. People got to realize that how important those bounties can be.
In a way, I feel like big-name poker players are almost always in bounty tournaments. You always want to take, like, I know that when I play, when I go to small events or whatever and people recognize me, they just want to knock me out. It's as if there is a bounty always on my head.
They had a great one at the PCA a few years ago that I really liked. First time they tried it, I think they repeated it then. It was a $2,000 entry with 1,000 bounty.
Yeah, I love that. That's awesome.
I love that one.
For some of us, that's our only chance at ever cashing in a poker tournament is busting someone's bounty.
Little Simpsons factoid from Peter, by the way. Barry White appeared in Season 4, Whacking Day.
Aha. Well, it's been on for 40 seasons, right? So that was the earliest 10%.
I think it came on right behind I Love Lucy.
Yeah. Those early black and white episodes of The Simpsons are really tough to get through now.
Ryan Fee raised with 8-9. Got a call from Jake Schindler in the big blind with ace-4. Queen 6-3 flop. Ace high still ahead.
I love all these keyboard warriors with this Season 4. Okay, guys, you're all geniuses. You all know how to use Google super well. If you're so smart, why didn't you get the right answer? Sorry, Dennis. Just give me a minute.
7 on the turn sees Ryan Fee pick up an up and down straight draw. Schindler still ahead, having check called the flop for 6,000.
And
Schindler checks a second time. Does Ryan Fee bet again now he's picked up equity?
Well, all I can think about is that Jake Schindler does not want to hit a 5 here.
I was about to say, I was looking at that 5 too. What a nasty card that would be right now.
I mean, hopefully it wouldn't do too much damage because it is the dumb end, but...
Yeah, but a 5 of diamonds would save him some too, because that's a possibility a little bit. But yeah, a 5 of clubs comes out there. Oh, there's going to be some action.
Ryan Fee does bet again.
I actually like that bet there, because he's so short stack, you're afraid.
It looks pretty strong.
It absolutely does. It's a good bet. Got position on him. He's portrayed a big hand. I would be surprised if he calls here.
Schindler does have the best hand right now with ace high.
A lot of times it's all about putting pressure. Yep, there he goes.
Ryan Fee, more like Ryan Fee earless. Betting is 9 high.
Ryan Fee up to 113,600. And Federico, who scored 4 points in that competition, says, I didn't actually hear the question, but when I heard the clue, the Simpsons episode with Barry White immediately popped up in my mind.
Federico, we are connected. Tell me what number I'm thinking of right now between 1 and 900.
He said he was lying. We all agree.
Hashtag it. SHRPO.
But then everyone else said, okay.
I'm actually going to write down a number between 1 and 900, just in case something spooky happens. There, you see it.
Okay. I have to say that photograph was a bit of a curveball because the majority of entrants, and I'd say about 90% of the people who answered, thought they were women's shoes.
I guess I know how big they are because I took the photo and there's nothing really in it to give scale, but I think when you go back and look at it, you'll see they're massive. Raise and take it for Ryan Fee. And I just love the Hard Rock Casino, for that reason. There's just so much cool stuff to look at, and like you can spend hours just walking around the outside looking at, you know, if you like music at all, it's really cool memorabilia out there, and in all the rooms too.
I've been down here a number of times, and every time I walk down here, I see something I've missed before.
Yeah.
It's an outfit, or it's shoes, or it's a guitar, or it's a record, or something or other scattered around here. And that's why I love the idea they're giving guitars out. It's just so symbolic for them. It's cool.
It's history too, in a way.
Did you see some of those outfits?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh, we're going to be tweeting some pictures of those, making some more guesses.
That's good.
Now, everyone is now trying to guess the number between 1 and 900. Can I just be clear? There is absolutely no prize or points attached to this question.
And it's only for Federico. Because we might be soulmates.
It's an invitational.
Yes. Got him.
I was raised under the gun with 9s. Ryan Fee has ace 8 of hearts in the big blind.
5,300, by the way, is known as the most hilarious of all raises. That's why everyone's laughing.
Ryan Fee defends, heads up to the flop, which is ace 5-4 with 2 hearts.
Oh my gosh.
Rather lovely flop for Ryan Fee. Action quickly goes check, check. 10 of clubs on the turn.
This tournament would be very different if I had won that hand.
I was rooting for you. Believe it or not.
No shit.
I wasn't rooting for you.
Also no shit.
That's 7,000.
Somehow in a spot where you would think like...
Are you leading the turn for 7,000?
You were actually the only one at the table rooting for me.
Yeah, makes no sense.
Makes no sense, but it's the actual case right there.
How much do you love your hand when you have top pair into the nut flush draw?
He was in the hand.
Right now he's got happy feet. You just can't see it.
Only you could root for me.
3 of clubs on the river.
Looks like Scott Seaver's got a little open face. I would not set that there, my friend. Oh boy. Check, check on the river. Yeah. Pair ace is very good.
Federico says you were thinking of the number 69.
Well, I'm sort of always thinking of that number, but I'm afraid our soulmate ship is over.
Toby asks, what's the story behind 5,300?
You know, it's just one of those things. It was a late night out with me and Scott Seaver and a couple other guys, and I really, I can't tell it. You know, it's not my story to tell.
You have not wronged me in any way. Besides 3 betting.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah.
King 7 off.
Scott Seaver raising the button here with 8-6 off suit. Ryan Fee in the small blind's got pocket aces.
I'll only 3-bet reasonable hands from now on. Sound good?
I'll hold you to it.
Yeah, with Ryan, he's got to try and find a way to double up here. Be in the short stack.
He's going to want to make this pot bigger.
Oh, yeah.
There's the 3-bet. Jason Moe has jacks in the big blind.
Uh-oh, it's going to get some action.
Sweet, sassy Mo Lassie. This is going to be a shame.
5-handed with pocket jacks. There's no way he's getting away from this.
4-handed now, of course.
4-handed, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're not going to get away from jacks here.
128, I think he has.
110.
Yeah.
Like 115-ish.
Plus that.
Scott's going to get rid of his cards so fast in a second here.
You're in such a giving mood.
So just to clarify, graphics are a little bit confusing here. Seaver opened on the button to 5,300. The 3-bet has come from Ryan Fee in the small blind. And it looks like Jason Moe is counting out a 4-bet.
Yep.
He re-raises from the big blind to 32,000. Right, 32,500.
Scott maybe can't muck immediately, wants to save a little face.
Yeah, but...
Oh, Scott had already insta-folded. Ryan shoves.
And Jason Moe calls.
Yeah. He's got 30,000 in already. Ouch.
Things are about to get emotional.
Moe will be left with 70,000, assuming aces hold. Moe's sucked out already once at this final table, and if he sucks out again, Ryan Fee will be eliminated in 4th place.
19% of the time that's going to happen. Oh, no reaction from the table means no jack on that flop.
Yeah, we got a little something, bro.
Oh, but there.
It's a spade on the turn, and Moe has the jack of spades in his hand. No, aces hold. So Fee gets the double up, and Mo's left with 70K.
Oh, Fee, you're trying to live a life that's completely free. You're racing with the wind, you're flirting with death, so have a cup of coffee and catch your breath.
Ryan Fee goes from being the short stack at the table to being second in chips with 273,000. Scott Seaver still leads with 356,000. Susan says, love the jovial nature of this table. And this is something that we observed, Dennis, when we first started running super high roller tournaments on the European Poker Tour, is how relaxed the players were. And you consider the fact that they're investing $100,000, in some cases more than that, because a lot of these tournaments have unlimited re-entries, and yet they are so laid back. There tends to be more banter at the feature table or a final table of a 100K tournament than you might get in, say, a 5K.
Most of the time when you go to this, all these players know each other. They played against each other in many other tournaments, at least run into or at least at the very minimum know their reputation and know the players and recognize them that way. So it's a small field of players that are actually actively playing in these high rollers. Now occasionally you get the businessmen to join in, you know, there's a little bit there, but I guarantee almost any time you put 8 of them around a table, 4 or 5 or 6 of them know each other well.
I think it's even more important, too, that when you're playing a super high buy-in tournament that you create a fun experience for the other players at your table, especially the ones that you perceive to be weaker players. You want them to have fun. You want them to come back. You want to take their money. You want to take their chips, but you want to make sure they had a good time. So if these folks roll in who, like I said, who are perceived to be weaker players, I'm not saying they are, but if they roll in and you show them a bad time and they lose 100 grand or more, what's to keep them coming back?
It's the same thing that's been that way in cash games forever. You know, if you have a person who you consider a little weaker player at your table, you definitely want to make sure that he comes back the next day and the next day and the next day at the cash table. This is no different. You're 100% right. Where the heck did you learn something like that?
It's about the only thing that I can bring to the table, no pun intended, is the fact that I do get to spend time with these guys a decent amount of the time, and that's, you know, just some of what I've been able to pick up. I certainly haven't gleaned any poker knowledge.
Scott Seaver's raise, called by Ryan Fee on the button with pocket 3s, and called by Jake Schindler in the big blind with Jack 8. 3-way to the flop, which is Ace Queen 4 with 2 hearts. So Seaver with a flush draw and a gut shot. Yeah. Seaver wins it with a continuation bet.
What do you guys think of this as the headline of Scott Seaver wins this? Scott Seaver wins another super high roller. Inconceivable.
Obviously, I'm okay with it.
All right, I'll keep working on it.
Yeah, it needs a little work.
Close, though, right? We can admit it's close.
About as close as he was on a 69 guess.
Not really a math guy.
Still in it.
Dude, I'm still in it to win it. Hear that, Scott? Still in it to win it.
Yeah.
So what events are still being played, Dennis? We've got the main event, obviously, on its penultimate day. This is on its final day. With the bounty event that you mentioned, Joe, the 1500 event. How many tournaments were there in total?
Oh, they had like 21 days of tournaments, I believe, down here.
Wow.
It was almost a mecca of it. Any kind of a tournament you wanted at some time or other was down here. So a lot of people would come down for like a weekend or something if they couldn't stay the whole time and play 2 or 3 different tournaments, partake of the other amenities around here, go play in the cash room, go look at the pool, and I know you guys will definitely be back there tomorrow.
Dennis, I know that you're in pretty tight here, and that maybe you can have some influence. I have been trying for years to get this on the books, and maybe next year they can add this in. It's just a no-brainer that we do like a cards-up Hold'em tournament. Just play all the hands face up. It's a bluffing game. I don't know if it's a deeply nuanced bluffing game.
Wow. Let me think on
Think
this.
about what a great poker player you have to be to bluff a player off a hand when he can actually see your hand.
Something tells me that your suggestion for the tournament schedule will go the same way as most of your suggestions for this live stream.
Now, is this, you know, are you drinking shots every card or every hand?
No, you
or
can.
how are
It's
you
just a
doing
normal amount of drinking, whatever it is.
okay,
It's not
okay.
required in any way.
Oh,
I feel like maybe I'm just not explaining the tournament. You're getting it,
must
though,
be
right?
above my head.
You're
I
getting it,
can't
right?
figure out the mathematics.
The dealer just deals all the cards face up.
Right.
That
Okay.
part you're getting.
I'm
Okay.
visualizing it. I'm
Okay.
visualizing it.
I think I just need to work on my pitch.
Dennis, got a good question for you here from John the Book, one of our regular viewers.
Okay.
As these guys go heads up to the flop. He says, Dennis, how do you feel live poker in the US has changed since your World Series of Poker final table in 2008? Is it still the same outside Las Vegas, and where is your favorite place to play? So a multi-part question, really.
Well, I definitely think, unfortunately, the game has improved tremendously. It's continually upgrading. You're continually getting more and more people that are really qualified that are playing. 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, you could sit down at a cash table, like Joe was talking about earlier, and find 2 or 3 people there that you knew were a little weaker than the rest of the table. Now you sit there and you look around and you can't find them, and you have to look in a mirror to find it almost.
Yeah, you do.
So, but the quality of play has definitely upgraded. The quality of play in the tournaments has tremendously upgraded. And now then, everybody's trying to do the super aggressive, 3-bet raising out of position with a 7-4 of hearts type of a play. It's a lot tougher, and you really got to work on the game to stay on top of it.
And regarding John's question about is it still the same outside Las Vegas, I mean, from my view, looking at it as an outsider, there seem to be more festivals and more tournaments and resorts outside of Vegas than ever before.
Yeah, and they're still getting record numbers. Look what happened at Barcelona. I mean, there are more tournaments for take-in, more places to go, more events, more casinos, more everything, and yet they're still getting record numbers. It's just Barcelona blew me away. I just couldn't believe the number of players there and the number of entries and everything.
Well, I've got a question for you about Barcelona in just a moment, but let's just get to the last part of John's question. Where is your favorite place to play, or politically, can you not answer this one?
Wherever they have weaker players.
So we did last see you in Barcelona, and the last time we were able to chat, which was on day 3 of the main event in Barcelona, and obviously the guys at the Seminole Hard Rock had done a wonderful thing. They were going to give a package to the main event here and one of those lovely guitars to whoever bubbled the main event in Barcelona. And then, as always happens in Barcelona, things got a little bit weird.
Curveball.
On the bubble. And instead of one guy bubbling, 5 bubbled. And it's very difficult to chop a guitar and a tournament entry.
Well, unless you're one of the rock stars, and just smashing it and giving a little piece.
They brought in
or something,
Slash
but
to
there
just
you
destroy
go.
it on stage, and everyone got to take a piece home.
It was actually, we had a conference back trying to say, okay, guys, now what do we do? Because nobody had ever envisioned a 5-way on the bubble. I think the most I'd ever seen before was a 3. But I love the way they resolved it. And I love the way they did it. Just basically putting a sit and go down there, sit the guys around, let's play some poker.
I love it. When you've got nowhere else to be, right? You think you're going to be playing day 3 of the main event, so you might as well play another poker tournament, albeit an impromptu sit and go.
It was an impromptu sit and go, pretty much of a turbo. But and again, when it was presented to the players, they looked around at each other and said, "Deal, let's go." And the gentleman that won it made the journey down here. I met and talked with him a little bit when he was down here. Had a great time. Didn't have as good a luck in the main event down here. Didn't work out for him. But he got to come to Miami. He got to play some more poker. He got a good guitar.
Gets to play a guitar.
There you go.
Dennis, I was wondering if you could do a favor for one of our listeners. Can you say, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm Batman. Just in your normal voice.
Want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Batman.
No, he does not sound like Michael
No,
Keaton.
sorry. Al thought that you sound a lot like Michael Keaton, but we just tested it. And I think he sounds like Dennis Phillips. That's who he sounds like.
So here we see some stats. After 50 hands played at this final table, Ryan Fee with the highest VPIP and 46% of the hands.
Yep, that doesn't surprise me.
You would expect the VPIPs to be pretty high, considering that we're short-handed. I think it's a little surprising that Ryan's in that many hands, considering he's the shortest stack.
Well, it was the shortest stack for a while. That honor now belongs to Jason Moe, who was crippled in that Aces Jacks hand. I say crippled, he's still got 74K.
It's perception, though, right? I mean,
You can tell them it doesn't matter.
he's smart enough to know that he's not crippled, but when you look at that stack compared to the rest of the ones out there, it can be very daunting.
And he might be able to win some back
I was
here.
about to say he's got to love. Well, he doesn't know it yet, but he should be loving that flop.
Yeah, King 9 against Queen 9 on a 9-high flop. Ryan Fee betting 6,500.
TPSK.
Got him notched in the right way.
Wow, he decides to just jam.
Oh.
And he gets called. Wowee.
Looks like we're about to see a big switcheroo again.
That was a quick call.
Ryan Fee about to ship decent chunk of his stack in Jason Moe's direction.
Not quite top 10.
And I guess Mo correctly assumed that Fee would have to call with any pair.
That's a diamond. Oh man.
That is less. That is. I have less now.
Decreasing equity.
No non-diamond queen on the river. So Jason Moe now doubles up through Ryan Fee. And it's pretty even now if you take Scott Seaver out the equation. 162k for Moe, 186k for Schindler, 189,000 for Fee, and Seaver ahead with 362,000.
Yeah, you want Jason to stick around and keep talking to you?
Alex Dreyfus from the Global Poker Index gets in touch, James, to say, Stapes, how do you feel to quote-unquote work from the U.S. again? Why is he putting work in quotation marks? Is he insinuating that I'm not working?
That is the insinuation, yes. Says the guy who basically travels Europe going out to expensive dinners.
Well, Alex, I have to say, it is awesome to be working from America again. I'm thrilled about it. Took green money. I took money out of the ATM today, Dennis. That was all the same color and all the same size. Can you believe that?
No, absolutely not.
Unbelievable.
We mentioned earlier on that the last live stream we did from the US was at Mohegan Sun back in 2010. And Joe, you and I haven't actually worked in the States since we were doing those NAPT TV shows back in 2011.
If the IRS is asking, I haven't worked anywhere, actually, in the last 4 years. Just want to go on record saying that.
Well, I noticed that James isn't arguing.
Pay your taxes. Got Seaver raising.
Triplo Espresso has just tweeted from the UK. He says, worth noting that after the record-breaking EPT event in Barcelona, there were massive fields over the weekend in Nottingham and Luton in low buy-in events. And Reading as well. Poker at all levels is very healthy at the moment. Well, I mean, also, we're coming out of that summer break. We always see that big dip during the summer months, Dennis, when people are on holiday, and obviously people have what I call World Series fatigue. And then in September, we really see the numbers start to build again.
Yeah, absolutely do. And there is definitely a World Series fatigue.
Does anyone have a horn I can toot, by the way? Because I think, don't you think maybe the proliferation of live streaming is doing a lot to keep people interested in poker, to make people, they watch record-breaking fields in Nottingham, all of a sudden, sorry, record-breaking fields in Barcelona, all of a sudden, the very next weekend, poker's blowing up in the UK?
You're not going to have a raise. You can keep banging this drum as much as you want. You're not having any more money.
Just saying, like, I'm a guy who, like, look, I'm a recreational poker player at best, all right? I would say that playing poker isn't even my favorite thing to do recreationally. But when I watch it, whether it's on television or that I want to play, I think that the fact that we're having so many great live streams, and we're not the only ones doing live streams, by the way, I think that does a lot to sort of spread the word of the game and make people interested and kind of gives you the itch. Wow, that came in fast.
Are we getting rid of these next level?
Instant message from my boss. Confirmed no raise for Stapes. Thank you. You didn't even let me get my full pitch out.
Okay, at least they're listening to you.
That's true.
Ryan Fee raising the button here with 4-3 suited.
He likes to see a lot of flops. He likes the position.
Jason Moe calls with a better hand. King 5. It's an 8-8 deuce 2 heart flop. So it went check, check on the flop by the looks of things.
Ryan Fee's just hit his gin card.
No, Fee did actually continue the flop. 5,000. Got a call from Schindler with king high. Now Fee hits his 3.
That'll do it.
Fee bets again. 10,000 gets the fold from Schindler. And Stefan is thrilled that you're with us right now, Dennis. He says, I learned the rules of poker while watching the main event final table in 2008. Dennis Phillips is literally my first poker hero. So awesome to hear from him.
That's cool. I'm going to say, instead of sarcastically saying, cool story, bro, I'm going to say, cool story, bro.
He just wants to win multiple hands in a row.
Multiple hands subsequently.
If I could just win all the hands.
It's so much fun playing poker, though. You literally, and I know I've said it before, but you can sit down at a table and you never know who you're going to be sitting with. I've been so shocked so many different times that some guy I played with 20 different times is running some multi-millionaire corporation, and the guy next to him is the janitor there. You know, you never know, and you have fun with both of them. It's so cool.
But last time
he actually gave something away.
Dennis, I thought you sold trucks. You're not a janitor.
Well, my part-time job. Come on. Gotta do something to support poker.
That's how I support my day job, is I clean up afterward. They just let me have a microphone during the day.
Yeah, I know.
Going to the flop here. Mo's raised the button with ace-king. Seaver's defended his big blind with 7-6.
A little gutty for Seaver. Yeah.
Action goes check, check.
It's four-handed.
So.
Seaver now with a flush draw as well. Top pair for Mo. Sam concurs. It gets me in the mood for playing poker when watching. I play micro stakes, but a cigar and a glass of brandy makes it seem I'm playing nosebleed stakes.
Oh, just like the PokerStars Fat Cat would use. PokerStars.net Fat Cat, that is.
Seaver leads the turn for 18,000, gets called by Mo.
Uh-oh.
Scott rivers a straight. Nice semi-bluff on the turn, Mr. Seaver. How much can he get paid on the river?
That's the whole question. You exactly nailed it.
I think his hand's pretty disguised. He should be able to get a reasonably small size bet called.
Wow, he's gone for the bomb. There was 50,000 in the middle. He's overbet the pot. 65,000 and gets paid.
Gets polarized and gets paid.
And that's half of Jason Mo's chips.
Wow. Like I said, disguised hand.
Forgot about that.
Mo left with 65,400.
Too good, Scott.
That is why Scott is so dangerous. He always seems to know the proper amount to bet.
There is no argument. He is absolutely stellar at the game of poker.
I mean, a standard bet there that you figure you get paid off, you know, 20, 25,000, something like that. He instead goes over the top, 60,000, knows his opponent well enough that there's a reasonable chance he's going to get called, and it happens. He makes it look like the bluff, and he gets the chips. And again, I don't know if he did it on purpose, but that was almost exactly half of Mo's. I wonder if he'd have made it just 10,000 more if Mo would have folded.
That makes me call into question the information.
So we're still playing 1,200, 2,400 blinds.
Scott's so good, he was probably like, what amount should I bet that will get me insta-called? And then he just like, boom, pot, done, chip.
I could almost believe that.
Scott's now pretty much up to where he started the day, 450,000 in chips. Just limping the small blind here with Jack 7. Pocket fives for Ryan Fee in the big blind.
Scott just lets it go, all right.
So a reminder, this tournament started yesterday with 9 players. 5 came back today for the final table. We lost Josh Arier a little earlier. So we're now down to the final 4. Scott Stevens still in command. I think we need another competition round, Joe.
Want another round of the competition?
Yeah, I think we need another question. Remember, we have a guitar from the Seminole Hard Rock to give away here on PokerStars.tv, and we're asking multi-part questions. We're creating like a mini league table, I guess, because each of these competition rounds has a question, has points attached to it. So, is this going to be another photo?
It's another photo. And I will start off with just a slight hint, and it's going to be what band does this stuff belong to. The slight hint will be it's a relatively new band.
It's over 70, right?
Relatively new band.
Mo all in there
50, I must
with
call.
Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Scott opened the button with 10-6 off, quickly folds to the shove.
Expect you to. Still can't call that.
5 points if you can get this. Without
Okay.
any more hints than that.
Okay, so make sure you're following the timeline on Twitter. Hashtag SHRPO. Joe's tweeting them out. What band did these belong to? Ooh, interesting collection of artifacts. First person to get it right with the hashtag SHRPO on Twitter gets 5 points. Puts themselves joint equal at the top of the leaderboard?
Equal to the top of the leaderboard.
Definitely with a Z.
And we may end up having to have some kind of tiebreaker later on, which we'll come up with.
Blake says being a live player from Florida, the Hard Rock in Hollywood is definitely one of the best places to play in the entire state. I'm liking it here.
Well, so far we've got 2 incorrect answers, but they are recent bands at least, so.
4,000.
Domination situation here. Queen 9 against Ace Queen. Seaver continuing the flop for 4,000, gets called by Schindler. Deuce on the turn.
These guys are playing awfully fast. Have you noticed that? Like, Scott's call is out there before the bet's even totally in the middle.
Board bricks out for Schindler. Scott with a lock on this hand.
Schindler firing 7,000 into a pot of 110,000?
It's gonna work.
Which is ostensibly a check in that situation.
Yeah.
Scott makes the call with top pair. Very good kicker.
I can't believe that you gave people a free clue in this competition, and which was a recent band or a modern band, right?
Yes.
And people are suggesting acts like Status Quo and Queen, who have been around like since the 1970s.
Well, I mean, not only is Queen not recent, but they're not alive.
Only one of them's dead.
Well, the main guy. All right,
they're
so
still touring.
Hype Lal, who guessed Arctic Monkeys, you blew it. The Wookiee Way, you blew it. Walter and Rob the Hippie King, who both guessed Arcade Fire, you blew it. To the folks who guessed Owl City, I could see why you might guess that, but you blew it.
Yeah, there is an owl's head in the photograph, along with a guitar and a studded leather jacket.
Jim Anderson, who guessed Hootie and the Blowfish, which actually has the word owl in it if you rearrange some of the letters, you blew it. No one has gotten it yet. I'm going to give you all 1 more minute, about 45 more seconds before I give the first clue.
Well, at this point, we're going to have to bid adieu to Dennis Phillips. Dennis, thank you so much for spending some time with us in the booth. Great to see you as always.
Enjoyed it. Time to go back out in the sun.
Oh, well. Shoot.
Yeah. Okay, guys, don't get sunburned or something, but you can't actually visit it. It's out there during daylight hours.
We will go outside tomorrow morning.
All right, cool.
We'll experience that pool that you've been telling us about.
Okay, I am not on the pole, though. Okay? Please don't put that vision out for anybody. It's not a pretty one.
Thank you very much, Dennis.
All right, I'll take care. Take care, guys. Enjoyed it as always.
We will. Our thanks to Dennis Phillips as we go heads up to the flop here. Scott Seaver and Ryan Fee. Check, check.
Apparently the commentator said my head is too big for my sunglasses.
I didn't say that. I said your sunglasses were too small for your head.
I normally can't wear sunglasses since my head is so big. They got that right, like these.
I think it works.
Words get twisted, James. Twisted. So we've got Ryan Fee with 7 high and Scott Seaver with bottom pair.
Ryan Fee bluffs the river. Scott Seaver looks him up. Pair of 6 is good. Scott Seaver moves over the $500,000 mark. 510,000 for Scott Seaver. Ryan Fee second in chips with 209,000. Schindler sitting on 110,000. Jason Moe, the shortest stack, with 67,000.
All right, time for a clue.
No one got it right yet?
No one got it right. Time
Wow.
for a clue. I just tweeted the photo, hashtag SHRPO. I want to know what band did those things belong to. The band name has something to do with a plant. Something to do with a plant.
So now 4 points we're playing for.
4 points.
What are you doing, Scott? Saw like a weird amount of chips. I was like, what's going on here?
I do like some of the guesses people are coming up with, though. They're in the right vein, some of these guesses.
Seaver's button race called by Jason Moe. Check, check on the flop. Check, check on the turn.
Oh, Seaver rivers him, though.
Didn't need to improve. Oh, Moped is 4. Missed that. And Bally bets the river. 2,800. And gets called.
Scott Seaver is an unstoppable rebel force. Up over 500,000 chips now. 518,000. All right, so we're getting some plant-related answers now. John Eccles says hothouse flowers. John, you're incorrect. Jack says the vines, incorrect. Francesca says the red hot chili peppers, incorrect.
And by the way, the first clue still applies because it's still the same band.
Still a new-ish band,
A
yes.
newish band. So Led Zeppelin, for example, which has nothing to do with plants and is not a newish band, would not be a good answer.
Correct. Kevin, that might be the biggest fail we've had so far today. Especially because he said Led Zeppelin, which isn't even a thing. The Roots, Smashing Pumpkins, all incorrect.
It's 4v1 here. Get him.
Got a couple people guessing Soundgarden. You guys are incorrect. Guns N' Roses, incorrect.
Are we on like a 5-minute break or something?
Styx, not a new band. Not a, oh, I guess it could be a plant. All right, I'll give you that one.
Watch your hands now with the screw glue.
All right, no one's gotten it. I'm going to give another clue.
Just very quickly, thank you to Randall Flowers for pointing out the reason why people are guessing Led Zeppelin is because of Robert Plant.
Aha.
But I think you were making it, you're basically saying that it's the actual band itself. There's something to do with plants in the name of the band.
Somebody's gotten it anyway.
Oh, really?
Somebody's gotten it.
4 points awarded.
4 points awarded for Sean Shaw for guessing the band Neon Trees. Neon Trees for Sean Shaw.
So now we've got one guy on 5 points, 2 guys on 4 points, and still at least 3 rounds to play today as we check out how the chip stacks have changed from the start of this level. And we're now playing level 7, by the way. Blinds are 1,500 and 3,000 with a 500 ante. 21 big blinds for the short stack, 172 big blinds for the big stack. Just a quick update on the main event. They've gone on break. They've taken early 90-minute dinner break with 7 players remaining. So remember, one more elimination and they're done for the day before they come back and play six-handed on our webcast set tomorrow. And right now, it is Dan Coleman who is the chip leader.
No surprise.
0.6 million. Martin Hanovsky, the second biggest stack with 9.1 million.
This guy, Sean Kunix, by the way, who's got 4.1 million at the final table. I covered another final table that he was in a WPT way back in the day when I was first on the poker tour doing Poker Wire Radio. I remember Sean Kunix going really deep. This guy's at the final table?
Martin Hanovsky, who we had breakfast next to in Barcelona about a week and a half ago. Yeah.
Look at him. German, right?
He is German.
Remember he got real mad? Like we did at breakfast when that guy was letting his kid watch cartoons or something at the table and we could all hear it from like across the restaurant. He's like, quiet down.
The ace-10 limp. The 8-3 check.
James, the habitual instigator, had never heard of neon trees.
And that's my problem. Why?
Nothing. He just wants everyone to know that. 5 of clubs on the turn.
Well, they're clearly big enough to have their memorabilia in a glass case inside the Seminole Hard Rock Casino.
Interesting point.
Too confident I wouldn't make. I can't believe there's no. I can't believe there's no later one. That's crazy. I looked everywhere. Nothing.
And check on the flop and on the turn. Pair of 10s now for Mo. Looks like he'll bet.
I didn't check Miami.
First aggressive action on the river.
That was 4,000.
Does not win a very big pot. And I don't think he could have played it much differently and gotten any more.
To be fair, Q-Head was not alone. Rich says, who the beep are the neon trees? And Zuli puts it very well. I clearly just don't know enough about rock and roll.
Ding.
A gap in your knowledge base is not our fault. By the way, I'd never heard of them either, but then music's not really my thing.
James is very knowledgeable on music up until about 1998. He is unbeatable 1998 through 1988. No, actually, I'd go to 78.
I actually think I'd go into the early 2000s as long as we're talking about mainstream pop, like your kind of S-clubs and your
Spice
Steps.
Girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. I meant actual music, though.
Thank you to Richard Swells, who points out there are 300 big blinds still in play. Therefore, we are set for a Copenhagen-style heads-up.
Don't disagree with you.
That's 7,000.
We don't call it a Copenhagen-style heads-up anymore. We call it a Monaco-style heads-up.
We call it any heads-up that's happened in the last 6 months.
A lot of people just joining us, including Stuart and William. William says, just tuned in, how many get paid? 3 out of the final 4 will get paid, William. But third place is kind of like only half your buy-in back, $50,000. The big money reserve for the runner-up and the winner, $307,000 for the second place finisher, $570,000 for the champ. Stuart says, just tuned in, what time is coverage due to be on for? Until we have a winner, Stuart.
Scott Seaver paid off a value bet on the end there. In case you were wondering, Scott had a king. He was out-kicked by the king 10 of Jake Schindler. I actually love Matt B's tweet here. Shakes cane violently. What is a neon tree? Well done, Matt.
Maybe it's a tree which has had the leaves painted with neon paint.
Could be.
A bit like when Mr. Silly decided to paint the leaves on the tree in Nonsense Land. Another specialist subject of mine, children's literature.
Which is bizarre because he knew all about it even before he had a kid.
7-8 of hearts for Jason Moe. He raises and gets called by Ryan Fee in the big blind with King 10.
Check.
Somebody paired the flop. Despite it going immediately check.
7,000.
Now Mo's betting his pair of eights. How floaty does Ryan Fee want to get? Not very.
Stuart says, hopefully I'll be able to stay up for all of this. Is the replay function still available, like with your streams from Europe? Yes, it is, Stuart. Assuming you're watching on the desktop player, you will be able to replay the action. Should you need to turn in early, we appreciate it's a school night, and catch up maybe tomorrow. But make sure you are here tomorrow for the final table of the main event. We'll be starting our coverage at 2 p.m. Eastern. Yes!
I assume obviously we'd be doing that.
Yeah, just like drinking till 7 a.m. or whatever the earliest flight is and just pass out.
That's what Dan did last night.
Oh, where did you go to Toronto?
Bit of a loose defend by Jason Moe. 9-4 offsuit.
A bit of a loose defend, I would agree. A bit of a loose defend. I don't know what you're hoping to flop with 9-4. Seems like 5-7 is sort of middle of the road.
Then, as Phillips said, this guy likes to play flops. Top pair for Schindler. And this should go check, bet, fold, I imagine.
That's what happens when you play 9-4 without a plan, James.
It's really the best travel decision ever.
You brought him to Barcelona as well.
I forgot too, but like when I do, yeah, I just put them in my suitcase.
Triplo Espresso says, I've just hit the refresh limit on Twitter for updating the SHRPO feed too many times. Why am I proud of this fact? There's a refresh limit?
I feel like I could tell him why he's proud of that fact, but then we'd probably lose him as a viewer. So
I'm not aware of there being a refresh limit. Is that if you're using the web version rather than one of actual dedicated software?
It could be. I don't know either. I actually, do you remember the time we tried that social experiment where I was going to live tweet during an episode of the EPT?
Yes.
Twitter told me that I was tweeting too much during that hour also.
Wow.
Little did they know I was conversing with literally dozens of people.
Three-way action here. Seaver's raise called by Fee and Schindler. Queen high flops, a top pair for Schindler and Fee. Two pair for Schindler. He's paired his 9 as well.
Ay-ya. This could get a little dirty. So Seaver continued. He's going to get called in 2 spots. Jack of clubs on the turn. So everyone picks up a draw too, huh?
Schindler still an 80% favorite. Seaver's draw no good, by the way. Shopping with Fee.
No good for an outright win.
Yes.
Oh my God, this guy Sam just wrote in, Mo money, Mo problems. This guy.
Bet 35,000.
Action check to Fee. He bets 35,000.
Now I wonder if Jake Schindler doesn't put in a raise now that this has got a little dicey for 2 pair. Flush draw out there now, tons of straight draws.
Call.
Looks like just a call.
What does Siva do now?
And it seems like a pretty... Let's see. I can see all the hook cards. Let me think. I mean, this feels like a fold. Once it goes bet call, you're never ahead, and then I think maybe you are realizing that you could be drawing to a chop. That's if, you know, there's dirty outs out there too.
King on the river. Fee improves to a better 2-pair. That might be a little bit of an action killer as well. Bunch of straight draws get there on the river.
Yes, sir. 4 cards straight out there now.
There's 140,000 in the middle. Schindler the effective stack here with only 74,000 behind.
You can see his reluctance to value bet this. Pretty tough to get called by a worse hand on this board. He's going to go for thin value.
Yeah, so I think our graphics are a little bit off here. Schindler's bet 80,000, and he probably has a bit more than the 73,000 we have him at. Yeah.
Yes. Difficult to bet 80,000 out of a stack of 73,000.
Yeah,
he's really good. He's a great poker player, but I don't know that he's capable of that.
He actually has closer to 110,000. Still a big bet.
And this is a dicey spot for Ryan Fee, obviously, and Fee's probably thinking to himself, he's either got a 10 or he's bluffing, which obviously we know that's not the case. And that's probably what he's trying to figure out right now. Would he value bet anything worse than a straight right here? And obviously we know the answer is yes. But he's got to decide how thin Jake Schindler is likely to go for value. Given that I was somewhat surprised that he would value bet this 2-pair. Brian might be surprised as well. Andrew Chen says that he's bluffing. Is that possible? Is he turning 2-pair into a bluff? I mean, I guess literally that's what he's doing, since he's trying to get a better hand to fold.
Tough to value bet 2-pair on that board, so I guess, yeah. He's turned a value hand into a bluff.
A lot of people coming in saying that that's a bluff. Well, you can see my surprise at that, turning a hand that strong into a bluff. Does he get the fold? He did. All right. Well done, Jake Schindler.
And we'll get Schindler's stack amended and find out exactly how many chips he does in fact have. Just want to quickly address Chris Buckmaster's question. Says, loving the coverage, guys. Where are you both commentating next live after the main event tomorrow? It's just to remind everyone, the $10 million guaranteed main event here at the Seminole Hard Rock. We're going to be covering that tomorrow from 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Then Joe and I leave Florida. It's back to Europe. The next big live event we're covering is the London leg of the European Poker Tour, and that's going to be taking place in early October. We're going to have 5 days of live streaming from the main event for your entertainment.
Very few big blinds.
Tuesday the 14th of October through to Saturday the 18th of October. But we will be doing a couple of things before that. A couple of days from the UK IPT on the Isle of Man, plus a final table show from the W Coupe main event, an online tournament. But the next big live event is the London leg of the European Poker Tour. Tuesday the 14th to Saturday the 18th of October.
Just want to go back to that last hand there. Well done, Jake Schindler. I mean, that's something that's just inconceivable to me, that you would be able to take a hand that strong and turn it into a bluff. So that's awesome. That's I think we all learned something here today, except for the people who all knew that was a bluff. You guys didn't learn anything.
Lazy Gamer says, really love watching poker. It gets me excited for my tournament on Saturday. Sophie Thompson says, if Dan Coleman's at the final table of the main event tomorrow, then I am in. We look forward to having you with us, Sophie.
6,000 in a ball.
I would just think there's really only one way to play that. Check and hope your opponent bets and hang on tight and call. Really impressive stuff, guys.
So Fee continued the flop for 6,000. Check, check on the turn. Fee bets the river. $15,000. Scott going to pay him off?
Now this is a value bet this time, though, right? This isn't turning his hand into a bluff.
Seaver folds.
Find out in about 45 minutes.
After 66 hands at this final table, Scott Seaver still leads with 463,000. Jake Schindler second in chips, 211,000. Ryan Fee has 152,000. Jason Moe, the shortest stack, with 68,000. Roughly halfway through this level. And then blinds will go up to 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante.
29,708. I became familiar with it last night.
Martin and a few other people have written in to ask if I'm going to be at the Hippodrome event next weekend in London. Sorry, guys, can't make that one. I'm going to a wedding in Spain. What are the team that brings you? PokerStars.net programming. It's getting married.
Looks like action has restarted in the main event, by the way. Remember, there are 7 players right now, playing down to 6 today. So we'll pick up the action with 6 remaining tomorrow.
7,000.
Schindler's pre-flop raise was called by Fee. Schindler has continued this flop with bottom pair for 7,000. Fee calls with second pair.
Check.
He also has a 5-high flush draw.
Bet 17,500.
Schindler bets a second time, 17,500.
guess it's a little easier once you pick up 2 pair.
Call. Check.
Gets counterfeited on the river.
Yeah, that reeks.
Check.
That goes check, check.
Schindler loses 32,000 there. Still second in chips, but Fee not that far behind. 223,000 for Schindler, 189,000 for Fee.
Scott.
Okay. Yep.
Around 30 minutes left to play on this level. 30 minutes until the next tournament break. What do you think, Joe? You want to try and squeeze in another competition round before the end of this level?
Sure, why not? All right, this one's another photo.
Call.
I'm going to tweet it momentarily. Remind myself what it is.
Check.
Ah, yes, okay. This one's going to be called Whose Shirt Is This?
Once again, a photo competition, so make sure that you're following the hashtag SHRPO timeline on Twitter.
Bet 9,000.
This is an unraised pot. Scott Seaver just called, just limped the button.
I would like to prop that.
Blinds came along for the ride.
Call.
B bets, gets a call from Seaver. Scott with the best hand. Pair of threes. Fee with an up and down straight draw. So the photograph has been tweeted by Joe Stapleton. Tag your response, SHRPO. Whose shirt is this?
It's a rock star, because we're playing at the Hard Rock.
5,000.
B semi-bluffs that bet. Gets a fold from Scott's pair of threes.
And the answer's already coming in. The Wookiee Waces slash.
Incorrect.
Pick a number. I'm like, you know what? Hard stop.
Yeah, hard stop.
Maybe that's more on my
Zuli says Ozzy Osbourne.
Incorrect.
Alan says Alice Cooper.
Incorrect.
Rob King says Steve Vai.
Rob King. Incorrect.
Well, yeah, 21's still a nice size.
I'd probably fold the 21, call 25.
We've established it wasn't Alice Cooper. Devilfish is not a rock star as much as you'd
Well,
like to think he is.
it's your
I
opinion.
had the best hand by the turn.
Axl Rose is Peter's suggestion.
Peter?
By the turn means
You blew it.
Rick says David Bowie.
Rick! Yes, finally. You're also wrong.
Matt B says it's not Neil Diamond.
I like how sometimes you just decide. Fuck it.
It is not Neil Diamond. That counts as your guess, Matt.
He had some fun. Sam Quilliam says Bon Jovi.
Sam? You're correct.
Really?
Yeah, that's Bon Jovi's shirt. Unfortunately, we were looking for John Bon Jovi. John, I don't know if you were talking about Rick Bon Jovi, Roger Bon Jovi, Terrence Bon Jovi. Just kidding, Sam. You get 5 points. Bon Jovi shirt. Sam is now tied with Daniel.
For those of you asking about our next live stream, I did mention that we're doing 2 days of coverage from the Isle of Man leg of the UK and Ireland Poker Tour. Tune in on the 5th and 6th of October here at PokerStars.tv. Ryan Fee has raised the button with 8-9. And that looks like a 3-bet from Jason Moe in the small blind, re-raising with King 10. Obviously, that one went really quickly, Joe, so what I think we should do in around 10 minutes' time is we can do one of our... what did you call the game where you've twisted people's names?
We're calling that Hard Rock Stars.
Hard Rock Stars. I think we should do a Hard Rock Stars question.
For a spot prize.
For a spot prize. And remember, the spot prize is a Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open pin and hat. The pin and the hat. You can put the pin in the hat if you want, or you can wear the hat with the pin on your shirt.
Or you can, you can do, you know what the Hard Rock pin is great for? It's great for birthdays. It's great for an office gift. It's great for anniversaries. It's great for leaving on your kitchen counter is another great thing that it's good for.
I mean, obviously, multi-purpose device, and the hat can be worn in a number of different directions. Point being that you will get both prizes if you win our spot prize contest, which we'll do in about 10 minutes' time, because people at the moment are still trying to guess whose shirt this is.
Wait, we're giving away both for guessing one thing?
Yep.
Let's do, I have more. Let's just do 2 of them. We'll give away 2 things.
Okay, fine.
To 2 different people.
Jason Moe raises the button with Jack 10. Scott Seaver announces all in from the big blind. Does Jason Moe want to call it off here with Jack 10?
Wow, he might actually be slower than me. That would suck. No, come on. Jason's doing a nice one. I do have a top 10 hand. It's just not like a calling hand. Wow, so if you're only calling like 5 or 6 hands, then this is very profitable.
Jason took the words right out of my mouth. It's not typically a hand you call an all in with. Can shove with it.
I hope I shoved 75. I hope that's the amount I shoved.
Can't call here. Makes me sad. I'm gonna tank a little bit more before folding.
Wow, this is definitely the slower roll.
That's so good too.
Oh my god.
You should have limped.
Show me. If you limped, I could not have done this.
What could he have done?
I promise I would not have jammed if you had limped.
You wouldn't have jammed.
I promise I wouldn't have.
Jake would have been in the hand. Do we have a dinner break in this?
I hope not.
Yeah, definitely not.
Do we redraw after dinner break?
Yeah, is there another redraw?
Oh, let's it go. Smell you later.
Good at poker. Not good enough.
You actually had a top 10?
I had a top 10 hand.
Wow.
That was
Ace
a
10?
top 10 hand now. It's Ace 10 would have been the calling hand.
I don't think you had a top 10 hand then.
I had a top 10 folding hand. You'll see it. This is all on TV.
Yeah,
I got nothing to
I'm
hide.
just not going to look.
Dude, when it comes to my button, I'm only opening the top 10 hands.
I know.
Top 10 hands.
I know. And when you shove on me, I gotta fold some of the top 10
Yeah,
hands.
so that
I can't
means
just call
you
all
can
of
fold
them.
like 3 and call off 7.
Yeah, that was a bottom.
That was the bottom 3 top 10 hands.
That was like the 8th best hand in poker.
Jordan Cousins is confused. He says, wow, the UK IPT Isle of Man finishes days before UK IPT London. How come? Well, the idea, Jordan, is that many people will be coming over. Various countries, especially people from America, coming over. So we're giving them like a mini poker festival. We're giving them the UK IPT Isle of Man, then straight on to the UK IPT in London, then EPT London. So plenty of poker tournaments over the course of a 2-week period. If people are coming all that way, you want to give them as much as possible. And we are expecting, you know, quite a lot of big-name players to come to that event on the Isle of Man.
Gotta go over there and kiss some PokerStars.net butt.
We're really all against Jake here.
I noticed my invitation was lost in the mail yet again. It's fine. It's no big deal. I'll figure out something else to do that weekend.
I think Hard Rock did a good job.
Maybe I'll play on PokerStars.net.
We'll do a good solution.
Maybe I'll fire up the old Facebook app.
In the end, that's what matters.
Hey, maybe I'll watch the stream. Maybe I'll win a spot prize.
I'm sure we'll have some contests for you. However you're watching, you're very welcome. Remember, this is day 1 of 2 days of coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. This is the final table of the 100k Super High Roller, playing down from 4 to a champion. Tomorrow, we switch our focus to the $10 million guaranteed main event. It currently has 7 players. Tomorrow there'll be 6, and they will play down to a winner.
Things could get dicey right here, my friend.
Unraised pre-flop. Mo with top pair, Fee with the overpair.
And check on the flop too.
Fee starts betting on the turn, 5,000.
He's got to bet again. The sigh call, unfortunately, not much Mo can do there with top pair.
Ryan Fee extracts another 17,000 from Jason Mo, who leaves himself with 42,000.
Good there. 17.
17.
Okay, here we go, people. It's competition time. This one for a spot prize as we play another round of
Hard Rock Stars. And remember, all of the answers involve someone who is at this final table.
So is this first one for the pin or for the hat?
This one is for, what do you think's a better prize?
Yeah, I do get to go.
Oh, it's a coin flip.
You're
It's
right.
a classic race.
It is a classic race. Let's just, since you have the pin in your hand, let's go for the pin.
I've somehow not skewered myself on this thing yet, thanks to these lovely rubber protectors.
It's got safety catches on there for you. This final table is Hard Rockstar, headlined Glastonbury in 2014 and has had more than a few appearances on Saturday Night Live.
Tag your response, SHRPO. First correct answer, and you're reasonably liberal with your interpretation of how people type this, right?
Yes, and let me go over the last one so people just get the format. The last question was, this final tableist, Hard Rockstar, would like to accept first place prize money with arms wide open. The answer, Scott Stapp Seaver. So what you're doing is you're smashing someone who's at this final table into the name of a band or a rock star. In this case, again, I'll repeat it. This final table is Hard Rockstar, headlined Glastonbury in 2014, and has had more than a few appearances on Saturday Night Live.
Is Ryan Fee contemplating a call here? He raised the button with King Deuce. Mo's all in with Ace Jack.
I mean, it's such a small number of big blinds, right?
41. 41. What do you think about that?
It's 12 big blinds.
Like that?
Goes the king
He's
and
folding.
folds. This is for a Hard Rock pin.
Okay, well, we've got our first answer.
Yes.
Tarang Patel says Ryan Fee.
Ryan Fee is incorrect.
You play more non-top 10.
John Martin says Jason Mo Newstead.
Scott loves the like,
Jason Mo Newstead, interesting.
bread and butter.
Incorrect. Alejandro says the Black Fees.
That's how
Incorrect.
John Eccles says Arcade Fee.
No,
Incorrect.
Ace King, yeah.
Stephen Nichols says Eminem.
Also incorrect.
Jordan. Jake Schindler Bug.
Where? What do you? Paul Simmons says Metallica. Here's a little hint, guys. Did Metallica headline Glastonbury 2014?
That bit should be very easy to look up.
Right? That's what I thought. Heads up to the flop.
So step one, Google who headlined Glastonbury this year?
2014.
In 2014.
Yes.
Then try and work out which final tableist's name you can kind of mash into that. I'm actually going to stop reading some of these answers because they're that terrible.
I guess I should cut everyone some slack with the whole 2-pair value bet goof that I just had. Everybody makes mistakes, okay? So.
You think Ryan Feecrest is acceptable?
Yes. How could you have almost denied us that? All right, I'm going to the Glastonbury lineup on the internet. Okay, so there were a lot of headliners at Glastonbury.
Yes, there's like.
It's the very first band listed on the Glastonbury lineup page.
That is sick.
Okay.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, a lot of people pointing out that Metallica did actually headline Glastonbury's main stage on Saturday night.
Fine, but have they been on Saturday Night Live more than a few times? This band has been on SNL a bunch. It's been something like 4 or 5 times in the last few years. You know what people are really getting to people right now? Maybe I should give them a hint, James. Is that this answer involves, all of the answers involve someone who's played this final table, but maybe he's not at the final table right now.
Oh, that's a big clue.
Maybe he's already been eliminated.
3 players who've gone to the flop. Heads up to the river. And it's trips for Ryan Fee. Scott Seaver with that flop 2 pair. Fee's hand is Queen 7. So he's rivered Scott Seaver.
Oh, Fee, you're trying to live a life that's completely free. You want to stay with Millie until you're dead, but you just got a bottle upside your head. Arcade Fees. Oh, someone finally got it. Is this the same one you got, James?
It is indeed.
That's 20,000.
Fee just bet half pot.
Scott just calls, and he'll be glad that he didn't raise there.
Sure is.
So who got it, Joe?
Congratulations. I had it, then I lost it. To Mad Cow. Oh, wait a second. No. John Martin got it before Mad Cow. So sorry for the slow roll, Mad Cow. You got it correct. Unfortunately, John Martin beat you to the punch.
That was brutal.
Josh Arier Cade Fire. Josh Arier Cade Fire was who we were looking for there. Congratulations, John Martin.
So John Martin wins himself a Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open pin. Very soon we'll have another opportunity to win a baseball cap.
As we take a look at the aggression factor, Jason Moe, most aggressive before the flop. After the flop, it's Ryan Fee, who's taking over half his opportunities to bet and or raise.
41.
No, there's been no bet done.
No, you have to talk quieter. That only because they think you're talking to them.
No, I didn't say
No, I
that.
know.
They were
I know Brady.
all in here.
Ryan Fee all in from the small blind with King Trey shoving on the short stack. Mo turns over one of his cards, then the other, then throws them into the muck.
No, he's in the small blind.
I'll wait for my.
Wait for his button, and then he can fold the action. Jake and I will wait. So Jake's fine with that.
Mad Cow 234 concedes defeat. Yeah, he got me by 10 seconds.
Ah.
Damn.
Appreciate it. Or if like this hand gets to a flop, you know, same thing.
Peter Blow points out that his Arier Speedwagon was much better.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't do the same one, did I, Peter?
Check the path.
I actually wasn't going to do that, but that's a good idea. I don't know.
Ryan Fee raises the button. No, it's Scott Seaver who's raised with King 10, but Ryan Fee will be re-raising because he's got Ace King.
Raise to 20,000.
Mo folds the small blind. Schindler gives up the big blind. Action back on Seaver.
Domination Nation situation. Tarnation.
Seaver calls. He's out of position without the betting lead. 8-7-6. Ace King still good.
Seaver can now win this with a 10 or a 9, though. Or with some good old-fashioned elbow grease.
Check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I thought that was an upside-down 9 at first. Thought he got there.
That's 28,000.
But Scotty doesn't know, and he's betting.
It's fine, I don't worry.
So Seaver bets the turn and gets a fold. Stack up to 436,600.
Finally, a positive tweet. Honestly, for all the controversy, Seminole Hard Rock Poker has handled things unbelievably well. Also, happy to see them partner PokerStars.tv and PokerStars.net. I don't think it's exactly a partnership, but we're happy to be here broadcasting.
20 minutes left on this level. 20 minutes until the break.
Oh yeah. Let him slide. Let him live.
Can you even imagine James playing four-handed? He started off 9-handed. You're playing four-handed for $570,000 for first place, $307,000 for second.
Remember, there is that consolation prize for whoever finishes in third. Half their buy-in back, $50,000. Jason Moe opens, raising to 6,000.
On.
Ryan Fee announces all in from the big blind with pocket sevens. Quick fold from Moe.
Ryan Fee sure does like being bundled up at the poker table. He was dressed the same in Barcelona, wasn't he?
Yeah, I heard someone mention earlier on, I thought it was hot weather in Florida, which is true, but Indoors, as in any poker room anywhere in the world, the air conditioning, a little bit fierce.
Raise to 6,000.
Steve Bray says, are you really there, guys? Or are you sitting at home watching the stream?
No way. My dad's in.
We've been rumbled.
Just
Right, I'm sitting on my sofa in my front room in my pants. Jack 8-9 on the flop.
he actually can't lose there, you know.
In England, pants means underwear.
Gut shot for Mo. Bottom pair for Schindler.
Fat chance.
Check, check, and a 5 on the turn.
You think you'd have a chance to stop him? He told me he put his hand yesterday where somebody raised, he called the bottom queen suited. I thought it was Jack 9-6 rainbow. I check on half pot. And he was like, I was gonna bet. I was gonna bet like
I was bet 8,000 with his queen high.
twos, and the guy like let half pot. And he was like, fuck.
Get Schindler to fold, bottom pair. And somehow the short stacks have been flexing their muscle. Everyone seems pretty convinced they wouldn't be bluffing out of stacks like this, but they're doing it and they're getting away with it.
Kevin Quinn says, please can you go over the resolution to the controversy over the payouts? Absolutely, Kevin. There was, and we discussed this with Dennis Phillips not that long ago, there was some miscommunication and some confusion over how many players in this 9-handed tournament should get paid. It was communicated to the players yesterday that only 2 would get paid, even though the original structure sheet said 3. The resolution was that because they told the players at the start of play yesterday that it would only pay 2 spots, they continued with that. But a great move by Seminole Hard Rock. They've decided to add $50,000 to the prize pool and give $50,000 to whoever finishes third, acknowledging the fact that it was miscommunicated and there was a little bit of confusion.
It was a very classy solution to the problem.
And a solution that was appreciated by all 5 players at this final table. Right now we're down to 4.
And James, I do think that it is sort of fitting that here we are in America, and what do you do to solve a problem? You throw money at it.
Schindler and Fee have gone heads up to the flop. They went check, check on the flop. Fee bets the turn and gets a fold.
I'd be so angry if I bubble and miss my fight.
That would be a shame.
Jason Moe getting close
And you don't get to go to Rocco.
to the 10 big blind mark. Of course, should he scrape into the next level with a similar sized stack, then I should be playing fewer than 10 big blinds. Not long to go on the 1,500, 3,000 level now.
I don't want him to bubble and miss his flight either. That's a double bubble right there. That's a pain right in the patoot. All right, 3-way action. Queen 9 for Fee, 7. Excuse me, Ace 10 for Schindler. Oh, we got it up there. There it is. King 7 of spades for Scott Seaver.
King Jack Deuce flop. So right now Seaver is ahead with top pair. The other 2 players both have straight draws.
That's 11,000.
He was the pre-flop aggressor rather. He continues his flop for 11,000. Quickly called by Schindler. Scott Seaver calls as well.
Still 3 ways. All right, big pop, Rowan.
53,000 in the middle. It's a queen on the turn. So that's Broadway for Schindler. A pair of queens now for Ryan Fee. An action check to Fee, second time.
Now Fee checks. Third club on the river, it's a 4.
Again, everyone checks to Ryan Fee. He checks behind.
Wow, Jake Schindler hoping somebody would take a stab at that.
Hang on. I wonder if we could beat it together. I got us pretty close.
Pretty passive play overall, I'd say, so far today.
Do you think the dynamic of Jason Moe having very few chips plays a part in that? That the 3 guys with bigger stacks don't want to play a massive part?
Yeah, of course, right now.
Especially as we are officially on the bubble. Remember, the consolation prize of $50,000 for third place. And then the 6-figure scores for the runner-up and the winner. Schindler now playing 240,000. Pretty level in chips with Ryan Fee, who starts this hand with 245,000. Schindler's raised the button with 6-7. Ryan Fee in the big blind has aces.
Raised to 21,000.
2 in a row you haven't called.
Really breaking out.
B 3 bets and gets a quick fold.
Still four-handed after 83 hands. Action folded to Ryan Fee. He's in the small blind with ace-deuce of clubs.
38.
And you guys at home, I'm watching right along with you guys. I want to see how... Well, this is actually pretty standard. I was going to say, I like to see how people play in the blind. It's something that I think a lot of players struggle with. In this case, obviously it makes a lot of sense. He's got a suited ace. He's got the shortest stack in the big blind, so you just set them all in.
Want your cards back? I actually don't know. Probably not, actually. Can beat that one? I'm sorry. I mean,
James, you want to answer Andre's question?
Can anyone clarify how they know the hole cards? I recently tuned in and may have missed that explanation. The technology is known as RFID. There are little computer chips in the playing cards, and there are scanners underneath the poker table. So the players put their cards in a little box next to their chips. The scanners read the cards, and that data is then relayed to our graphics system. Remember, there is a 40-minute delay on the stream. We're seeing everything the same time you see it, so we're actually commentating over delayed picture. And that's how we're able to read your tweets and run our competitions.
Scott's raised under the gun with 9-8. Schindler defends his big blind pocket 5. Seaver out flops him. Pair of 8s.
That's 7,000.
Schindler's going to peel this flop bet from Seaver.
A quick word from the wise from a very accomplished tournament player, Mickey Peterson. He says, if you want to improve your game, I think watching the super high rollers with hole cards exposed is better than 95% of training videos and 100% of books.
It's a great point, and I learn a lot from watching these guys. Obviously, you can tell that I have a lot to learn, but as Scott Seaver scoops his pot with a pair of 8s, what I like to do is, when I'm watching these guys, I can't always predict what they're going to do, but I can, after the fact, generally say, I know that I'm pretty sure most of the time what they're doing is right, and I try to figure out why. So if we go back to that hand, you know, the big goof that I had, thinking that the 2 pair was a value bet, I knew something wasn't right about it, and I probably would have come to that eventually, looking back on it. And that's how you can really learn there. You're like, okay, he's betting here with 2 pair, and it seems like a spot for a thin value bet. Oh, it's not a thin value bet. It's a bluff. He's doing something here that your standard player wouldn't do.
Under the gun raise from Ryan Fee. Shove from Mo, and it's going to get called. Fee's got aces. Mo's got ace-queen.
Sick cooler.
Guess what I have, bud?
Oh, jeez. Guess what I have, bud.
Fee's had aces a fair few times at this final table, and now he's got Jason Mo at risk and drawing pretty thin, just 6% equity for Mo.
Okay. I want you to win so that you have to stay and play in this. No, you don't have that. You could chop. You don't have the flush draw.
Let's get like a...
You have no more
no outs.
Damn it.
The chop opportunities disappear on the turn, and Jason Mo is drawing dead, eliminated in 4th place. So Jason Mo is the last player to walk away with nothing. The other 3 have all locked up at least $50,000, but you need to finish in the top 2 to make a profit. Remember, this tournament cost $100K to play.
Jason Mo is no Mo.
Yeah, speaking of the airport, you guys want to chop 3-handed?
John Eccles must be watching from the UK. He says, it looks like this could overlap with the PCA on Channel 4. Could get confusing listening to you guys twice. Joe Foley says, I'm loving the PCA highlights at the moment. Commentary is great, and so is Roger Teska. Legend.
Please let me go home. I want to go home.
Well, you can make that happen, Ryan. I would suggest using your PVR to record the PCA on Channel 4, watch it at a later date, stick with the live action.
It's a no-brainer.
Button raised from Schindler with Queen 9. Scott Seaver calling out the small blind with Jack 9 suited.
So everyone's guaranteed a cash now, but not everyone guaranteed a profit.
Exactly. Ryan Fee calls as well out of the big blind with Jack 6. A 9-7 deuce flops. A top pair for both Seaver and Schindler.
13-5.
I wonder if the aggression factor goes up a little bit now. Now that the short stack is out, now that everyone is locked up, a little saver at least.
Saver, that's definitely what you should call that 3rd place money.
Fort Lauderdale.
So Schindler continues.
Can I have can I color some of these chips up?
Okay, we're going to take a break here in a few moments, so at that time, 315 on ratio.
Seaver calls.
Hang out for a little bit.
Not much changes on that turn.
You have 20 time, right?
Yeah.
What time is it?
5:30.
He folded the flop, so we've gone heads up to the turn. Diego Thomas does his own impersonation of Ryan Fee. Guess what I have? A douchey comment before calling with the nuts. Hashtag just call fast. I guess these guys know each other, and none of it's meant maliciously, right?
He seemed to take it really well, better than I would.
Darren says, record PCA on VCR. I said PVR, personal video recorder, which applies to systems like TiVo, Sky Plus, or any of the hard disk-based recording system. Technology is one thing where I'm not stuck in the past. parents still have a VCR. Bless them. Of course, they lost the remote control several years ago. This gets checked to showdown. And Schindler will win with the better kicker.
Every year I buy my parents whatever the new thing is, and every year I come back and find dust on it.
Here's a question. If you do still have a working VCR, can you still buy tapes? Do Currys still sell
I don't think you can buy
E240s?
I don't think you can buy new tapes, no, but I'm sure there's a pretty good aftermarket for VHS.
So as you can see, we are playing pretty deep stacked at the moment. The shortest stack is 91 big blinds, and it's evened out. Seaver does not have that phenomenal lead that he once had.
Still a lead, though. Still a significant lead.
Dana says, my husband and I are putting our Game of Thrones binge watch on hold to watch this. Learning lots. Wish I could meet you guys since you're 2 hours away. Dana, you can always drive down tomorrow. We're not going anywhere. $8-10 for Schindler. Ace, queen for Seaver. Check, check on the flop. Schindler bets the turn, gets a fold from Seaver.
Very good.
Closing in on a break here.
Yeah, so we're coming to the end of the 1500, 3000 level. And when we come back, we will be playing level 8 of this super high roller with the blinds at 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. So still pretty deep stack. Thank you to Triplo Espresso for confirming that Asda in the United Kingdom still sell VHS tapes. What's the American equivalent of Asda?
Without being too insulting, it's like a budget grocery store.
But it's not just a grocery store, it's one of those places that just sells everything.
Walmart.
Yeah.
That's right. He's the one that wants to make his fight.
I mean, I'm gonna grab some couscous. You guys? I mean, yeah. If you guys want to chop, like, I want to lead. So like, I'd rather play for it all or lead.
Right. Okay. Why don't you just leave?
What's this now?
Leave
Oh
your
yeah,
chips.
okay, yeah, sounds good.
Players
Yeah, we're on break.
Sure.
floating the discussion of chopping the prize money.
What about crossbuck? I had crossbuck.
I'll cross
shot.
Scott, you want a crossbuck?
Not big enough already?
Well, that will bring this level to an end, and here are the stacks as we
crossbuck?
go on a short break. Scott Seaver still leads. Ryan Fee and Jake Schindler still pretty deep, though, roughly 100 big blinds apiece.
How many chips do you guys have?
We're all about even.
So 50 minutes on the break, and then more action from this super high roller event at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars.tv. If you enjoy watching poker on the move, the PokerStars.tv app is for you. Take advantage of watching PokerStars live streams. Just select PSTV Live. Or watch content offline by going to My Queue and then Downloads. If you want to browse videos, you have 17 channels to select from. Choose between EPT, PCA, the big game, and much more. Just go to Channels and make your selection. The app's completely free and is available for both Android and iOS devices.
People talk about the moneymaker effect and the growth of poker, and the way I perceive it is it's really more about what I represent. People just see themselves in me and my personality. This fat guy that likes to drink beer, likes to watch sports, and then think if this idiot from Tennessee can go and win $2.5 million playing a game of cards, well, heck, I can too. Back in '03, I was more just a recreational player. I was never going to quit my job, but it was a good second source of income. I just saw it was a buy-in that had 8 or 9 people in it. I clicked register and went and played. I saw I was playing for a satellite. I was like, well, dang, I was wanting to play for cash. I didn't want to play for a satellite to the World Series, which I'm never going to win. It was David against the Goliath, and then coming out on top. I mean, you can't even make a movie that good. And I know I lived the dang thing. It was incredible. I was out in LA at a house party. Someone comes up, taps me on the shoulder, and I hear him say, "I'm a huge fan." I turn around, it's Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm like, what the happening here? People talk about the moneymaker effect. The thing that really struck me is the transformation in poker. This game has gone from casinos shutting down their poker rooms to everybody playing this game. And it doesn't matter if you have $1 billion in the bank or if you're broke and want a satellite. You're sitting and playing on the same tournament table. It's really the only sport where you can actually watch someone on TV and then go play with them.
The super high roller is the very definition of excellence. With an outstanding field, including the player ranked #1 in the world.
I've stood the test of time. I feel like I've proven time and time again that whatever they throw at me, I can handle it.
A 23-year-old who believes he is the best in the world.
When I'm playing my best, I think I'm one of, if not the best poker player out there.
And a man who is literally out of this world.
That moment when you hit space the first time and then you see you're starting to float. And then the first look at planet Earth. Wow.
All have excelled in their chosen fields, but only one can succeed here on the grandest of stages. As ever, we kick off another year on tour here in the Bahamas, as the poker world reunites after the Christmas break for the PokerStars.net PCA.
Ryan Reese told the media he was the best in the world. Unfortunately, he's American, so he forgot the rest of the world includes the European Poker Tour. His entourage is a B+ at best.
Morning, boys. It's New Year, new start. Been here since Monday with the wife and kids, and they just flew home this morning, and now it's time for poker. Hey, bro. Nice to meet you, Antonio, hi, I'm a Spider-Man. I'm your big fan. Can I take a picture with you?
Can
Thank
I
you very much.
Spider-Man? I'm more of a Superman kind of guy, but, you know, I'll take it.
He's German. This guy's German, Russian, and Jewish.
And this guy has a beautiful beard.
I'm just American.
You know, America, small country, tends to keep to themselves.
These super high rollers always attract the big-time pros and amateurs with big-time bankrolls.
Check out this clown. Literally, he used to be a clown.
Well, Guy Laliberté, the founder of Cirque du Soleil, is making his PCA super high roller debut. He's on the main feature table along with 2013 World Series champ Ryan Reese, along with a host of high-stakes regulars, including Martin Finger, who won our most recent super high roller in London. This is the third level of the day. Blinds at 800, 1600 with a 200 ante.
All right, Ryan Reese, what do you... Oh, that was anticlimactic. Check out that shirt, George Washington with shades. Classic.
Action at the feature table has been folded around to Mike McDonald, who's got pocket jacks. He's in the cutoff.
45.
35?
45.
45.
And he raises.
A lot of folks claim jacks are hard to play. Watch how Mike McDonald does it.
Donnie Stern folds the button. Guy Laliberté in the small blind has 6-5 of clubs.
This would be a pretty loose call, but it's not a terrible hand to 3-bet with.
Guy elects to call Mike's raise.
Okay.
Martin Finger with Jack-9 in the big blind.
Marty McFinger getting some pretty good odds here.
He calls as well. So we go 3-way to the flop. Mike in position. Guy to act first. 8-5 deuce. Guy flops second pair and a couple of backdoor draws. Mike still ahead with jacks.
Middle pair could be big trouble for this Guy.
Action's been checked to McDonald.
Sweet board to continue for jacks. Nothing to be scared of, and you get floated by a lot of worse hands.
Mike continues for 8,000.
Guy not likely to fold.
Call.
He calls the 8K. Martin Finger folds, so we're going heads up to the turn. Which is a 6. Guy now with 2 pair and an 84% favorite.
Nice. I'm not sure about leading here, though. Maybe you don't want to give a free card, but Mike's probably only checking backhands that are drawing dead and super monsters.
Guy does lead for 13,800.
As it stands, he is in good shape to get paid here. His 2 pair is more disguised than the guy they pretend gets pulled out of the audience during O.
Guy currently on the receiving end of the patented Mike McDonald stare down.
It's a nice lilac stare down today.
Mike calls the bet. Nearly 60k in the middle. And an 8 on the river, which pairs the board, meaning Mike now has a better 2 pair.
Counter fizzle. At this point, Guy should probably just check and hope for free showdown.
He bets again, 26,000.
I don't think this bet is going to accomplish much.
Mike calls, and Guy shows the losing hand.
Bust.
Lucky river.
Guy played it a little weird, like that giant man baby from Mystere.
A couple of times today.
Everyone started this tournament with 250,000 chips. Guy's already down below 100k. As we head over to the secondary feature table, where Daniel Negreanu is just 3-bet Steve O'Dwyer.
This is a very small 3-bet, and Steve's getting a very good price. Don't think Daniel doesn't know what he's doing when he makes it this size.
Negreanu initially gibbonsed. He limped under the gun. O'Dwyer raised from the small blind. Daniel then re-raised, so his hand does look pretty strong. But O'Dwyer calls, and we go to the flop.
Steve, the slight underdog here.
It is an ace-high flop. That might slow Daniel down. Action's been checked to him, and he checks behind.
Even getting a great price before the flop, King 3 is usually a fold.
5 of clubs on the turn.
Steve's finally got a draw. Hooray!
Once again, it goes check, check. 7 on the river.
Now, even though it's been a little light on the action, Daniel's played this fine post-flop. Sometimes it's okay just to try to get the showdown, even with a big pair.
King high.
Better king high.
King high.
I think Daniel maybe could have bet there, but there's actually a lot of value in checking and seeing just what the heck your opponent's turning up with there, which Daniel didn't actually do.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, like, yeah.
Well, Daniel came second in the first ever PCA Super High Roller, an event won by Eugene Kachalov. Other former champions include last year's winner, Scott Seaver. Martin Finger took down the most recent Super High Roller event in London. He won £821,000 for his efforts. And Justin Bonomo won the Super High Roller at the UPT Grand Final in Monaco in Season 8. And Bonomo is our early chip leader, commanding lead over Scott Seaver. No surprises to see Ola Shemian, one of the early chip leaders. Mike McDonald also among the early pace setters. And action's been folded to Mike. Back at the feature table, ace-10 of clubs.
Would you say it's more lilac or lavender?
Definitely lavender. From under the gun +1, he makes it 4,500. 9-5 of spades for Guy Laliberté.
So this is a fold. Unless you're a billionaire. Loosey-goosey.
Guy calls. He is in position. He's in the cutoff. The blinds are out, so heads up to the flop.
You think this guy's going to follow your rules of convention? He's been to outer space.
Well, that flop gives Mike top pair. It gives Guy 2 pair.
How is Mike going to run him down this time?
Mike continues for 8,000.
Seriously, this flop is more brutal for Mike than the pawn shop scene from Pulp Fiction. We could see it all go in here. And with this board texture, Guy should fast play it.
Raise.
He is raising. A big raise to 30,000.
Mike can't fold.
He's got Guy well covered.
I often find the Mike McDonald stare hilarious, but I don't think the purple shirt is helping.
I thought we agreed it was lavender.
Right.
All in.
Call.
Mike shoves and Guy calls. And Guy is a 3-1 favorite to double up through Mike.
That is a super annoying hand to see turned over.
Could always rebuy.
Got the best hand.
You got the best hand.
I know, John.
Did you, Guy? Did you?
There are 5 cards in the deck that Guy has to fade. Mike can improve with any ace or any 10. And there's a 10 on the turn!
Oof.
Good card.
Twice. So sick.
Got him again.
Sorry.
Well, if a 9 come...
You still lose.
Give me a rebuy. What can I say? Twice.
Guy is officially drawing dead. And that is the ultimate needle.
Well, now we can at least tell people he lost boat over boat.
Well, you want to draw another one in case I get a quad? 9? All right, guys.
Good luck. Good luck. You might be back
Luck?
here.
I don't know.
Better luck. Better luck.
Unlimited re-entries in this event, so Guy's about to invest another 100k.
Good gear. So I have to go down there?
Yes, Guy, you have to walk. Sorry, we still have gravity down here on Earth. I bet there's no ad breaks in space either.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, in the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, the final table of the $100,000 Super High Roller, where 3 players remain, and that means everyone is now guaranteed some money, at least $50,000, still half the buy-in. Big scores up top, $307,000 for the runner-up, $570,000 for the winner. Reasonably even in chips at the moment. Scott Seaver is still the chip leader, but Ryan Fee and Jake Schindler aren't far behind, and we're straight back into it. Blinds now 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante. Joe Stapleton sits alongside me, James Hartigan.
Reasonably even in chips, but not reasonably even in this hand. Schindler's flopped the nut flush.
Ryan Fee drawing to the second nuts. Picks up a no-good straight draw on the turn.
Ryan Fee could make a very costly second best hand. At the moment, he has a not very costly second best hand, but he's going to bet at this. With every draw imaginable, he's going to semi-bluff. 36,000. We know that Jake Schindler, much like taking selfies, is going nowhere.
Schindler calls the 36,000. The river card is a 3, so small pair for Ryan Fee.
Not a super costly second best hand. Does Schindler give him the chance to bluff at this again? Looks like he had given him the chance. He did not take the opportunity.
Check, check on the river. Schindler with the nut flush wins this pot and takes the chip lead for the first time at the final table. Scott Seaver is not the big stack. Jake Schindler has 349,000. Seaver second in chips with 317,000. Ryan Fee, the low man, with 232,000. A reminder that you can get in touch with us. Use the hashtag SHRPO on Twitter. Very shortly, we'll give away another prize. We gave away a Seminole Hard Rock pin just before the break, Joe. I think we should play another round of that game, and this time give away a baseball cap.
Sure, buddy.
So stand by for a chance to win in the next few minutes. Jack Deuce Deuce on this flop. B raised it to 12,000 pre-flop after Seaver limped in the small blind. Seaver has flopped a flush draw. B ahead for now with ace high.
You know what I like best about three-handed poker, James? It's like heads-up poker, but with one other person involved.
I'd never looked at it that way.
Yeah. It's really, I find poker's very simple if you break it down like that. Betting a call.
12,000 apiece.
Ace high, still the best hand, but Scott Seaver's got mad equity, yo. Lots of ways for him to win this pot. Check, check. And there's one of the ways. It's called the diamond. Not the best to have a queen high flush on a double paired board. But I think Scott probably likes his hand the way this action's gone.
And with a double paired board, Ryan Fee might pay it off here with the ace.
It's assuming Scott bets, which he does.
Goes for value. 55,000.
He passes. James, Liebel's got a question. How are they playing with 7 left in the championship final table if the final table is supposed to be live streamed?
Because the final table that will be live streamed tomorrow is 6-handed.
Ah, Liebel, I had the exact same question.
So yes, playing down to 6 today in the main event. And we will live stream the 6-handed final table tomorrow. Now, those of you who love watching poker on TV, do make sure you watch out for Shark Cage, which will premiere in the autumn of 2014 on PokerStars.tv. A brand new format featuring poker pros, celebrities, and qualifiers. It's a lot of fun. Really entertaining stuff. I think you're going to enjoy it. Premieres on PokerStars.tv towards the end of October.
Have you guys added that to the opening titles yet, like I requested? Where is Francine? What happened?
No, they decided it sounded too much like a guy with a beard munching an apple rather than a shark.
That's what sharks... Have you ever been in the water with a shark, James? Do you know what it sounds like when they take a bite? It sounds just like that.
I saw Jaws, didn't sound anything like that.
Mechanical shark. Bruce.
King 9 for Schindler, King 6 for Seaver. Schindler called in the small blind. Seaver raises from the big blind.
We've seen a lot of these situations with dominations happening. We've seen plenty of these situations also where both players flop that shared card. You know, that... Oh, here we go. Seaver pairs his kicker. And we haven't seen any really massive pots as a result. And I think part of it is they were waiting for Jason Moe to go out.
Yes.
I think the other thing is that these are just really good players. They're just good. And so situations where like a recreational player or you or I may go broke being out-kicked or even play a bigger pot, these guys just don't do it.
Seaver making a delayed C-bet on the turn, 26,000.
Scott Seaver wins his second super high roller. Inconceivable. Just think about it. I'm just going to keep massaging that in there.
The reason why it doesn't work, by the way, is not because it's a bad pun. It's actually quite a good pun. But it would not be inconceivable for Scott to win 2 super high rollers.
Okay, how about
That's
this?
the issue I have with the headline.
Scott Seaver wins his second super high roller. How perfectly conceivable.
Kind of lacks the dramatic impact that a headline should have. Headlines shouldn't be about the possible. They
Well,
should
I'm glad
be about
that you're at least finally giving constructive criticism rather than just sitting in your ivory tower and shooting down my ideas.
I'm still sitting in my ivory tower shooting down your ideas. I'm just providing you with the reasoning behind it. Normally, I can't be bothered because it's like talking to a brick wall. Those of you asking about future live events that will be streamed on PokerStars.tv, EPT London in October, EPT Prague in December, and the 2015 PCA at the start of January. Main event coverage, super high roller coverage from the PCA, all available. PokerStars.tv, the PokerStars YouTube channel, and of course on the PokerStars TV app, available for smartphones and tablets. So King Jack against Jack 7.
Nobody's got a piece.
He defended his big blind to Schindler's button open. It's gone check, check on the flop and turn.
Matt's written in to say, is it just me or Seaver playing passively, playing not to lose, question mark? I don't know if I would call it that, and I also don't really know if it is that passive. It does appear passive, though. Like, I've noticed that as well. And I can't really get inside the head, the plural of these guys very well, because they're just playing poker at such a high level. And it seemed like as we were going to break that these guys had possibly had a deal in mind. Now, I don't know what happened. I don't know if they talked about it or they didn't. It appears as if there hasn't been a deal. That's for sure.
I think the idea was mooted while they were on their break, but the decision was taken to play on. There has been no chop agreed between these three players.
And I think right now, so obviously, right, since there's no chop agreed to, you can't just punt your stack. You're not going to play huge pots for no reason because there's massive amounts of money on the line. It's only 50K, only half your money back for the next guy out. And there's a, over 200K difference between second and first. And right now, the blinds just aren't high enough. Everyone's really deep stacked. There's no reason to play massive pots. And I don't want to say there's nothing at stake, because there's tons at stake. There's massive money at stake in the prizes, but there's not a lot of big blinds at stake in these pots.
Of course not. And these guys are very comfortable playing three-handed deep stack poker. By the way, Seaver did reclaim the chip lead in that hand against Jake Schindler. 390K for Seaver, 287,000 for Schindler, 216,000 for Fee.
And these guys can play small pots for a really long time if they want to, for this level and the next one and possibly the one after that if they like.
We've now seen 94 hands at this final table. And Joe, I think it's about time that we kicked off another round of our competition.
Should we do another round of the guitar competition, or we give away a hat first?
Let's give away a hat first, and then later on this level, let's do the next round in the guitar competition. Or, as we like to call it, the guitar giveaway.
Right. But this one is the Hard Rock Star. This is different than the guitar giveaway. This time we're playing for a Seminole Hard Rock hat. And I'm going to go over the last couple of questions just to give people a feel for what we're looking for. So this is called Hard Rock Stars. And all of the answers involve smashing together someone who is at this final table with a musical act or a rock star. The first question was, this final tableist Hard Rock Star would like to accept first place prize money with Arms Wide Open. The answer was Scott Stapp Seaver. Arms Wide Open is a reference to Creed. Their lead singer is Scott Stapp.
Is guitar
Scott
smashing still
Stapp
possible?
Seaver.
I'll let it slide.
Our second question
I was ready to go.
was, this final tableist hard rock star headlined Glastonbury in 2014 and has had more than a few appearances on Saturday Night Live. I was referring to the band Arcade Fire. Josh Arier was at the final table. Josh Arier, Arcade Fire. All right?
We get it, right?
Here we go. You guys get it. This final tableist Hard Rock Star's scathing album was allegedly inspired by Uncle Joey from Full House. Cut it out. So we're making you dig deep on this one. We're making you dig deep. This final tableist Hard Rock Star's scathing album was allegedly inspired by Uncle Joey, the actor who played Uncle Joey, I should say, from Full House. Cut it out.
Remember, first person to tag their tweet SHRPO with the correct answer will win a Seminole Hard Rock baseball cap.
Here's something really weird, by the way, James, because that's a pretty bizarre reference, right? The cut it out Uncle Joey reference.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
I've never seen you guys. Well, you were too old for Full House, but I think it did air in Europe.
Okay.
Anyway, it's a specific comedian. One of my friends tweeted a picture of him with the comedian today. Weird glitch in the Matrix that just happened. Because the guy's like a long forgotten celebrity. Ryan Fee raises King Queen on the button.
gets raises, or gets a call rather, from Scott Seaver in the big blind with 10-3 of hearts. Lee continues. Seaver folds.
Jeff Jones has got the right answer, but I need to see if someone else has gotten it sooner. Nope, it was Jeff Jones. Jeff Jones, you nailed it right away.
Wow, first in and correct. Normally, there's some people who are really quick off the mark and are first in, but they're always wrong.
But they are quite off the mark, yes. So once again, this final Tableist Hard Rock Star's scathing album was allegedly inspired by the actor who played Uncle Joey from Full House. Cut it out. Alanis Jason Morissette.
And commiserations to Mad Cow 234, who got pipped at the post once again by a matter of seconds. Jeff Jones got there before Mad Cow 234. This guy has now been the runner-up in not one but 2 competitions today.
Mad Cow, you're like the Andrew Chen of live web streaming competitions. No offense, Andrew Chen. We're big fans. Congratulations, Jeff Jones. Well done. Jeff tweets in to say, been waiting for a Jason Moe trivia question. Competed against him in debate in high school.
There is 30,000.
Poor Mad Cow. This time I got beaten by 5 seconds. No!
Value Bluffs answer, Jagrid Little Pill Schindler.
Let's
He got the album right, which is impressive. Seaver's opening raise just been 3-bet by Ryan Fee.
Schindler with the decision in the big blind with ace-6.
And is Jake Schindler thinking of pulling a little 4-bet bluffski with the ace-6? Looks like he passed, as does Seaver. Ship it on over to Fee.
That was hand number 100.
Yes, Jeff Jones, you may have been at work watching your friend play a 100K tournament, but you won a free hat. So, that's something.
Rich says Mad Cow should get something. Rich, Mad Cow will get something if he or she is just a little bit faster.
Ross says, I just joined the stream. Could you reveal the names of the final tablers for future contests? They're right there in front of you. I think we only have 2 left, right?
Yeah, remember this was a 5-handed final table. Josh Arier and Jason Moe have departed. We still have Jake Schindler, Scott Seaver, and Ryan Fee.
2 of which have entered this pot, and they have both missed the flop.
Won't stop Scott Seaver from calling Jake Schindler's bet to 4,000.
That's 10,000.
Schindler fires a second time this and gets a fold from Scott. Marshall points out that Jacob Schindler, Ryan Fee, and Daniel Coleman are 3 of the hottest live tournament players. Once again, for those of you who've joined us recently, confused about the absence of Dan Coleman from the Super High Roller event. He never entered because he was going deep in the main event, the $10 million guaranteed main event, where 7 players remain. And last time we checked in, Dan Coleman was the chip leader. So there is a very good chance that you will see Dan Coleman tomorrow on PokerStars.tv when we bring you cards-up coverage of that final table from 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're saying the only reason he didn't play this 100K is because he's deep in some 5K?
Yeah.
What a joke. What a joke. This guy, what is he supposed to be? Some kind of poker player? What a joke. We got a late submission, by the way, for the Hard Rock Stars contest.
From?
Steve Bray. Elena Mo Efeet. So close.
Thanks for playing, Steve. Zuli says, this time I knew the rock star immediately, but couldn't think of the right poker player. I'm going to stick to Jeopardy.
Oh, Zuli. Come over and watch Jeopardy at my house anytime. Got it on box set. Quick word of advice from Mad Cow, by the way. Next time we're doing a competition, as soon as we announce the competition, type in the hashtag SHRPO. And just have that already in there.
Good tip.
Save yourself some clicks. Or as I like to call them, keystrokes. Because it has the word stroke in it.
He opens the button with 7s. Schindler 3-bets the small blind with ace-queen. Action back on Fee. Good call here with the advantage of position.
Tough to fold a pair three-handed.
Could always put another bet in. Decides on this occasion that he will call.
You don't always want to 4-bet call it off, and you don't really want to 4-bet fold either, so you can understand why you just let's see a flop.
What a great flop for 7s. King 10-8, gut shot for Schindler.
Definitely better flops out there for 7s. Somehow Schindler's missed, though. Schindler's missed.
Got a little smile on his face right now. Continuation bet from Schindler, gets a fold from Fee.
You do that whenever there's impending pre-flop action, like potential for a lot of it, you start shuffling all your big chips. You're trying to mind control everyone to go all in or something.
I don't know. You think either too highly or lowly. I can't decide which one to use, but I just got excited.
What? Jake had Queen 9 that hand, he led.
Sorry.
Too good, Jake. I didn't know you had
I said it. I said the min-raise bluff, the less the min-raise bluff all in would have worked.
Would have worked.
I said it.
They're gone for it.
God, I knew it.
This guy's catching up with the hands an hour later.
It's gotten out there.
Option. Man.
7-8 against 8-9.
Obviously, the 7 makes a pair.
Jack on the turn. Heart draw now for Seaver.
Gut shot straight flush draw. 7, 8, 9. Yep. Got it. Thank God I have 5 fingers. Ah. Does the fun ever start? And a big boring jack on the river.
So poor Ryan Fee gets counterfeited. And Scott Seaver's 9 is playing as the kicker with the kings and jacks on board. What a silly hand.
Oh, Fee, you're trying to live a life that's completely free. Floyd is dead. He's nothing but a ripple, because Millie took that paper and sliced him on the nipple.
He's betting. And Seaver folds.
Hoorah!
Daniel says, recap please, entrance and 1 prize for the Super High Roller. 9 entrants. They played down to 5 yesterday. And kind of 3 prizes. Officially 2, but $50,000 was added by the Seminole Hard Rock as the kind of booby prize for finishing in 3rd place. Everyone's now guaranteed at least half their buy-in back. It's a saver. Then $307,000 for 2nd place, $570,000 for the winner.
I think it's fair to call it a booby prize, James, because how many poker players would spend 3rd place money on breast implants for their significant other? See, I got no words today. Significant others. Can't do it. Okay, let's just regroup here. I like this tweet from Sean. Sean, who is on our leaderboard, by the way, for guitar giveaway. It says, as an ex-Wheel of Fortune contestant, and before and after being one of my favorite categories, I live for this trivia.
Well,
I didn't realize it is a before and after, isn't it?
Sean is really going to need to get in quick, by the way, on the next one, because he really wants to try and build up a strong lead on that leaderboard and put himself in a good position to win the guitar.
Scott Seaver flops pretty good here. Unfortunately for him, Ryan Fee does not.
That's 10,000.
But Fee bets 10,000 on a continuation.
Raises at 32,000.
Scott raises, and I like this raise because it's so rare that people actually raise with a 6 in their hand. Now, Ryan hasn't got much of a hand to play back at him. Maybe he decides to get a little nuts here. Put in a 3-bet. But no, just folds. Oh, Mad Cal's so sweet. He says, I don't mind not winning prizes. I would watch you guys commentate over an empty table. J&J are my prizes. Thanks, Mad Cal. That's nice. What does this mean? Stapes, when you stop swinging from Coleman's... Oh, I thought he said Coleman's stack. Coleman's stack. Never mind. Also not really accurate. Because I don't think... I mean, there are a lot of players I could be accused of having man crushes on, but Dan Coleman's not one of them. We got a Rockstar dealer in here now. Yeah, buddy.
Raises to 14,000.
Ryan Fee calls in the small blind. Jake Schindler raises from the big blind with ace-3. Fee calls. King 9-7 flop. Ace high still ahead.
Wow, I was just about to say pretty tough for ace-3 to catch up here.
It did.
It sure did.
Okay. That's 13,000.
Well, Schindler's made a small value bet. And Ryan Fee makes the correct fold, even for that amount. Well done.
Now, we described the $50,000 for third place as a booby prize, as a kind of saver. Josh Arier, who was the 5th place finisher in this tournament, who was at the final table earlier on today, has tweeted saying, why don't you all tell what the 50K was really for? Josh, we've discussed it many times, and I think it was very clear that there was miscommunication and confusion about how many players were going to get paid in this, and clearly that confusion had rolled over into today, and it was a great gesture by Seminole Hard Rock, acknowledging that there had been mistakes along the way, to add $50,000 to the prize pool and award that $50,000 as a saver to whoever finished third, as some people felt that 3 players should have been paid rather than 2.
I concur. Scott Seaver flops pretty good. Straight. Flops the joint. Ryan Fee, 4 high.
I guess the reason why we're referring to it as a booby prize is because it's still only half the buy-in, right? It's some compensation. Better to lose 50K than 100K, but still, you really want to make a profit.
Not the prize you're aiming for. Beat continues. Scott calls. And with the jack on the turn, Scott's hand loses a little bit of value. Speaking of booby, Scott's got the booby end of this straight now. Always did, but it's a little more boobier, and especially now.
Is this going to go check, check?
I mean, I'd be very shocked if someone folded. It doesn't have to go check, check, but
it has gone check, check. So, ladies and gentlemen,
That's a good flop for you.
What are the hands?
Well,
I flopped him dead, but I guess I didn't.
You did not have me dead.
Well, that's
Bullshit.
What I'm saying. I thought I had you dead.
Did not.
Oh, club.
running clubs.
We chopped because like I rivered straight.
Wait, did they chop?
yeah, Fee moved all in on the Reverend, Seaver snap called. So this is officially a chop. And for those of you in the USA who are not aware of this, you should be told that everyone loves a chop putt.
I mean, apparently not. I just gave up on the fucking turn.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising.
Yeah, I was just like, fuck, I think it's a straight.
Peter's written in with something that I wanted to touch on. Thank you, Peter Anthony Hadid. I just want to thank everyone out there. You know, there was that big scandal with nude photos being leaked from the cloud recently, and I'm really proud of the audience that no one has sent any of mine, has tagged him with the SHRPO. It's really respectful, guys, and I appreciate you guys giving me my privacy, you know, during this time. It's been, I mean, it's stressful. It's been a stressful time, and the fact that no one has posted any of them to the feed, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I like how you looked around.
Thank you.
I felt incredibly smug over the last 48 hours because I've always refused to put any of my photos in the cloud.
You guys both still seemed a little uneasy, like as all the chips were going in.
Well, I mean, you have to check like 3 times to make sure, you know?
Yeah.
God,
when River came out, you like laughed. I was like,
you are so lucky, man.
Josh Arier gets back in touch. Says, I just tuned in, didn't know. Thanks.
You're welcome, sir. And commiserations on your 5th place finish.
Yeah, that's sucks.
Raise 10,000.
Great to finally see Josh on a stream, though.
Yeah, thank you. Come again.
I think Liv just tweeted to watch the PokerStars EPT on Channel 4 UK right now for some excellent PCA coverage, but isn't she also, like, at Burning Man right now?
I believe she is.
If she's watching the PCA from Burning Man, she must have some really good stuff.
Sean Shah wants to point out that Floridians love chop pots. Chop it like it's hot. So both players with a pair. Schindler with second pair, Fee with bottom pair. 13,500 each on the flop. Fee checks the turn.
Bet 28,000.
And a second barrel from Jake Schindler gets the job done. So it's pretty even right now between Schindler and Seaver. 362K for Schindler, 376K for Seaver. Ryan Fee down to 155,000. The only player of these three with fewer than 50 big blinds.
Raise 10,000.
By the way, the championship event, the $10 million guaranteed main event, has gone on another 90-minute break, still seven-handed. When they come back, they will continue to play down to 6. Mike Lee has emerged as the chip leader. He dominated for the last 90 minutes, and he's now playing 14.3 million. Dan Coleman is now the second biggest stack with 9.6 million, and there's some distance between those two and the rest of the pack. So still seven-handed in the main event, playing down to 6 today. Six-handed action on PokerStars.tv tomorrow from 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Mike Lee's another guy who's been on the WPT and the American circuit for years now.
Yeah, but
Or he's one of the accomplished players that our viewer was talking about. Hey, this guy Trent, James, this guy Trent says that we're almost as good as the only other two poker commentary teams in the universe.
Wow.
Just kidding, Trent. Thanks for the love. He says absolutely loving Stapes and Hardigan. Right up there with the great Mike and Vince and Lon and Norm.
12,000.
Ace-4 for Seaver, Queen Deuce for Ryan Fee.
Bet 12,000.
Scott Seaver sticking around with ace high, and he's right. Scott maybe even less likely to fold ace high now with the double paired board.
Bet 21,000.
Scott bets 21,000. We check called the flop and now leads the turn. Fee folds, and Scott moves up over 400,000, 404,000 to be precise. Ryan Fee down to 134K. The shortest stack of the three at the super high roller final table.
you guys get to talk about it. I have to figure it out just by watching. It's a lot harder.
It's okay, no one's taking points or trying.
My leaked photo.
You have to.
Why are you showing me that? Why do you think I want to be exposed
Well, I was thinking
to
of
this horror?
I was just tweeting it and putting it out there myself.
Oh.
And that way, no one has like the.
I want to save your 23,000 followers from being exposed to this horror.
Soon to be less followers if I tweeted this, probably.
All in.
A shove from Ryan Fee, facing a button raise from Scott Seaver. It's 2 folds.
Yeah.
I think you're perfectly happy to win the blinds and antes when you have pocket threes. Nobody's ever like, ah, I wanted to call.
Raise 10,000.
Jamie says he sings, or she, sings the Chop Pot song at his or her home game, and everyone calls him or her Forrest Gump. Now, everyone, thank you for the kind words, but we weren't trying to spark a debate over poker commentary teams. We have mad respect for those other guys, and we're happy to be considered in the same category. So thank you.
Seaver calling in the small blind. Ryan Fee checks his option. 8-6-6. Seaver way ahead.
Well, last time this happened, Ryan Fee managed to pull out a chop.
That's 4,000. Call. Check.
9% chance of a chop. Fee cannot win the hand outright.
Bet 9,000.
Ryan Fee keeps hammering at this, and Scott Seaver keeps on calling. So comes runner, 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 spade. Fee's only chance to win this hand is to fire a third time. And it looks like he's correctly determined that Scott's going to have an 8 a lot of the time here. But he may have overestimated how often Scott's going to fold that 8. I don't know how when you've made a bluff here, a 3-street bluff, and Scott picks up chips, the exact number of chips to call, how you don't freak out, like physically. When I'm bluffing and my opponent reaches for chips, I can actually feel my bones jumping forward in my skin, and I'm sure it's visible. This might work.
Then again, it might not.
That's what we like to do here, Hedge. It does work. Nice triple barrel, Ryan Fee. Daryl Fish has just tweeted, 2 of South Florida's finest heads up in the 1100 and then names Michael Leake and Dream Crusher 333. Is it just me, James, or does when someone say 2 of South Florida's finest, does it, you kind of want to answer that with, not sure if serious?
Playing by the rules over here, you're being an asshole.
Being an asshole, I guess.
Really being a fucking asshole.
I don't know. I don't know.
Sophie has chipped up to 174,000.
Damn. 9 of spades too. That's really like the hell.
Raise 14,000.
Blind on blind, queen 9 against 9-10.
Mm-hmm.
Check.
Oh, this is juicy. Check, check. Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Check.
Check, check.
6 on the river.
Check. Check.
So, wow. Flop 2 pair against a flop 2nd pair, and not one chip gets put into the middle.
Face.
Not one.
How do you like that?
No chips.
Back-to-back hands.
Not a chip.
Okay.
Not one gaming disc.
Trying my best over here, guys.
That's how
No circular flat objects representing value in tournament. Something. None. 0.
Raise 10,000. Fold. Fold.
Raise and take it. Ryan Fee, pocket threes. You know, before that last break, Ryan was like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to play anymore. Then they talked about a deal for a second. Do you think that anyone would ever consider, maybe this is just nuts for me to say this, because I'm an armchair quarterback, whatever you want to call it. Would they ever just speed up the blinds collectively and say, hey, look, let's just get this over with a little faster? I think I've heard of that happening once or twice. Now, granted, it wasn't a super high roller, and I don't think it was players of this caliber.
Fold and call.
I'm aware of one heads-up battle in a major live event where certainly when they got heads up, they asked for.
Was it the Gus one?
No. This was a European Poker Tour main event in Portugal when it was Martin Jakobsen and Toby Lewis got heads up, and they asked to skip 3 or 4 blind levels because they didn't want to play deep stacked heads up when they'd already obviously done a deal for most of the money.
What time is it?
Is Dennis still here? He went back over to the main room.
What do you need? It's in the room,
Yeah, shoot him a text.
They're going to have to fire up the Dennis Phillips signal. It's just a big St. Louis Cardinals emblem in the sky.
It's a big red hat.
It's a big red hat in the sky. Got to get him back over here. He comes over on a monster truck.
20 is a big one.
You know you have to stay. You have to stay. Well, right? Like you also like I don't like why like.
There was no fight, man.
Ready. Get it right out of the muck.
Sounds to me like Ryan Fee requires a travel agent rather than Dennis Phillips.
James, don't you know that when you're a super high roller, you just get to ask anybody for anything?
Oh, okay. No, I have no idea what it feels like to be a super high roller.
Ace 9, 6, 3 diamonds. Nobody's got a diamond, and there goes a quick check bet fold. Got to give these guys credit. They are playing fast. There's been not even one remotely
not at all
unreasonable tank, or even a reasonable tank. There's been no tanking.
Let's see what that was in the live stream.
That's the one that interests you right there?
It is.
Nice.
Raise 10,000.
He raises the button with Queen 10.
Call.
Ace Jack. for Jake Schindler. He calls in the small blind. Ace-9 suited for Scott Seaver, and he calls in the big blind. Three-way to this 8-6-3 rainbow flop. Everyone checks the flop. Another three. Three of clubs on the turn. Seaver
21,000.
takes a stab. 21K.
Well, Ryan Fee says, I refuse to be stabbed. Good day, sir. I said good day. Apparently the episode of the PCA that's on right now, by the way, is when I'm just smashing Anchorman quotes because Mike McDonald is wearing the Anchorman t-shirt because I'm getting some folks writing in about Anchorman. Just gotta... I think I can read this Facebook post that I just got.
If memory serves me correctly, didn't you have to recycle all of the Anchorman lines that you did the last time Mike wore that t-shirt because you couldn't remember a single line from Anchorman 2?
Yes. I mean, I did a couple, but for the most part, yes. Aaron just wrote on my Facebook wall, please keep the Anchorman references coming or go back to your home on Whore Island.
Nice.
Thank you, Aaron.
Fold. Call. Check.
Real estate there is surprisingly affordable.
Check. That's 4,000.
I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this the second time. You know who's the mayor of Whore Island? Neil Johnson.
15,000.
So glad Price Jack is still with us. I don't know if it would really be if a web stream would be complete without Price Jack. He says, WTF, these people are so unsocial to each other because of fake money, fake dollars. They gonna revise WTF, bring on the purge.
What?
Raise 10,000.
Why'd you even read that?
Because I love Price Jack, and I feel like he adds to the show.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Oh, Price Jack.
Raise 25,000. Fold, fold.
Peter Blow points out, surely quotes from Anchorman 2 are the same as quotes from Anchorman. It was the same movie. Now, I started watching Anchorman 2 on the flight over here, but I only got to watch the first 40 minutes. And I have a horrible feeling that it's actually going to delete itself from my iPad by the time I go to watch the second half, because it only keeps for 48 hours after you start watching it. But to be honest with you, I don't think that'll be any loss. I quite enjoyed the first 10 or 15 minutes, but then it got into that whole bit with, like, Steve Carell falls in love with Kristen Wiig. And
a little painful.
One of the unfunniest routines I've seen in a movie for a long time.
Yeah. Okay, so if you were watching what happened there, Jake Schindler attempted to bet that flop, and Scott Seaver mucked before he could even do it. That's how fast these guys are acting. It really does seem like they're just waiting for the blinds to go up so they can play bigger pots.
Raise 10,000.
Here we go. Schindler raises King 8. Jacks for Seaver, Queens for Ryan Fee. Now this will be interesting to see what happens because I was even thinking to myself, even if we see a good old-fashioned cooler, I'm not sure that we'll even see a massive pot with it. Now granted, this is an aces versus kings, but this is a pretty big cooler three-handed.
Raise 35,000. Fold.
I mean, I guess we are kind of on the bubble now because, okay, there's that $50,000 saver, but really...
We're on the profit bubble.
Exactly.
Call.
All in and a call.
All right, we are going to see a huge pot.
Queens against jacks.
I have pocket queens, which is in a dominating position over pocket jacks. Scott thought I was up to no good. I was up to good.
Scott, jacks, really?
Jacks.
Not even a
All
top
in
10
trouble
hand.
hand.
Oh, where is
Wow,
it?
you don't know top 10 hands at all.
Well, these guys have got it covered.
It's a good flop for pocket queens.
2 clubs out there. Scott Seaver with the jack of clubs in his hand. That takes away the club draw. Scott Seaver needs a jack to eliminate Ryan Fee. It's a 6. And that double up is going to really even things out. As the crowd goes wild.
Yay!
Tough break for Scott Seaver.
78. 180.
Ryan Fee has gone from the low man to the big stack. Chip leader with 370,000. Jake Schindler second in chips with 315,000, and Scott Seaver now the shorty with 211k. I say shorty, I mean he's the shortest of the 3. He does not have a short stack, considering we're playing 2-4 blinds.
That's 50 big blinds still.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I guess we saw what it's going to take for these guys to play a big pot. 2 pocket pairs bigger than 10s.
As soon as he called, he was like, oh, fuck.
See how I mucked my hand?
Yeah, I know when the
Put that shit away from me.
I should have mucked there.
I think it's possible. I mean, if I had jacks, I probably wouldn't be able to fold ever there, but
I don't think he had a weak hand.
I thought he had a monster.
Excellent
Raise
poker
9,000.
I thought there were some monsters that I was beating.
Fold.
Seaver back in the action, raising the button with King Jack, gets called by Jake Schindler with Ace-9 in the big blind. 6-5-4 flop.
Check, check already. Wow, deuce on the turn. And check, check again. 7 on the river. And no more chips get put in the middle. So yet another hand that gets checked all the way down. Ace high wins. King Jack does not.
You ever just want to wait it out?
Give me a skip my flight. You want me to skip my flight?
I'm asking if you are. You're just chilling.
Can you just win within the next, like, 20 minutes?
Alright. Get some more aces.
You've had a lot of big hands.
Oh. Tell you when tournaments.
Big hands we can.
Two big hands.
Raise 10,000.
Did a couple big hands earlier.
Fold.
Scott folded middle pair versus Seaver. He folded 10-3.
Ian B has the dilemma to watch the PCA on TV or the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open on the internet. He says, neither. I am a corporate bitch and must be fresh to face my spreadsheets tomorrow. Poor Ian B.
Bet 12,000.
Ryan Fee, the original raiser this hand. Seaver defended with Queen 10.
The continued the flop with top pair. Got a call from Seaver with second pair. Seaver checks for a second time. And looks like there's going to be a break at the end of this level, which is only about 4 minutes away. So you're going to have to wait for the next round of the guitar giveaway. Have we had 3 questions so far?
4. We've done 4.
Okay, we're going to do our 5th when we come back after the break.
Bet 26,000.
We kick off the next level of the tournament, which will be level number 9, 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante.
That's when the real poker starts.
Call.
Brian's continuation bet gets called by Scott.
Check.
Scott checks for a third time. I think that beeping did signify the end of the level. Really quick shout out. I love when the heroes are watching. Marvin Rettenmeyer tweets in to say, would love to hear some more singing in your commentary. Could you please add Everyone Loves a Checked Flop to the repertoire?
I think the whole thing is that luckily chop pots don't come around that often. Therefore it has novelty value. How often, Marvin, do flops get checked? You'd be hearing it probably once every 3 or 4 hands.
Especially today. There's been a lot of checked flops. But I think that might secretly be his point. Marvin, a big fan of singing, by the way. He's like the karaoke king.
He is very big on the karaoke's. I'm aware of that.
60,000. Full.
And Seaver, he does the old call soul read. Folds the worst hand on the river after getting triple barreled by Fee. Nice fold, buddy.
Ryan Fee extends his chip lead, now playing 416,000. Schindler playing 325k, Seaver now the low man at the table with 151k. And a reminder that as we conclude level 8, we'll go to level 9 after the break. Blinds will be 2,500 and 5,000 with a 500 ante. So everyone is now guaranteed some money, but not everyone is guaranteed a profit. $50,000 added by the Seminole Hard Rock is the consolation prize for 3rd place. Whoever makes it to 2nd, or whoever makes it into the top 2 rather, has locked up 307,000, and then of course the winner will get an additional 270k on top of that. $570,000 for the winner. Those are the chip stacks at the end of this level. We will come back in 15 minutes time and play 3-handed down to a champ in this 100k super high roller event at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open here on PokerStars.tv.
When I started in poker, before I even entered like the big time, I was really sort of doing it the old-fashioned way, where in Toronto, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I was playing $20 rebuy tournaments. At that time in my life, I was really sort of grinding. You know, my bankroll was always small. I was kind of in and out of money, just trying to get my feet wet and go through the learning curve of becoming a pro. So I was really honing my skills, and we played pretty deep stacked, so I was pretty comfortable in those environments. I remember my first World Series of Poker event. That was a little nerve-wracking for me. I'd watch it on television. I'd watch guys like Phil Hellmuth when he was 24 win and think, wow, that is so cool. I want to play in that one day. The year was 1998. There was 229 players, and it was pot limit hold'em, which is a game I'd only played like 2 or 3 times. I played no limit hold'em and limit hold'em, but never really pot limit. I was like, well, it's close enough to no limit. And I found that I actually really, really liked it. It took me a while to get comfortable, especially my first table had Johnny Chang, Eric Seidel, Men the Master Win, you know, Dan Harrington, all these guys. It was like the toughest table ever. But I found that after a couple hours, you know what? I'm holding my own here. I just remember playing against a kid named Dominic Bork, who, when I was heads up, I was like, oh God, this guy knows what he's doing. He's from England, plays this all the time, and I was like, he's definitely better than me. So I looked for a spot to gamble with him, and I found one where I had a small advantage. And I remember the card falling and not really seeing it. It was a blur to me, but I knew there were people in the crowd cheering for me. So I kind of didn't see the card, but I looked at them go like this, and I'm like, that's good, that means I won. And yeah, it was a black 6, and a club would have done me in, and a spade was okay, and I just couldn't make it out, but obviously it was a spade, and so it was just one of those moments where I dropped to my knees, and went, really? Wow. And you had, like, of course, the reporters, and they wrote up a big thing, which I still have to this day. This little picture of me without a goatee or no facial hair at all. I do remember after winning, sitting at a table where Huck Seed, who I was like big fan of because he was so great, is the young, tall jock who won the main event, and Howard Lederer were sitting talking about their draft and who they're gonna pick. And I was sitting at the table near them, and Howard Lederer had no idea who I was, and Huck was like, how about that kid? You know, he won a pot limit hold'em, and they were talking about me, and I'm like, wow, they're talking about picking me in their draft? And so Huck Seed, he actually did pick me for his team, and I thought, wow, it was a real big, you know, confidence boost for me. So that experience was just, I mean, I didn't even grasp it at the time. At the time, I was the youngest ever, 23 years old, and it was 5 years till I won another one. So it was a very special moment for me that I look back on and think, wow, that's pretty crazy.
The perfect poker player has,
well, I guess skill, money,
tremendous intelligence,
natural talent,
incredible confidence in her own game,
wisdom,
knowledge, and patience,
focus, experience,
alligator blood,
and discipline.
He'd be good.
I genuinely have no idea what my job is. I think I would say I'm a writer, because that's the thing I do that's difficult. Because playing poker is fun, and making TV can have long hours, but it's sort of easy. And writing is the bit that, you know, I wake up in the morning and think, oh God, it's a writing day. So that's the thing I'd call a job. My father was a writer, and my mother was a doctor, so a fairly straightforward middle-class childhood, except my dad was sometimes on TV, which I suppose is weird, although it didn't seem weird to me at the time. I just thought that's what people did. Professionally, I'm sure I was influenced by my father. I mean, I think a lot of people want to be writers or dream of being writers. I think the problem is they don't think it's possible. People wonder sometimes, they say, oh, is it easy for you if you have a famous parent or a parent who does the same job? The advantage is really that you think it's possible. As soon as I was writing, it was sort of professionally. I wrote a newspaper that I sold at school for 10p. It was a newspaper with sort of fake news about girls at school, and I think it cost me 6p to make each copy, and I sold it for 10, so I was making 4p a copy. Very entrepreneurial. When I was about 12, 13, I used to send off short stories to magazines under a fake name and had some of them published. The first story I had published, I remember getting the letter, you know, and it was written obviously to my fake name. This letter came and my parents were like, who's that? And I'll take that, thank you very much. It says, thank you for your short story. It's a bit rough in places and needs a bit of a rewrite, but we'd like to buy it at our usual rate of £90. Which was incredibly exciting. You know, these days I'd immediately be suspicious because they said they wanted to rewrite it. But then, you know, I was 13. I thought, I'm having a story published. And I'm going to get £90, which is more money than there was in the world at that time. And then I decided to put my real name on. I thought, right, if it's actually going to be in there, I want it to have my name. And there was a short story with my name on, and it felt very sort of old-fashioned and romantic and like an old film, you know, where someone gets a story published. It was amazing. Writing columns is probably the trickiest way of doing journalism. I've done interviews, which are fun to write up, and features. Columns are difficult because, you know, you have to generate opinions all the time, and especially these days, you get stick for them. When I find a story that makes me angry or that I think is funny or that I have an opinion about, that's what I write about. I do a big project, you know, every maybe 3 or 4 years. I'd write a book. You know, I've done a couple of books. I did a play one time, and I took it to the Edinburgh Festival and then put it on in London. And then it got bought for TV, so I wrote it as a TV play. And then I had a sort of adventure with my friend Charlie. We had a sort of comedy job as porn film reviewers on a magazine. What we did was they'd send us these X-rated videos, and we would review them as though they were proper films. So we would talk about plot and character and say, you know, I found the character of the plumber, you know, wasn't as convincing as he might have been, and, you know, his trousers came off a little early in the scene. So we came to feel we could make a better film than these ones we were reviewing. So we thought, well, let's put that to the test. Let's go and make an adult film, which we did. And, you know, I think I'm fairly safe in saying it's the worst porn film of all time. Script-wise, it's strong. It doesn't really have any sex in it. That's where we fell down. We were so embarrassed. We were forever saying, I don't think you need to go further than that. Let's all have a cup of tea and a Kit Kat. We spent 2 or 3 years in this project, and we wrote a book, which I am quite proud of. I think the book succeeds in its aims more than the film does. And then I've written a book about my life playing poker. The place of poker in my weird life sort of changes all the time. I mean, it was always a hobby, and I think it still is one. I just no longer really go and play small tournaments to unwind, because I play big tournaments and they can come with their own sort of pressure. I still have a home game every Tuesday in my house, small stakes, old friends. It's still a hobby, but it takes up more of the time and accounts for more of my income, I guess. It was interesting, I won the EPT London in 2006.
Vicky shows 6-7, she flopped and that's straight.
And that felt like a story arc. I thought, okay, I can see the shape of it, because I started playing poker, you know, as a teenager around the kitchen table for, you know, a few quid with my brother's friends, and 20 years later, I've won $1 million in this sort of record-breaking tournament, and there's all this press about it. And I could see that's a journey. And I wanted to get into the book, you know, my life, the truth of the people I know and that I've played with, the game of poker itself, all the stuff I wanted to do. So it was kind of daunting as an idea. But once I started, it wrote itself. I had 20 years of funny stories and weird stories and sinister moments and amazing highs of winning lots of money, and sort of terrible nights of being stuck in Vegas, kind of broke, trying to figure out how to get my hands on a few quid to pay the hotel bill. And as is true of any story that you're really meant to write, it was just easy. It just, you hold the pen, or, you know, put your fingers on the keyboard, and there it is. I think it must be a sign that my TV career is the thing I care about least, because I don't remember it very well. I remember the writing stuff and the poker, but, you know, I presented a few series of late night poker, I did commentary on TV, and I do this quiz, Only Connect. I think it's a brilliant quiz. I think it requires detective work like poker does. It's quite like that. It's that part of the brain, the sort of working out, but only you have to do it really against the clock. I mean, it's like a poker game where you always have a minute and a half to make every decision, which is a great idea for a poker tournament, by the way. The presenting of it is quite fun. I mean, obviously I get sent the questions in advance, you know, they're not a surprise to me, and I always play it as a quiz. You know, I get the scripts and, you know, I play them. I normally score pretty well, but the show, it gets harder as the series progresses, so by the time I'm looking at the questions for the final, I'm usually just giggling. I don't know what they mean. I'm making a documentary this winter. I haven't done a documentary for a while, actually, so I'm looking forward to it. It's about P.L. Travers, the author of Mary Poppins. It's coming up to 50 years since the film of Mary Poppins was made, and I'm hoping that the film we make will be partly about her amazing life and telling people about her, because she was a very, very interesting woman, but also looking at the difference between books and film, because P.L. Travers hated the film of Mary Poppins. She thought it was a travesty of the books that she'd written. I was a huge fan of the books as a kid, and I'm very sympathetic to everything she did to try to really stop that film getting made. The thing with documentaries is, I get asked, I would say, between 2 and 5 times a fortnight if I want to make a documentary about poker or gambling. That's top of the list. Do you want to make a documentary about gambling is top, and the second one is always gaining and losing weight. It's amazing. That's probably twice a month. Either will you gain a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very fat, or will you lose a lot of weight to see what it's like to be very thin. It's amazing how many times I get offered that. Not interested. I want to keep eating exactly the same number of donuts as I always have. It's something that people ask you quite a lot. You're either in poker or out of it. What are you hoping to achieve next? What do you want to win? What do you want to do? I never really think like that. I don't have a sort of game plan. I don't think I want to be the world champion. I want to win the Booker Prize. I want to host a variety show. It's probably very much jack of all trades and mistress of none. But I don't want to stop doing any of them. So, you know, I think I want to have another year doing the things I like doing, trying to be a bit useful and, you know, pay the mortgage. And maybe I should have bigger goals, but I think small, little goals.
I don't know. Let's see.
This one's gonna be tough.
It's in Monaco, everyone's dressed in, you know, suits.
Jeez, there are probably hundreds.
And I'd gotten this like new pair of shorts, half a size too small or something like that.
Getting bluffed by Ole a few minutes ago is pretty embarrassing. Anytime you make a mistake, it's embarrassing.
I got rivered, and I wasn't happy about it.
Sat down at the table, and my shorts just completely ripped.
And I sort of had all these chips in front of me, and I just kind of went, "Ugh!" And chips flew everywhere. Production had to stop. Everyone was like, what the hell?
Walk out of the room trying to like hide the fact that my shorts were ripped off.
And then I just started like laughing to myself because I realized how loony that was.
That's probably the most embarrassing.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Before the break, we saw Guy Laliberté eliminated from the PCA Super High Roller.
All right, guys.
But he's bought back in for another $100,000. Dropping $200K in a poker tournament is unthinkable for most of us, but it's a drop in the ocean for the man who reinvented the circus.
I own Cirque du Soleil. This is an entertainment company, and we have a lot of live show around the world. And when I was young, my dream was to hit the road and see the world. And the fastest way, basically, that permitted me to travel was to pick up the accordion, learn tunes, and being a busker. And then through this journey of being a busker, a street performer, I realized the pleasure of entertaining people. Then I started to organize theater troupe on Still Festival, Street Performance Festival. And then in '84, I gave a shot at doing the first French-Canadian circus. And the rest is history.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open from Hollywood, Florida, where It's the final table of the 100K Super High Roller with 3 players remaining. And right now it's Ryan Fee who has the chip lead over Jake Schindler and Scott Seaver. It's James Hartigan rejoined by Joe Stapleton.
Yes, three-handed play, my babies.
And a shout out to Brian Hastings who chimes in on Twitter to say loving the Seminole High Roller. Let's try again, shall we? Trying the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open High Roller live stream. Everyone playing fast and very well. Clearly nobody trying to play big pots. Should be interesting. Big money jump right now. $50,000 for third place, but big money for second. $307,000, $570,000 for the winner. By the way, that hashtag, SHRPO, is the way to go if you want to get in touch with us in the booth. We're going to launch another competition soon, another round of the guitar giveaway.
That's right, we got a couple more questions. I think we should just fire off as many questions we have today as time allows, because right now it's a two-horse race between Daniel Weinman and Sam Quilliam, but I would love for someone to sort of lock this thing up, you know what I mean? Which means we need to put some more questions out there.
Boy, it can hurt.
And James, you mentioned that, you know, we have passed the pure bubble, so nobody's going to get the bagel hung on them right now. Nobody's walking out of here with a big fat zero, but we are on the bubble for profit or not. So it's still a bubble of sorts, you know.
Absolutely. I mean, look, $50,000 is some consolation. It's half your buy-in back, but it's not the same as actually properly cashing in this tournament and making a decent return on your investment. Kevin Spires has almost called off dinner date tonight to keep watching Schindler Seaver live stream, which is the reason why I need every date I can get.
Well said, Kevin.
Hand 129 of the final table. Scott Seaver raising small to big.
Looks like Fee's at least going to defend Jack 4. Nice, 3-betting it. Wonder what Scott does with a bad ace here.
Call
Scott
is the
calls,
answer.
Yep.
Quick tweet from Sean Kunix. Still alive in the main event, by the way. 7 left. Average is 6.4 million. I have 5.3 million. On dinner break until 8:20 p.m. and I'm third in chips. Good luck, Sean, and to the other 6 players remaining in the main event. They are still playing down to 6 today.
And I did remember that about Sean from back in the day at that WPT final table he made that I was covering. He was just a really nice guy, like super nice. Like you couldn't believe how nice this guy was. And his Twitter sort of speaks to that. He tags every tweet with "Inspire Happiness."
Hopefully we'll see Sean inspire happiness when he makes that 6-handed final tomorrow, which will be live streaming here on PokerStars.tv from 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
So we realize we must have had Ryan Fee's hole cards wrong. If there's a 4 spades on the board, he probably doesn't have it in his hand. King on the river. Don't worry, guys. We are aware of the graphics glitches. That's them taking care of it right now.
Might have a slight issue with the RFID technology, the computer scanners that pick up the hole cards of the players.
This goes check, check on the end. No showdown. Jordan says, the EPT theme intro rap song you did, James, epic. He most defiantly wants to hear the Stapes version sometime soon.
That is one of the best typos of all time. Anthony Gordon tweets to say that work and a wicked cold are not a good combo, as my coughing colleague will testify. But the live stream is definitely helping me get through my shift.
I think just leave out the letter F in shift, and you've accurately described it.
I deliberately emphasized the letter F in it to make it clear I was not saying something else. But yes, both apply. Yeah, both Joe and I suffering from the Barcelona bug.
Too much cured meat. Destroyed my immune system. We are getting some tweets coming in about tonight's PCA coverage on television in the UK. I love this tweet from Jason Adam Smith. Oh, no, he's tweeted my own quote. Never mind. I shouldn't be reading that. I thought he was making his... You know, James, I can't remember what I say on the TV shows.
Probably a good thing.
He's tweeted back something that I said about Mike McDonald's parents, which just sounds stupid if I read my own quote, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, next hand, please.
And number 132. A walk for Ryan Fee, the chip leader in the big blind.
Oh, we got some coughing down there, some coughing up here.
Lurgy, lurgy everywhere. Blazing Seven says, what's with all the electronics at the table? Are you implying that the final three are cyborgs?
Scott Seaver is classified as an electronic. He needs to be taken out of the carry-on bag and placed on the security belt.
Well, Jack 10 against Queen Jack. That's top two for Schindler. Second pair for Ryan Fee. Fee not continuing. Checks to Schindler, who bets 18,000. Maybe, just maybe, Blazing Seven was referring to all of those electric guitars around the final table.
Two of which were given away.
One of which we're giving away today. Stand by for another round of the guitar giveaway.
This time it's going to be, whose guitar is this?
Okay, so it's going to be another photo-based competition. So if you want to play, you will need to be following the hashtag SHRPO timeline on Twitter.
Just if we could go over once again the impetus behind this game. We're playing poker here at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. The theme of the entire place is music, music memorabilia, music history. So I went around and photographed a lot of the memorabilia they have on the walls here, which I don't know if you noticed or not, James, but I think at one point security was following us.
Oh, really?
Because I was walking around the casino snapping photos. Now, granted, I'm sure they're used to it, people taking photos of the memorabilia, but if I had turned the camera the other direction, we might have had some trouble. So I'm going to tweet a picture of one of the guitars hanging on the wall here at the Seminole Hard Rock.
Meanwhile, Jake Schindler has bet for a second time, 45,500. B officially drawing dead. But he doesn't know that.
Yeah, but he's such a baller that even if he did, he'd probably still call here. Just cuz.
How he rolls.
checks.
Schindler this time most definitely value betting 2 pair. Top 2 pair. That's for about 2/3 of the pot. This has been bet all Schindler.
18,000 on the flop. 45,500 on the turn. Pretty much double that on the river.
He finally makes the fold, the right fold again. These guys are making a lot of the right folds. It was actually a decent run out to get called by a non-nut hand because everything missed the flop. So if you were semi-bluffing the whole way, you could have ended up with Bluffkiss there. All right, we're going to tweet the next clue in the guitar giveaway. Whose guitar is this?
So first person to identify whose guitar it is and tag their tweet SHRPO will get 5 points. Remember, if after 2 or 3 minutes, if no one's got it, then clues will be issued. But remember, clues cost you points. Is the fact that it was taken at the concierge desk a clue?
I mean, if you want to run on down here and take a peek, I think that's well within the rules of the game.
I just wonder, would they have picked this particular guitar to have over the concierge desk for any significant reason?
There was actually 3 guitars over the concierge desk. And I don't think they had any particular rationale behind it, no.
Okay, here come the answers. Value Bluff says Prince.
Incorrect.
Both the Wookiee Way, John Martin, and Rob King are all within seconds of each other saying Eric Clapton.
All of them, I don't know how we're going to do this because they're all, you said they're just seconds apart?
Yeah.
They're all incorrect.
Zuli says Jimi Hendrix.
Incorrect.
Steve Nichols says Slash.
Incorrect. I'm actually going to only give this one a minute before I give out a clue because, you know, there's a lot of people it could be.
Chris says Peter Townsend.
Incorrect.
I like this one. John Eccles says Michael Hutchinson from NXS. That will be Michael Hutchins, who I believe was a singer rather than a guitarist.
Either way, all of it is incorrect. He's flopped an up and down draw.
That's 15-5.
Schindler, we know he's got at least a club in his hand.
Other answers coming in. James Hatfield from Metallica.
Wow, someone actually got it.
Tom Petty, really?
Yeah. This guy. Let you know who got the right answer at the end of the hand. Well done, though.
Just when you're about to issue a clue. So we're giving away 5 points. Now, is it someone who's in for the first time, or is it one of our previous winners?
The first timer.
All right, okay, so we're going to have 2 people tied on 5 points apiece.
3 now. You guys can stop answering. So let's figure out what's the best other card that Jake Schindler can have right now. Like, I mean, obviously Queen Deuce.
I say a queen.
But like, you know, what's like a good sweat? Like the 4 of clubs. Deuce,
Yeah.
4 of clubs.
I like that. All 3 of clubs. Either's good.
I gotta bring up that picture again. There's no signature on it or anything, so well done. Guy who guessed this. Schindler is the one who's bet. And it was like a 4/5 pot bet. It's like 80% a pot.
Oh, raise. Sorry, raise. It's 115.
Ryan Fee's making a semi-bluff raise.
Ooh, matron.
Schindler seems reluctant to fold. I kind of like the aggression here from Ryan Fee. I'm no expert, not one to pass judgment, but this seems like a move that can win you a lot of pots. You don't have to hit your hand. You have potentially dirty outs out there. There's hearts and there's clubs. And then also, let's say even if you do get called, and then you can try to rep something on the river even once you've made this raise here.
Bless you, Scott.
Must be allergic to tanking. And I guess if Jake Schindler's thinking this long, he must have the best hand right now. Think this long if you have a crazy strong draw. Not quite a 3x raise, but close enough. So kind of a big raise. And I guess Jake's probably wondering what Ryan could be raising here, if not some kind of bluff, not some kind of semi-bluff. Schindler was the original raiser. B defended his big blind, so you wouldn't expect him, obviously, to have like a set of queens or a set of jacks here. He could be raising a hand like 6-5 for a little protection. Schindler's miffed. And eventually folds.
Is that going to be one of the hands you want to see on stream?
He couldn't. Not interested at all.
Not interested.
He couldn't have it.
Couldn't have it.
That's kind of how I thought.
No, I mean,
So let's conclude this competition, Joe.
Scott Seaver right there, by the way, saying he couldn't have it. All right, it was Drakor T, who somehow pulled out of his butt Rick Springfield. Correct. I didn't even get to do any of my Rick Springfield clues. You know, Rick Springfield used to have this show in Vegas where in the middle of the show, it'd be a quiet part and someone's cell phone would ring and he would try to embarrass the person. And then he would call her up on stage and you'd be like, it's my best friend and she's like your biggest fan ever. And then he would talk to the best friend on the phone. and then he would take a request from the friend on the phone, and then the woman in the audience whose phone rang just so happened to have a Rick Springfield album, and then he would sign it, and it was like the best day of her life. Happened every single night. Total plant. They used to run that gag every night. Good guy, though. Good guy, Rick Springfield. Heads up to the flop.
Jack Queen against Jack 7. Seaver has paired his 7.
So, Dracora T, you're on the leaderboard right now. You are tied with Sam Quilliam and Andy Weinman.
I think there's going to be some kind of playoff in this game, Joe, because I doubt anyone is going to earn more than 5 points. I don't think anyone is going to be able to answer more than 2 questions first today.
It's going to be whoever's still listening when we're ready to give the guitar away, I think.
So if you are over in Europe and it's getting late and you're thinking of turning in, don't if you want to win yourself a guitar.
We're giving away a guitar?
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the voice of the Hole Pope. Neil Johnson, who is head of live poker operations for PokerStars Europe, is with us here in Florida and is now with us in the booth.
Europe. Mind you, Europe, your powers are useless here.
That's true. I should be gone before somebody drops a casino on me, too. That's a pretty cool giveaway. We're giving away a guitar?
One today, one tomorrow.
Well done, Seminoles. Or as everyone in Barcelona was saying, Seminoles.
Yeah.
That must be a European thing.
So Schindler loses around 40k, down to 303,000. Seaver up to nearly 150,000. Ryan Fee still the chip leader with 442,000. So Neil, obviously you're used to running tournaments over in Europe. You mentioned Barcelona. We've just come from that record-breaking European Poker Tour Festival in Spain. Your presence here, this is just checking out how the other people do it?
Yeah, it's there was a lot of really positive feedback from this event when they held it last year. Lots of players coming over telling me how much fun they had and how well they were treated and stuff. And I love going to see other tournaments because, you know, just because ours are, and I think ours are fantastic and amazing, doesn't mean you can't, you know, learn a new trick or two. And so I wanted to come over and see what these guys are doing. You know, they sent us a guitar and a seat for our amazing bubble sit and go. For Barcelona, and we sent some money for their charity event and a couple people into the charity event, and we sent you two, which is the gift that keeps on giving. So, you know, having a lot of fun checking this out, and the property's beautiful.
We're
so.
kind of like herpes like that.
Okay, I wouldn't have gone there, but
I try.
It's not the cure, it's more like a topical ointment that will keep it from recurring. Oh, no.
Don't go there as well. It's bad enough I got one in the booth.
Apparently, Dracora, by the way, used Google image search and found the guitar.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Is that a violation?
No.
Do we go to the judges for that?
It's like one of those things, kind of like some of our terms of service, where we can't really enforce it, so we just allow it.
So when did you actually arrive here, Neil?
I got here Tuesday. I actually left Barcelona a couple days early. That's why I was giving you grief via Skype while you guys were still there at 5 in the morning.
Unreal.
And it was only 10 o'clock for me. Looks like Fee's actually firing at this on the river.
Schindler calls with ace high. Well done. Somebody doesn't knit it up for once. Makes the hero call and they're right.
Have they been relatively nitty?
I wouldn't say nitty. People have been making the right folds most of the time. We've seen a few times people folding the best hand, but it's always like a third pair best hand.
I mean, we had Brian Hastings chime in during the break and just say that, you know, no one is seeing the need to play big pots right now. They are all relatively deep, and of course there is still this big bubble here. Okay, 50,000 whoever finishes third, but really 307,000, big difference, making a profit rather than making a 50k loss. And I want to talk about this price structure quickly, Neil, because your name did get cited on 2+2 by Mr. Scott Seaver. I'm assuming that you were just brought in as a consultant or in an advisory capacity.
I was asked my opinion of what had happened, and you know, I think the reality is, either way it had gone, it was like a 51-49 situation, and either way it had gone, somebody was going to be unhappy. Scott had a legitimate, legitimate complaint over the error, and so did the other 4 gentlemen. So it was always kind of lose-lose. I think it's amazing that the Seminoles were willing to toss 50k in. That's a great bubble, and the players seemed accepting of that. You know, it's unfortunate. The wrong information was put out. We had the same thing. I mean, to prove that it does happen, the same thing happened at the PCA. It just wasn't as serious a situation in the fact that the wrong slide was pulled from the payout Excel sheet, and they announced on day 2 for the main event that I don't remember the number, but it was like we were paying, you know, 150 spots or something, and it was actually supposed to be 170, and it was corrected a couple of hours later. It didn't have the impact on play that I understand these guys were saying that this does, but it's just showing that, you know, it happens everywhere. Everybody's human, and a mistake was made, and the Seminoles did what they could to correct it.
So just to recap, basically with 9 players, the official tournament payouts that were written down and were kind of like signed off on, it should have been paying top 3. But
yes.
The players were told by a member of the tournament staff that they were only going to be 2 spots paid,
Yep.
and that's where the miscommunication and confusion kicked in.
Exactly. And so the players played essentially all day. From the information I received from Scott last night while we were sitting there, Scott and Dan, who finished in 6th, is that they basically found out in level 1, this is when everyone was told that it would be paying 2 spots. And so they played the entirety of the day, everyone assuming that it was 2 spots. And with 9 players, they had been told that it wouldn't be 3 spots until 11. So, because to me it actually makes a bit of a difference if they had been told 3 spots would have been paid at 10.
Right.
Because anybody could have bought in at that point in time, and any of these guys, even Dan who went out in 6th, if he rebuys, instantly they move from 2 to 3 if they had been told 10. But because they had been told 11, for a tournament that's only got 9 people, the odds that 2 more are jumping in, especially when Seaver's got 65% of the chips or whatever, is very unlikely. So the assumption for everyone is that they're paying 2 spots. And that's what they all played under. But I understand the frustration from the other players of saying, wait a minute, so if we play this tournament yesterday, 3 people are getting paid. If we play this tournament tomorrow, 3 people are getting paid. But because of this mistake, now 3rd place is actually getting nothing. And we're supposed to, you know, have this be the way it is. So it was lose-lose for the Seminoles, and I think they, you know, I was present. A very senior official with the Seminole tribe spoke to Scott last night and listened to his grievance over it, and was present in the audience while Bill Mason and everyone was discussing with the players this morning. You know, it's unfortunate. A mistake was made by the floor, but I think they did a really good job of fixing it. This is an interesting river card.
Great, Neil. As soon as you said that, you made our graphics disappear.
I personally think Graphical Nick should have to be on Twitter through all of this, providing some of the stuff that we're missing by him. I saw some of the comments about the chip colors. Did Graphical Nick at least like send in what the chip colors should be?
Graphical Nick
is just slacking?
Is probably having a much deserved rest right now.
What people don't know is that Graphical Nick is actually not a human being. Graphical Nick is actually a computer.
It's just a program.
And unfortunately, that computer needs a hefty maintenance check after the
firmware
epic
upgrade?
Barcelona final table.
So we know Ryan Fee's not folding to this river bet. 17,000.
Question is, will he raise?
The questions he's asking himself is, if I raise, can I get called by 1 pair? Can I get called by 2 pair? Can I get called by anything that's worse than 3/8 with a 6 kicker? In this case, no, he cannot.
Raised to 50,000 and called very quickly by Jake Schindler. Ryan Fee boosts that chip lead, closing in on the 500K mark. Schindler drops below 300K. So, Neil, we were just commending the Seminoles for putting in that extra 50,000, that saver, if you like, for the 3rd place finisher. And this coming off the back of them having to cover $2.5 million in the main event to meet that $10 million guarantee.
Yeah, that was, you know, I mean, that would sting any operator to have to, you know, I mean, you guys were in Isle of Man when we added, what did we add there? 100,000 pound or 100,000 euro for Isle of Man, UK IPT. And, you know, those, while they're good for the players, they definitely sting the operators a little bit. But the officials here that I've spoken to and stuff, they have a lot of belief in that event. It did tremendous last year. with getting over 12 million in prize money. There's probably a number of different reasons. I know Chainsaw is positive that it's WinStar in the dates. I've seen that post on about 14 different threads. But there's a lot of... this is one of those situations where I think there's probably 12 different things that cost them 50 players apiece. The Labor Day weekend's involved, but they had a number of players tell them that they liked the fact that it was on Labor Day weekend. EPT Barcelona was right before, but from what I've seen, their international player numbers are actually up. So we probably had, a number of players coming over because we did a lot of promotion in Barcelona. It just, it happens. It happens to everybody. Everybody's missed a guarantee at times. And I think it's great of them that they just sat down and immediately put up the 2.5. And there's been no noise about what they'll do with next year's event or anything, but I think they did a good thing. They even followed that. There was a 10K satellite to this event 2 nights ago, and it had 2 people registered for it, and they turned around and announced to the poker room 1 seat guaranteed. So they had 20 grand in, and they immediately guaranteed 100K. They ended up getting, I think, 12 people to play. Might have been 13. But
so they dodged one small bullet.
Exactly.
And took several other large ones.
But when they threw it on there, they had no way of knowing, if that one could have sat down. Considering only 9 people played the 100K, how many people were really sitting around to play a 10K satellite?
Can't make it.
But they just went ahead and tossed it on, which, I mean, I'm not a huge believer in guarantees personally, but these guys have done really well with it. Every other guarantee they had for the Poker Open, they crushed. So, except, unfortunately, this big one.
What do you mean you're not a huge believer in guarantees? Like some people don't believe in dinosaurs, like that kind of thing?
Not like that. I personally, number one, I think 6,000 years ago we all rode our dinosaurs to work. I do not want to tangent into a creationism debate. But if you go to the Creationism Museum in Tennessee, though, or wherever
just talk about the guarantee, Neil.
I understand that they serve a marketing function at times, but I think that the events should sink or swim kind of on their own. There was discussion, as throwing it out there, pre-Black Friday, there was discussion of putting a 20 million guarantee on the 2012 PCA after we got 1560 for 2011. And I was one of the voices in there going, why should we do this? We could get 1,900 people and lose $1 million on what is our most successful event. I just... I don't know if this didn't have a 10 million guarantee. Now maybe there's a case to be made that all these players wouldn't have come, but they got 1,500. They actually got more entries than we had in Barcelona. They had 7.5 million with 1,499 entries. I don't know how many uniques because that hasn't been announced, but it's got to be like at least 1,000 unique players for this 5K. That's a tremendous success. And instead, a lot of the poker community is like, oh my God, what happens? They lost 2.5 million. So.
All right, you've had your fun, Neil. Now you have to start answering the difficult questions. This one from Marshall. Neil, how does the World Series of Poker Australia affect EPT London? Why was it planned so that they conflicted?
Well, it's actually a very good question, and I'm kind of glad it came up because a lot of the different operators take heat over the conflicts, and they'll be like, oh, like when it was announced that Barcelona was originally going to conflict with the Seminole event. The thing that a lot of people don't realize is the venues that people travel to, whether that's the series going to Asia or Europe or, the WPT moving around or the EPT moving around, you have to book those dates years in advance. Our dates for Barcelona were booked, I believe, in 2011 for the 2014 and 2015 Barcelonas. So, because the Arts is one of the three biggest conference spaces in Europe, 3 most popular. And so we have to book in advance. So those dates are set in just because they haven't been announced to the public. And those dates do get shared. We, the operators do talk. We've been have a very good relationship with the WPT guys. They're aware of they were aware of all of the season 11 dates before they were public. But from what I understand from the people that I know at the WPT, the conflict with the championship in April was because they couldn't move the dates. The Borgata was booked. Like here, if we were doing something at Hard Rock Live and they're having who's here this weekend, like Deep Purple and Slash, and there's some other, like if you have a concert in that
I think Foreigners do in at the end of the month.
Yeah, if they've already sold that for whoever's concert or whoever's, Microsoft conference or whatever, then that's the way it is. And the same for the one that you're referencing. The EPT London dates have been booked for 2 years. When the World Series, and that was usually when World Series Europe was. Then the World Series made the decision to go every other year and dropped it in Asia. And unfortunately, we looked at the ability to move, and we didn't have the ability to move because we've been booked in for 2 years. And, you know, we were very lucky that the Seminoles were able to adjust their event to fix with that conflict. It worked with some of their remodels as well, so it worked for helped out with both properties. But none of the operators, I guarantee you, if you had Savage on here right now, Matt Savage would tell you the same thing. He doesn't want a conflict. Tab at the Borgata doesn't want a conflict. Nobody wants a conflict because you're chopping up a finite player pool. It's just unfortunate that sometimes it happens.
Are you saying literally no one wants a conflict, or just the people who are at your level and below don't want a conflict?
There might be people who want a conflict, but I don't see how that's really good for anybody or good for the poker economy. I mean, it's tough. When you look at the U.S., I mean, I don't spend a lot of time over here in the States, but there must be, what, at least half a dozen tours between the World Series circuit, the WPT, the Mid-Stakes Poker Tour, the Heartland Poker Tour. Bluff has one, I think. Card Players got one. And that's not even counting the quarterlies that the Seminoles run, quarterlies that the Borgata runs, quarterlies that Matt and Sam are running at the Commerce and the Bay and things like that. So the poker calendar is very full. And, you know, when you get something that's as successful as World Series Asia is, or EPT London, or EPT Barcelona, it's really tough. We don't want... Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, raise and take it.
But crucially, that's the first time we've seen Scott Seaver actually all in. I mean, he's shoved on other players where he's tried to put them all in, but now he's in a position, having come in as such a commanding chip leader, where he's still playing around 50 big blinds, though, right?
No, that's 20, isn't it? 105,000, 21 big blinds?
Of course.
Oh, we're playing 25-5 now, right?
Yeah.
Might not. Yeah, it's got to be top 30, I assume. Yeah. Might not be, though.
The Scott top 30 or the Helmuth?
It's a border. It's a borderline top 30.
But I think the thing that most people should take away from this conversation, Neil, and I guess is quite heartening, is that even though all of the different tours, all the different festivals are kind of in competition with each other, especially the direct sponsors of those tours and festivals, that there is cooperation, that people are talking to each other. It is that understanding, as Matt Savage said on Twitter the other day, that understanding of the fragile poker ecosystem and the need not to kind of like try and bowdlerize the market too much.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, it's very important, you know, as I was saying, it's a finite player pool here. And if you're forcing the players to choose, and the players just end up, you know, unhappy. Like an example that I thought, that's why I'm glad this question came up. When the Seminoles had originally announced the April event with a 10 million guarantee in October, which was subsequently changed to a 3,500 with a 5 million, we got on the phones and started talking to everybody because it was a direct conflict with San Remo leading into Monaco. And Luca Pagano, who's our partner for Italy, we were able to move move San Remo by about 4 days, so players would have the ability to play both the Seminole event and then San Remo and go to Monaco. And when I was talking to some players in San Remo, I was told by a number of them that they thought we had made that move to screw with the WPT championship at Borgata. And I was like, well, wait a minute, we actually tried to do something nice, you know?
Yeah.
And instead we end up with something bad in perception from the players. So it's definitely, certainly not on our end. I won't presume to speak for our competitors, but I know Matt agrees with this thing, as does for the couple of conversations I've had with Jack from the World Series. No one's out to really intentionally screw somebody else's event, because it really only screws the players. There's a lot of checkity-check going on through here.
Well, this was a limp pot. And as opposed to many of the other pots we've seen, there's actually been some aggressive action, at least on this flop. Schindler bet. And on the river, Scott bets.
Me, it would have been me.
And gets called. Schindler wins it, and Scott Seaver, by the way, now down to 80K.
Well, in the last two, because Fees threw in kind of a teaser bet on the river as well, but part of it might be they're so deep stacked, at least Schindler and Fees are, that tossing 10K in doesn't really seem to be doing much for these guys.
And you're absolutely right, Neil. There's been a lot of checking. It's a lot of small ball, no massive pots.
Just the one cooler, the Jacks versus Queens. That's the only big pot we've seen in the last level and a half.
Well, second place is what? It's like 300K, right? So we're still in a really massive bubble.
Yeah, exactly. Which I forget which one of the fans pointed it out, but when you get on here, they're like, it's only fitting that Neil Johnson is here.
On the bubble.
For our world-famous bubble coverage. They are playing hand for hand, too, by the way. Ace high, still good.
Just realized that they will have come back from the dinner break now in the main event, the $10 million guaranteed championship event. They're down to 7 players, playing down to a final table of 6 today. So one more elimination before they draw a line under the penultimate day of that tournament. And you can see the final 6 play down to a champion tomorrow here on PokerStars.tv at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
It's a really stacked final 7. It was a stacked like final 10 or 11 that came back. But really solid field coming back with obviously the guy who was, well, he's second in chips now. I saw him, he was over here while everyone was eating, Mr. Coleman.
Yeah, Dan Coleman at the dinner break was hovering around the 10 million markets. Mike Lee, who's got the chip lead at the moment with around 14 million.
I think they should be playing 61-20 when they came back. So the average stack is, with 7 of them, I think the average stack is 6.4 million. So there's still, what's that? It's like 50 bigs deep, I think.
Oh, 60,000, 120,000.
Yeah.
I thought you meant 61-20. I was like, boy, this is, what a great
This
structure.
is a very, very deep structure.
Slow
tournament.
structure, jeez.
They did it in Belgium a number of years ago. Somebody sent me a structure, and they ran with it because they published it. 10,000 starting stack, and the opening blind level was 1020. And then it went to 1530 and 20. It was like, I was like, is this designed to be a 2-week 10K or a 2-week? And the buy-in was something like only like a grand or two. I was like, wow, is this value?
It was Belgium though, so the entire tournament was still over in 6 hours.
Kenny, if you're listening, that was aimed at you, I'm sure.
Just kidding, Belgium. Belgium is, I would call, a mature poker market. They love poker in Belgium.
Would you say that Belgium is one of the good ones?
They are one of the good ones. That's one thing I would not waffle on.
Has it ever been the year of Belgium?
No, Neil. It's the year of Romania. Please.
No, I asked if it had ever been the year of Belgium.
Neil,
did they ever get a year?
It's the year of Romania.
Every year?
All we focus on is what it is this year. And this year is the year of Romania.
Fair enough.
And obviously, just going back to our conversation about low, kind of like small pot poker here, I mean, Schindler and Fee are acutely aware of the fact that Siva is now playing fewer than 20 big blinds, around 15 in fact at the moment.
The pots between Schindler and Fee ain't going to get any bigger right now.
And didn't Scott Siva actually say that he was destined to finish in third after putting up that argument last night for only playing 2?
He told me that. He told me that last night. He leaned over and whispered in my ear. He said, "Karmically, I'm not destined for third."
Didn't he also, wasn't he the one that put the end of the deal talks like a level and a half ago also?
Yeah, when he had the chip lead.
Oh, so there was a deal discussion.
It wasn't really a deal. It was a discussion about maybe discussing a deal, I think, is what it was.
Crucially, I knew. I told some people outside, I was like, you know that they're going to actually end up discussing a deal because the chips had balanced out. And I was like, it's going to end up in a deal discussion anyway, even though we had all the drama over whether there should be a third place.
Once the Seminoles add 50K too, doesn't the deal become way more exciting because there's like another 50K to chop up?
Well, and Scott was the one this morning when, because Josh asked, I think it was right before we went on air, said, now that there's 50K in, are you more inclined? No, it was before the 50K had been given, but he knew that the Seminoles were discussing it. And he said, Scott, would you be interested in peeling a little off first and second if there's added money to third? And Scott said he would talk about it, but he was very reluctant. His words, very reluctant to do so.
And you can understand. I can understand.
Yeah. I mean, what did he have when we started? 60% of the chips in play?
I think that's what he tweeted last night. I'm not so good with the numbers.
When the deal negotiations came up, and it was Ryan Fee who was kind of asking, because Ryan seems quite keen to book a flight and go home. Scott at that point still had the chip lead and was the one who basically was not willing to entertain those conversations and basically said, let's play on.
Well, Scott's going to, well, I shouldn't say he's going to take this pot with second pair, but does Fee want to put him to the test when he's got, what has he got left? 54K left. And that would be yes.
And Scott
and a quick fold.
Announces fold.
Insta-fold.
Yeah, so Scott is now playing 11 big blinds.
So they're going to win one of those red guitars that are all over in there?
I think, yeah, I think those are the ones that were shipping them. Maybe we should fire off another question really quick, too.
Yeah, well, next round of the guitar giveaway, please. Is it a photo question again?
It is another photo question, and I believe it is another guitar.
Okay, so make sure that you are on Twitter and have highlighted the hashtag SHRPO timeline, because you're going to need to see the photo that Joe's about to tweet, because we need you to identify the owner or player of another guitar.
Scott's all in.
Scott shoves small to big. All in for around 11 big blinds. Scott with ace-queen. And Ryan Fee also has an ace, ace-8 in the big blind.
Ruh-roh.
Schindler, it looks like, must have opened the button. Schindler limped the button with jack-9. Ryan Fee calls the shove. Scott Seaver may be at risk, but is a big favorite.
Domination Nation.
That's an even better flop for ace-queen.
Turn has Fee drawing dead.
That's a good turn. Oh, no, it's not.
It's not a good turn for me. Scott's playing so
Just
bad
down to
because
the
you know
eights.
cards are good for him.
Accurate.
It's looking real bad for me right now. Looks real good on the river though. Played the river really well.
Oh boy.
My
An
river
8 on the river. Sees Ryan Fee suck out on Scott Seaver.
That was because you were here, buddy.
And Scott Seaver, who came into this final as commanding chip leader, busts in third, but is the beneficiary of the added 50,000 from the Seminole Hard Rock. So he actually makes a 50K loss. And
But
now we're heads up between Ryan Fee and Jake Schindler.
But I guess it's a 50K gain, because if they had listened to him completely, he'd have gotten a big fat bagel right now.
No, it's me.
Right?
Yeah.
In a way? Maybe?
DJ on the small line of 10 bigs. I call it ace-8.
Now, 108 big blinds for Fee, 71 bigs for Schindler.
We're going to need some coffee in here.
Do they now start discussing a deal, seeing as it was Seaver who kind of nixed the earlier conversations?
But
I think these two probably will.
What you're forgetting is that Ryan Fee is the one that wanted to go home, but now he's chip leader. Nobody wants to make a deal when they're chip leader. You're going to win the tournament. Why would you make a deal that's stupid? Was that right, though? The shorter stack has 71 big blinds?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to need some blankets.
The good news is there's only 179 big blinds in the whole tournament.
That's fantastic. We're gonna need some coffee and some blankets and I don't know, maybe a book. All right, I'm tweeting the next clue, by the way. Whose guitar is this? Hashtag SHRPO. First in gets 5 points.
You want to just chip chop?
Ooh, I just heard the words chip chop.
No, you have to pay. Chip chop, I think, favors me, right?
Yeah.
I'll look at it.
All right.
Well, he agreed to look at the chip counts.
Well, no.
No, just, I was, I guess.
Are things different here, Neil? If the players want to discuss a deal, does the venue take any hand in it?
It's a little bit different. They don't actually have like a hard and fast rule in place. From what I understand, there will be no deal discussion allowed tomorrow. They didn't allow it last year either. It's not due to the fact that they've added the money or anything. It's they didn't allow it last year. They didn't allow it in April for their big majors. So.
594. 590.
I will say I was out there when this started because obviously I'm coming in behind, and I know that there was no one from the Seminole stepped in as this began, so there must be no problem with them discussing a deal for this event.
It should be 560.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
560,500.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
Oh.
Yeah. Because he had.
They are in the middle of the hand officially, but they put their cards to one side, and I guess they're just letting the clock run while they look at the numbers, count the chips, and work out what a chip chop would actually give them.
I have a Mr. Green question.
Mr. Green's Dan Coleman on the rail.
We're debating a chop. I think a chip chop favors me. I have more chips. I have, what do I have? 560 of 900.
560 is 900?
No, I have 560 of 900.
Oh, 560 900.
Yeah. So that would give me 4. What did you say it was?
What are the payouts?
You'd get 483 and I'd get
570
417.
and 307.
483, 417. And what are the payouts?
570, 307, I believe.
57, yeah. I think it's 583. Isn't it 583, 307? Who's the?
I think it's 570.
Well, what are the? Is there anyone that like can tell us the payouts?
What?
Yeah, 573.
What should I?
Yeah, the floor guy's
at
right
what
behind the
number
curtain,
should I
guys.
agree to chop?
What is the chip ratio?
I have 560.
560
I have
to
560 of
340.
900. Right? So you have
340.
So you have 3. Yeah, he has 340. I have 560. What?
You're saying
It's about 480 to 415 or something.
What?
you're trying to say.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out like I'm asking you what you think my buying price should be.
What are the numbers that it was even?
What are the?
Like if you guys chopped off based on the chip stack, like what are the numbers?
What is? Would you? Oh, you ICM.
No, the ICM doesn't matter.
Oh, it was just chip chop.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think.
Yeah,
what
there's no
he sold-
ICM heads up.
Oh, so what are they?
484.
Like 483 and 417. About.
255. So he has like
60.
60.
Coleman asking for a lot of information.
5 big blinds, yeah, you have 65 big blinds. Or no, 70, you have 72 big blinds.
Maybe we should go over some of these answers. I'm going to give out a clue if no one's gotten it, by the way.
Has anyone got it?
Not to my knowledge. I did particularly like this answer from Scott, who says the guitar belongs to Jumpin' Jack Eiffel.
What is listed as first and second?
Let me go through all these. This is a really tough one, by the way.
Then what was it, 483 or whatever?
Well, it was a little less than that. That was on a 900,000 scale.
What? All right.
Okay, no one's gotten it, so I'm going to give out a clue.
So, 4.
Oh, what's a clue that's not super obvious?
How much time is left in this level?
Not much. What time? Do you know what time it is? I know what time it came out.
In the movie,
Yeah.
There's
So
263 and you've been playing for stuff.
hold on.
All right. Mr. Green has spoken.
Trying to remember if it's Old School or the Wedding Crashers.
I think Mr. Green said fees should ask for about 8K more.
Yeah. What? You take what?
I didn't take into account that you have no chips.
You did it based on us having even chips?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, but like would the dollar amount change? Because it's just because we did a chip chop and then I'm just adding what you thought the price was on top of that.
No,
All right, let's just play.
Okay. All right, we're gonna play. Never mind.
Tell me 500.
What?
Sound and fury signifying nothing.
Yeah.
Sunglasses go back down in the cards, and this hand actually gets finished because they're still in the middle of a hand.
So I think that's right. They asked. Dan Coleman just asked about 101 questions. Gave them some numbers, then wanted more information, And the response from Jake Schindler is, can we just get on with it now?
Yep.
Okay.
You followed along accurately.
So no deal. And we play on. Both players now guaranteed $307,000. The winner gets $570K.
And the disappointing thing is the min raise is the min raise now, unfortunately. For a tournament with 180 big blinds left in it, to see that the min raise is the min raise is disappointing for not for Joe's, needing a blanket and a book. It's good for that, but a little disappointing for.
All right, here we go. Here's a clue for whose guitar is this. In the movie Old School, in the wedding scene in the beginning, the entire gang is rocking out to this song. This classic rock song.
Few people now searching for that movie on the internet.
All right, well, now that there's no deal, I'm going to give up my chair to somebody else because watching poker is just boring now. No, I'm kidding. But we do have somebody else to jump in the booth here, so I'm going to let you guys go, and I'm sure I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I may be back if we're still here 16 hours from now on this super high roller final table.
Thank you very much to Neil Johnson, Head of Live Poker Operations at PokerStars Europe, Dan Coleman, Mr. Greeny on the rail there. Obviously dropped by. Watch the action during the dinner break in the main event, where Dan Coleman is still a big stack. 7 players remaining in the main event. Playing down to 6 tonight and playing down to a winner tomorrow. Still 7-handed, and confirmation they are at level 32 in that tournament, 61-20 with a 20K ante.
That was a terrible clue I gave, by the way. I'm going to give a different clue. Still worth 4 points.
Okay. Why was it a terrible clue?
Because I didn't really describe it that well, and I can't remember if I'm remembering the scene right or not. Eric Cartman does a stunning rendition of a cover that this band also... I can't find words right now, buddy.
Don't look at me. I never even heard of this guy, and I never even heard of the band.
You've never even heard of this band. The band's been brought up already today, one time.
Okay.
They're a classic rock band.
Good for them.
And here we go. Here's a real clue. There's no vowels in the name of the band, but I want the name of the guitarist who the guitar belonged to from the band.
There you go. They've got loads of clues now.
Tons of clues.
Still at 4 points. Donnie Peters chimes in. Did you hear that, Stapes? Neil Johnson said watching poker is boring.
Donnie Peters, who thinks that poker on TV should be more fun, yet has never watched an episode of the EPT. Thanks for chiming in, Donnie. Okay, someone's guessed the right band now.
Okay, so we're halfway there.
For this question, only worth 4 points now because I've given up lots of clues. Heads up to the flop.
Oh, now. Might have some controversy here because I see someone who got the answer correct, but it comes off the back of an incorrect answer. But it's not a problem because someone did get there first.
I think it's Value Bluff who got in there first.
Yes. With a typo, but we're willing to overlook that.
We're going to give it to him. Value Bluff, you are correct. James Young from Styx. A lot of people went for Tommy Shaw from Styx. Not correct. So Value Bluff, you're on the board, but you're tied for second place right now.
Clock's beeping. Sounds like we're moving up to the next level. Blinds are about to go to 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante. Time to introduce our next guest in the booth, Stapes, because Neil Johnson did mention that he had to vacate his chair.
Mr. Tristan Wade. Now, this is kind of awkward, actually. Welcome to the booth, Tristan.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
This is a little awkward because I have my European co-presenter with me here, James Hardigan, And I have my American co-presenter here, James. I don't know if you know this or not, but Tristan and I used to do a TV show here in the States.
You cheated on me.
So this is awkward. What's even more awkward...
He's more loyal to you.
What's even more awkward is that in the job that I have with Tristan, I do your job.
That's just weird.
It is weird, right?
Yeah, I think Joe likes the position switch.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Plus, Tristan's an actual, like, professional poker player, so him doing analysis is far less fake than when I do it.
I was listening, though. Actually, you did a great job. Both of you guys were doing an awesome job.
Thank you, Tristan. That's nice of you to say. And also, congratulations. Tristan won a circuit event, WSOP circuit event recently.
Nicely done, sir.
Where's that ring? Are you wearing it?
No, you know, I don't wear the jewelry. I thought about it, though, just coming in here with all the bling, and I decided against it.
Oh! Nut flush on the river for Ryan Fee. Schindler still with top pair. By the way, the boss chimes in. States lead? I don't think so.
Oh, wow. Yikes.
In capital letters, which I would read as being pretty adamant.
Well, guess what? That show is pretty successful. Because it's so successful now that I can't even be on it anymore. So.
I didn't really get to see all the action in this hand, but I know that Jake turned top pair, and now it's 4 flush, so I doubt that he'll lose much on this pot now.
How much do you know about these guys, Tristan?
Well, Jake Schindler, he's been playing a lot, especially down here, and he's been doing very well, so I'm pretty friendly with him. I do not know Ryan Fee whatsoever, but I've heard of him and seen how he's been doing lately, so that's the extent of my knowledge.
And that's another reason why having Tristan on the booth right now is super relevant, because this is his home turf, right?
Yeah.
Would you consider this your home casino?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I went deep in this, well, not too deep, but I got 222nd place in the main event, not the 100K. So, yeah, this is more my turf. I felt like this was home court advantage. I'm 40 minutes away from here.
You know a lot of the players.
Yeah, know everybody, know all the regulars, so definitely feel at home here.
And I'm glad you just started jumping in with the analysis, because even though, you know, I'm still learning the game myself, heads up is a spot where I really struggle.
Yeah, heads up is a lot difficult. The hand values are going to, your hands are going to go up in value. You know, 2 pairs, a very, very strong hand heads up. Even Jake here with top pair on this board, he was giving it some consideration, but he did let it go.
Well, let's look at the stacks right now. After winning that hand, Ryan Fee closing in on the 600,000 mark, which means around 300,000 for Jake Schindler. So near enough a 2-to-1 chip lead for Ryan Fee. They're racing off some of the smaller denomination chips, but obviously incredibly deep for a heads-up battle here, Tristan. A lot of play in this.
Oh yeah, they definitely got a lot of play, but they still, you know, there's still that many big blinds in play where one big hand and another light call, or 2 big hands could end the tournament as well.
So as someone who plays here regularly, who knows the local scene, were you, I'm sure you were disappointed, but were you surprised to see the turnout in the main event down on last year?
I was surprised, but I know how much poker action there's going on now, you know, with LA tournaments and Barcelona just wrapping up, and the WinStar, obviously. That brought a little concern, but I decided to stay here and not worry about the other events, and it turned out to be the right decision considering the big overlay. Because I doubt you'll ever see an overlay like that ever happen again in the poker world.
Yeah, that's pretty massive.
And then it
plus Tristan, I won $400 playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em in the pit, so this has been a really bad week for them here.
They've been getting crushed.
Yeah.
Never won on any of our trips, Joe.
It's true.
Joe, very keen today to talk about his amazing Ultimate Texas Hold'em session at 10 o'clock this morning.
Look, I am
DGen.
I'm a poker analyst, and obviously I'm going to crush the Ultimate Texas Hold'em game because it's my job.
Overlooking your Pai Gow poker losses from last night.
Played 5 hands of Pai Gow last night, and I lost 4 of them.
Here's a spot where Ryan Fee raised the button to 12,000, and Jake defended with 9-10 offsuit. Flops a gut shot. And this is a pretty dry board that you would expect Ryan to be betting most of his range here. So I probably assume that Jake's at least going to call the flop. Because if Ryan is betting the flop with an 8 or 6, he's got pretty good equity with his 2 overs and a gut shot.
So he assumes his pairs are live some of the time?
Yeah, some of the time.
Tristan, you were standing in the wings there when these guys were looking at potentially doing a chip chop and looking at the numbers, what the payouts should be. Considering size of the prize money here. Are you surprised that they just kind of decided to play on?
What is the discrepancy between first and second?
307 is what they've locked up. So
Okay.
it's pretty much 200 more, a $250,000 difference. 270,000, 570,000 for the winner, 307,000
Oh,
for the
okay.
runner-up.
It's a little surprising, but I don't think it's too surprising. It's not such a large amount of money where we'd all be shocked, but it's still a substantial amount of money. But these guys play a lot of high rollers. Their bankrolls are pretty big, so I assume that to them they're okay with playing on, and maybe if the stacks get a little closer, they'll work out something.
Marshall says, is it bad? I'm happy there's been no deal. Sorry, guys, I'm happy to see more poker.
And
You'd be happy, Marshall. Good for you.
Sorry, but Jake makes an interesting play at this turn card. He decides to lead out when the ace of diamonds peels, which is interesting. But in this spot, he's never going to get away with it at how strong Ryan's hand is at the moment.
Would he get away with it if Ryan had an 8 or a 6 even?
Possibly. It'd be a little more difficult because Ryan might not want to call the turn and have to call the river. But with the king, I think he's definitely more comfortable doing so. This is a bad card, I think, for Jake to bluff at. And but considering his lead on the turn, it'd be a great card if he did have an ace to bet again. So you might see a big bet here to really apply some pressure onto Ryan. I'll always give you both sides of
No,
the
that's
hand.
good. Thank you. Teach us. Learn us, Tristan Wade. Tristan Creative Wade.
I guess Jake's just deciding if he should continue. Like I said, Ryan can have a lot of aces and kings here as well. And maybe Jake would have preferred to bluff a diamond river or something, but...
Well, he's going to bluff the spade river.
Yep, it looks like he's going to go for it. Maybe...
That's 52,000.
Sizing's not too big. A little over half the pot. And interesting spot for Ryan, but I think he'll find a call here. Decent percentage at the time.
More quick update on the main event. They have concluded play for the day. They are down to 6, with Blake Bone going out in 7th place. It was Mike Lee who took him out.
Not Blake Bone. He was on my fantasy team.
Let's get confirmation on the stacks of the final 6. They have concluded play in the main event today, and we'll see 6 play down to a winner tomorrow here at PokerStars.tv.
And James, while I don't want to muck up this heads up with contest stuff, I feel like what we should do is figure out who's going to win this guitar, because this could end, obviously, at any moment. So what I'd like to do is shout out to the 3 people that are tied for first and see who's still around.
Okay.
And then give them their own if it's only one person, they win. And if it's more than one, then we give them a tiebreaker.
Okay.
So Andy Weinman, Sam Quilliam, and Drakor, if any of you are still around, sound off right now, holler at us.
Yeah, we need you to tweet I'm still here, hashtag SHRPO, as Ryan Fee makes the hero call and is right.
That's going to widen his chip lead by a significant margin.
It's now 700,000 plays 200,000.
And Tristan, with 200,000, you know, that's still 40 big blinds.
Yeah.
Are you at all worried, more worried than before? Does it really make that big of a difference?
No, it doesn't matter too much. You know, you only lost 20 big blinds there, so he can recover that.
I tried.
Still with
I dug
40
deep.
big blinds.
I dug so deep.
Let us hear this.
That makes me feel better.
So I guess Ryan was just talking about how he dug deep the hero call there. Maybe Jake was a little surprised, but...
Ryan Fee big on the trash talking, has to be said.
But yeah, I think much doesn't change, although I'm sure he'd like to have those 20 big blinds back, but he can still play fairly well and fairly wide.
Seems like 40 big blinds is still plenty to mess around with.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, we've heard from Drakor. He tweets, I'm still here.
I'm going to give everyone else until 9:05 to sound off. Either way, I'm going to throw out the tiebreaker question. If Drakor gets it and the other 2 don't, Drakor wins the guitar.
Who are the other two? It was Sam Quilliam and
Andy Weinman. It was Daniel Weinman. Sorry, Daniel Weinman, if you're still out there.
That hand the heads up. It was just a button open with a continuation bet. Ryan flopped top pair and then led when bottom paired.
Your analysis game, you're on top of it now, buddy.
Yeah, you know, you guys are worried about the contest, so I'll watch the poker and try to just be in the back seat and jump in here whenever possible.
Good question from Alex. If Dan Coleman wins the main event, will he officially be on the biggest heater of all time?
I think yes. I don't know what I don't know what else can compare to that.
He's had an incredible run in tournament poker. Even though how good he is, just to run that well and win that much money and just have that many great results, you are running incredible.
Yeah, I don't even know if he doesn't win it, is it the
totally
biggest heater of all time? Just making another final table of a massive event. I mean, how many six-figure scores can one guy have?
Especially this one. This might be his biggest field size win, right? He won the big one for one drop hit. He won the super high roller at Monte Carlo, but that wasn't anywhere near the field size of this with 1,500 players. So it's awesome to see him do very well in a big field as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's another argument you can make is like, okay, sure, he's good, but he's playing against small fields of, you know, of made up of businessmen, and it's only 2- and 3-day events, so how hard could it be? Well, this was a massive 7-day event or whatever it was, 1,500 runners. Like, looks like he can do both. What do you think about Williams' tweet here, Tristan, who says, guys, heads up, that can't qualify as a hero call?
Yeah, I don't think it's too much of a hero call, but I do think that Jake felt that his range is weighted in a sense in that spot too, so he could see it as a hero call, and it definitely could be against part of the hands that Jake plays that way.
13,000.
All right, so we're going to throw it out there for Dracor.
This is a big spot where some chips will at least get in there. Ryan has the 2 overs and the second nut flush draw, while Jake has top pair with no flush draw.
Work on the turn.
James, what do you think about Shaw, who wants to get? He says, I think second in points deserves a shot here. Should we pit Dracor versus Sean Shaw?
If they're the only two still watching.
And value bluff. If you're any of the people, if you're Federico, Sean Shaw, Sam Quilliam, Dracor, or value bluff, and you get whoever answers this next question correctly out of the 6 of you first wins the guitar.
21,000.
Because that'll put you first in points, and that's all that's eligible right now.
This is basically classic clause 1 on the tournament rules, right? That the tournament director has the right to change the rules at any time in the interest of the game, and that's what you're doing right now.
Yes. So Dracor, be ready. You're only in the lead by 1 point.
It's Joe's circus. It's his monkeys.
Correct.
Jake decided to lead the turn here for 21,000 after just calling the flop, check calling the flop.
What do you think about the lead here?
I think he's leading with the intent to take control of the pot and continue with his hand at that point, but we'll see if he goes for value on the river, depending on what the river comes to.
It's a 10 of clubs.
Now, that's not the greatest river because 7-9 gets there if, you know, he definitely expects 7-9 to bet, and it could get there on the river, and just call the turn as well. Sorry, that didn't make sense. But yeah, I do believe that Jake's probably going to check call here frequently and almost all the time. I don't know what Ryan is possibly thinking. It's not really a great river card for him either, unless there are a few hands he can represent. 9-10 with a heart.
Does he ever have any showdown value here with King High?
I'd say probably not.
Check.
But he does think he might have some.
Or just no shot at bluffing.
Right, I think that's a good check by Ryan. He's got the chip lead. He doesn't need to take every spot. He gets to see what Jake is betting the turn there with, and you know, he didn't lose too much money on that pot.
All right, I'm firing off the last question. The question is, whose costume is this? It's hashtag SHRPO. Of the people still eligible, whoever gets this answer first will win the guitar.
I love the way that you can actually see our reflections in the photograph.
Raise 12,000.
The costume is in a glass tank inside the reception here.
Been tweeted.
And bear in mind that whilst anyone could take a guess, the only people in contention for the guitar are the guys who got an earlier question correct.
I disagree with Zuli that it's unfair to Drakor because this game could just continue on forever anyway.
So you guys are giving away a guitar, and there's 4 people that are in contention for it?
Right now there are 6, but we only think 3 of them are watching right now.
We're punishing the ones who switched off.
Okay, okay. So only the ride or dies have the opportunity to win the guitar.
Absolutely.
Value Bluff was first in, but was incorrect. So Value Bluff is out.
Sean Shah second in, also incorrect. Sean Shah is out.
So it's only Drakor.
Hang on, Value Bluff, you can have one guess. Oh my god, that's 3 guesses.
Value Bluff, you're out. You're so out. You're out on subsequent streets. When I reopen the betting, after no one gets it, like when Drakor chimes in and if he doesn't get it, I'm going to give a clue. And Value Bluff's out because he answered more than once. Oh, Sean Shaw's answered more than once now, too. You're both out. Guess what? Drakor wins.
So Drakor wins by not actually answering the question?
I guess so, right? That's always been one of our rules. If you answer more than once, you disqualify yourself, right? Am I right, James?
That
Am
is
I
right. But Drakor hasn't entered at all. I feel bad about giving a guy a prize when he hasn't actually entered.
Okay, well, what do we do for these cheating cheaters then? Who maybe at this point have said the right answer.
Chop the guitar into pieces and give everyone a piece. In this hand, we had Fee raise the button with ace-queen. Jake bet the turn with open-ended, and the river paired the bottom card. It's a bad river for Jake's hand, but he doesn't have any real showdown equity here.
Bet 110,000.
And he goes for a massive overbet, which I think Fee has a hand here where he could think about calling. It's almost a 2 times pot bet, but given the way the hand's played out, his hand strength is about what it shows to Jake, and it'd be a good spot to he could potential hero call.
No hero
no,
call.
No hero call here.
High.
It's a tough spot, but that was probably one of the few ways Jake was going to win that pot. If Jake would have bet half the pot, I think Ryan could have thought about maybe making another hero call, and this would have actually been a hero call to everybody with ace high.
All right, so here's the deal. Drakor,
So you have mine. I took my twice.
you haven't answered yet. I'll tell you this. No one has gotten the right answer yet, even the cheating cheaters who claim they didn't know you couldn't answer more than once.
Ignorance, not a defense.
But that's always been the rules. One answer until we give out a clue. So Drakor, if you can somehow take a guess here. And I'm going to give Drakor a hint. This is how we do it. Drakor, you're going to get a hint. Your hint is that it's a man's costume. It belongs to a man.
Now, we've only caught one of Schindler's hole cards here. We know they both have kings. Probably has a better kicker than Ryan Fee. Just going to hazard a guess.
And even if he doesn't, ooh.
7 kicker would be really good.
Even if he doesn't, they were most likely in position to chop that pot until the turn card came. But if Schindler has a jack here or a 7, he might be able to get another street of value.
Bet 25,000.
Reference to the last hand, Williams says, ugh, I don't love how quickly Fee made that decision on the river. Too big of a pot to not tank a bit more, no?
Yeah, it was definitely a spot where Ace-Queen was could have been thought about making a hero call, but Ryan does have such a big chip advantage. I don't feel like he needs to take those mediocre spots.
25,000 apiece.
Oh.
Wow. So we really don't know if Schindler's chopping the pot here or he's winning.
Deuce are fitted.
He's bet both streets, and he definitely could have a jack here. He totally could have a 7. Could have double barreled with king 10 or king queen. Could have 2 kings is the last possibility.
Bet 58,000.
Tristan, you like playing this guessing game, right? You're the one who wanted to do our TV show with all the cards down.
Yeah, I think it's exciting. I think it leads to more insight. You know, it's easy to look at the cards and know what happens.
Shh,
I'd rather
say that.
I'd rather look stupid, and even though I look stupid even looking at the cards sometimes too. But
All right, well, Dracor's come in with an answer, which is incorrect. Now, here's the thing, though. He should get as many answers as the other guys got. So, since Value Bluff and Shaw both had 3 guesses.
Okay.
Dracor, you get 2 more.
Fair enough. I'm willing to. That levels the playing field.
you guys could just give 50,000 to second place.
Can you imagine if we went to the Seminoles and we're like, guys, look, we need you. There was an overlay on the Twitter contest. We need 2 more guitars.
Yeah, we need another guitar.
9 deuce against Jack deuce.
Yeah, there's a couple of heads-up hands for you right there.
I'm not sure how they got 31,000 in the pot if it was a 3-bet pot or not. That's incorrect.
Just to quickly address Brandon's question on Twitter, he says, why isn't there a live stream of the main event final table? Because the main event final table will be live streamed tomorrow, Brandon. They've played down to 6. They've called it a day. And you'll watch 6-handed action tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Come on, Dracor, give me your 2 guesses. I want this to be over.
Most overly drawn out contest ever.
Agreed.
As you see now, Jake's got it the heads up back to about where he was when I first entered, back up to 300,000, but still 2-1.
Check.
Turn top pair with a second nut flush draw.
Yeah, how much do you love this?
Yeah, very, very great turn card for him, but the only problem is Fee has no value really. And Schindler checks, disguising his hand because it was so strong, and now
It's
that's
even
4
stronger.
flushed. Yeah, I doubt Ryan's probably just going to check fold here. I mean, he might just stab at it, but other than that, there's not going to be much action in the spot.
Bet 13,000.
Oh. He does not check the river.
Yeah, he has no showdown value, feels like, and I guess he wouldn't think that Jake would check too many good clubs or too many clubs twice, so, or any other hands with value or no value, so he's stabbing at it. But Schindler's going to raise here, I'd assume, even though he doesn't have the nuts. His hand strength is very disguised, and he can get called by worse clubs.
Okay, and I don't want to take away from the analysis, but Dracor, his 2 answers were wrong, so go. Everybody go. Value Bluff, Sean Shaw, Dracor, take another stab at it.
One guess
One
each.
guess each. Unreal.
giving another clue, or do you think they can do it just by guessing?
I mean, James, when I say, whose costume is this, and tell you it's worn by a man,
There's an obvious answer.
I mean, it's Ob, O-B, not even V. It's just Ob. It's shorter than Ob.
Okay, that's a good clue. I feel like I have a guess.
Okay, Value Bluff's come back with his answer.
Oh God, here we go.
We wait till the other two are in to make it really dramatic.
Sure.
45,000.
Well, there's the raise from Schindler and the fold from Fee. So just recap where things are at in the main event, which we will be live streaming tomorrow. They're down to 6 players, and it's Mike Lee who'll be coming into the final as chip leader with 15.5 million. Dan Coleman's second in chips with 10.2 million. The other players at the final table, Joe Kuta, Martin Hanovsky, Sean Kunix, and John Dolan will be the short stack with 2 million. Blinds will be 60-120 with a 20k ante.
You know any of those guys, T-Dog?
Yeah, I know a few of them. I played with Mike Lee a bunch online and live. Joe Kuther, John Dolan's another guy who's from around the area. He's a great guy.
Former November Niner.
Yeah. He's been playing a bunch around the area and doing well, going deep in some of the local tournaments. And Mike Lee's just been hot for a while now. It seems like he's been winning online and live for a long time.
He's always, yeah, he's not a big name, but he's definitely got plenty of decent results.
Yeah, he's been doing great. That's going to be an awesome final table. Like, everyone should tune into that. That's going to be incredible. Especially they're all guaranteed 300 and something thousand now, playing for 1.45 million. That is not often that's live streamed, something that big.
All right, Sean Shaw is in with his answer.
So we're just waiting for Dracor again.
And Dracor is also in now. All 3 players are in.
I'm going to make a ruling on this,
yeah,
by the way.
the ruling is first person with the right answer.
No.
No.
No, I'm not. Because there was controversy with this competition, I'm ruling this is going to a tiebreaker. Value Bluff, who guessed Barry Manilow, you're out.
Is out.
Both Dracor and Sean Shah said Elton John, which finally is the correct answer.
Yes.
So they are going through to the final round.
God.
Joe, we're going to need a tiebreaker.
Fine. Let's pick up this hand, though, because we have 2 legit hands here.
Yeah, what happened here is basically Schindler opened the button with Jack-10 offsuit, got 3-bet by Ryan with Ace-King, and this is an action flop. Action because it's a pretty good flop for Ace-King. You wouldn't expect it to hit too much of Schindler's range because Schindler's going to be calling quite wide still. It's just dependent, is Fee going to play the betting option or check call option on the flop? Also, how's Jake going to play his hand? If Fee bets, he might raise to induce, and this is a flop that you could see Fee maybe put more money in if raised. So Ryan, with control of the hand, decides to bet a very dry flop with 2 overcards, and even though he's out of position, he calls. Still not a bad turn card for Fee if you're in his spot. If Schindler doesn't have a pair at this time, you have the best ace high. And Schindler could just float that flop as well, considering how the hand's played out so far.
With Ace-King, you're going to have the best hand here a decent amount of the time, but how often can you expect a better hand to fold?
I don't think you get a better hand to fold too often. I think Ryan should check, and he probably will check the flop a lot, or the turn here, and yeah, he did. But you still have value with Ace-King, and Schindler, like I said, he can just be floating the flop. So it's good that Ryan's checking here. He's probably going to check call and reevaluate on the river. But if Jake had a hand like, you know, 3s, 4s, 5s, or 6s, and Ryan put in another bet, he'd probably get called again, so that's why it's not the best spot to bet. You'd have to bet all 3 to get a hand like that to fold on this board texture.
Schindler bets 50,000.
Not a big bet, but great bet sizing to get called by Ace-King here.
Direct it at the contestants as well. Joe is preparing. Tiebreaker. contest for the guitar. The guitar giveaway is down to 2 players, Dracour and Sean Shah. Tiebreaker coming up. Just want to quickly read this tweet from William, which amused me, about the main event. God help the poor soul who finds himself heads up against Coleman tomorrow. Should agree to a chip chop, minus 90% of the additional value.
Safe river card for Jake here. He's definitely going to go for value. And it's one of those spots with ace-king, you're in a very difficult spot. Depending on the bet sizing Jake decides to choose, Ryan's going to be in a tough decision. Jake might just jam all in on the river as well.
All in. All in.
There's the jam.
Like I said, this is a tough spot. I mean, Jake doesn't have a pair. Really, his range is 10x here. You wouldn't expect him to, you know, get to the river with ace-3 and shove or anything like that. So I really feel like this is a spot where
How often is Jake Schindler bluffing here?
There enough to definitely consider making a call with ace-king, I believe.
For his whole tournament life? Again, and we can see the whole card, so it seems, you know,
Yeah.
hard for me to believe.
Yeah. Once you get into a 3-bet pot and you have a board texture like this, you know, Jake Schindler's 3-bet calling range comes into play. His floating the flop range, I mean, you know, it's very wide for both these guys, and both these guys have very good hands in this situation. And also, you have to remember that Jake just pulled off a 2x pot bet last time against him. So there's some momentum and game float here that Ryan might be considering to make this call as well. Just double checked his hand to make sure, you know, he has what he has. I thought he was going to throw it away, but now that he's thinking more, it makes me feel like he's leaning towards a call.
Well, my analysis of this is, then one day on a ship to Quebec, Floyd found Millie on a lover's trek. He picked up a bottle and broke off the neck. It sliced through the air, and Fee hit the deck.
Yeah, Fee won't like. Fee will definitely hit the deck if he calls here. And this is just a spot, like, if Jake had a hand like 7s plus, 8s, you know, 8s, 9s, 10, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks plus, whatever. There's a spot where he might be 4-betting a lot of that range. He could be slow playing aces, kings, queens, you know, hands that have very high value, just calling in position. But, you know, a lot of his range that Ryan can't beat that he would bet here, Jake shouldn't have because he just called the 3-bet. As you can see, Ryan's pretty torn. This is a tough spot. Jake's made a few hands on him lately. Maybe he's trying to make a stand right here.
This has been the longest tank of the day so far. And Tristan, I know you were watching a little bit before you came in here. The players at this table have been making their decisions very fast. Sometimes before the other players even acted, you know, they see someone reach for chips, they muck. And I think that this is a situation totally justified.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is the tournament. He could call here and be right and win the tournament. Definitely a big decision. It's just one of those spots you wouldn't expect someone with 4s or 5s or 6s if they played this way to go for that thin value on the river, to shove the river. You probably just knuckle and you're happy to get to showdown. And like I said, other hands that Ryan can't beat here, like middle pairs and higher, you really don't expect them to play the hands they've been played the way they are in this spot either. So it's really a 10x. You know, he has 10x, or he's got some slow played bigger pair.
I agree with half of what William said here. He says he's tanking to show he can't get pushed around, but he's never calling 100% fold. I do think that he's not calling here, but I don't think he's tanking for any sort of theatrics at all.
No, I definitely think he's highly considering calling here. He's torn, as you can see, and him calling with ace-king here is, it's deserving thought. It's definitely a lot more. He can beat a lot of hands that Jake would play this way, especially all of his bluffs, and you're going to see a call here a pretty big percentage of the time. I don't know if he's calling in this instance, but in this particular situation, ace-king is good often. Often might be harsh, but enough to merit a call occasionally. But he's not. And he does call.
Wow.
Schindler calls with ace high, beaten by the full house of Schindler. And we see the big switcheroo in the chip stacks as Schindler takes the lead. 656,000. Ryan Feet, 241,000. Schindler now in command.
Well analyzed, Tristan Wade. I never thought a million years. I thought you just eventually find the fold there, but gets a little hero-y.
Yeah, and that's just one of those spots. You know, you have to evaluate the river and decide, and Jake's definitely capable of bluffing there. But that swings the heads-up match in Jake's favor. Huge now.
Flippity-floppity.
131 big blinds plays 48 big blinds. Although it's less than that, we are now actually playing 3,000, 6,000. Have been for a while. Just need our graphics to catch up with that. So it's Dracor and Sean Shah heads up in the final of this epic contest, the guitar giveaway. So there's going to be a tiebreaker question. Joe's about to tweet the question. It's tagged SHRPO. Both Dracor and Sean are included. They've been tagged yes, in that tweet. First correct answer wins.
Indeed.
One answer each. Go.
It's been tweeted. And just so everyone in the booth here sees what the actual right answer is.
Bet 15,000.
Jake has all the momentum in this heads-up match right now, with the chip lead to show that too. It's going to be hard for Ryan to come back. He's definitely going to have to start making a couple hands and have some things go his way. And that momentum that he lost in the previous pots could be one of the main reasons why he called the shove with ace high, with ace king high. He just lost a couple big pots where it looked like Jake was kind of running him over.
Yeah.
Jake made one good over bet, and he basically had it the other hands.
Just for the audience out there, I've tweeted a photo of a bunch of drums that were stuck to the wall with the words Todd Rundgren written above them. Above that is a Todd Rundgren quote that's been cropped out.
15,000.
What is the quote? Sean Shah's in with an answer.
Let's wait for Dracor to answer as well, and then we'll resolve this. Brandon says it's not worth being a hero in that spot. I'd say just swallow your pride and stop trying to be Batman. Just fold. Find a better spot.
I mean, I think that calling it a hero call makes it sound like it's more of a machismo thing than it really is. It's not at all. Like Tristan was saying, like, you know, there's that ace king is going to be good there a certain amount of the time.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it looks like a hero call, but when you don't look at the results and you look at the ranges and the percentages of which hands are played like that, it's a lot closer than you think. But, you know, you're right. If you do fold, you don't ever have to worry about losing that chip lead and all that. But it's one of those situations where you might be able to win the tournament as well. So it's not that light of a call, and it's not that much of a hero call. There's definitely a lot of thought and analysis put into it from anyone in that spot. Here, as we can see, we got Ryan Fee 3-betting a pretty good equity hand here with Jack-9 suited. He doesn't want to call with his stack. He'd rather take the initiative and 3-bet. That way he can just hopefully win the pot there, or if he does get to a flop, he's got a hand that flops well in position, or I mean control the hand.
Future live streams coming up from the European Poker Tour in London, Prague, and from the 2015 PCA. Mark down those dates.
Drakor, you've got 1 minute to answer. Still waiting on your answer. You got 1 minute.
Raise 15,000.
This guy's really not making it easy on himself, is he?
Cool.
He's annoying me, is what he's doing, James.
Okay, he's coming. We got his answer.
We got his answer. Both Sean and Drakor have weighed in. Check this out. Flop flush, by the way.
Woo.
And a straight flush redraw.
Yeah, this could get dicey. Jake decides to lead here with top pair, no spade. Ryan flopped the world, which is already created for him. Just got the second nut flush draw with, like you said, straight flush, open-ended. He can do anything, and there's no way he can screw this hand up here. He could decide to just call and slow play, but there's a lot of bad turn cards as well, so I expect him to probably raise here, given how the match has been going, and with his stack, he could hopefully get all the money in.
Call.
But nope, he does just decide to slow play it.
Turns a pair.
Turns a pair, but what that turn card does do is it now is probably going to have Jake check.
It's an action killer.
Yeah, it does kill some of the action. But Jake still might bet, now merging a little bit because his hand's not so strong to check call either. So maybe it might work out for Ryan here if Jake decides to bet again, because Jake would also have some part of his range, the 4 diamonds hits on the turn.
Bet 22,000.
And now this is probably a spot where Ryan's just going to call again. I don't think this pot's going to get much bigger. If Ryan decides to raise, I think Jake's going to let it go. And if Jake gets called here, he's probably going to check the river.
He does just call.
Not a bad river card for Fee. Even though it pairs a board, it's still a good card for Jake's range to be betting. So you can expect.
Check.
Yeah, Jake's probably just check calling here if he's going to continue with the hand. But Fee's always betting as.
There's the check from Schindler.
Yeah, Jake could definitely feel like he's got the best hand here with the 7. And the board pairing the 6 on the river is a good card for him if he was to check call. Any other card, he'd probably just check fold. Unless a 5 also paired the river. 7.
Is Ryan just waiting this long?
Yeah, Ryan's
to
just
think about an
deciding.
amount, or
Yeah, he's not sure how much he should bet. He really hopes that Jake has an 8 here because he knows he's going to get paid. And but he does go for the 3/4 pot bet sizing. Then this is a spot where he might get looked up to. Like I said, Jake has a hand that can beat a lot of bluffs on the river. If Ryan did just have a spade and some overcards, but Jake's been folding too today, so I can see him laying this down and not worrying about losing this pot. Only put about 40,000 in there.
He's giving him an amount to think about.
Yeah, and Jake
Let's
makes a
go.
good laydown. Yeah,
Yeah.
he makes a good laydown. He's definitely picked his spots well at this final table and avoided some spots where he could have gotten in trouble. That being one of them. I think you see some other players call there, but I think Jake made a good fold.
Tristan, you want to give away a guitar?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so both Sean and Drakor have gotten back in touch. They've given us their answers. Sean's answer was bang on the drum all day. Excuse me, bang the drum all day. Drakor's answer was the problem turned out to be that I was never that kind of an artist.
What was the actual quote?
The actual quote was, I don't want to work. I want to bang on the drum all day. Sean Shaw was closest. He got the gist of it. He had the right quote. We're going to award the guitar to Mr. Sean Shaw.
But Drakor, as a consolation prize, because obviously you did score 5 points earlier on and you did adhere to the rules when we started this tiebreaker, we're going to give you a Seminole Hard Rock baseball cap.
Yay!
Which means we still have one Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open pin to give away should this heads-up battle still be going on in 4 hours'
And
time.
guess what, guys? Because the competition's over, you're all winners.
Yeah, and if you go to the convention center at the Hard Rock, you might find some of these pins on the floor because I saw a lot of them laying around. So if anybody wants one, you could maybe find one in there.
And Drakor, very classy in defeat tweets. Congrats, Sean. We like you, Drakor. And Sean was classy as well earlier when he was like, you know what, if I broke the rules, I'm a man of honor. I'm out, but guess what, buddy? You're not out. You're in.
Some loyal fans here to the broadcast.
Our fans are the best. You guys really are. Thanks, everybody. All right, so this was kicked off by a raise from Ryan Fee. Check on the flop.
That 18,000 and fold.
And Schindler takes a stab at the turn, which is going to be good enough. I do have 2 hard rock stars left too, James.
2 questions and only 1 prize.
Only 1 prize.
We could make it a 2-part competition.
No, it's too complicated. What we could do is...
Did you see the look on his face when I suggested making it a 2-part contest?
I'm usually the guy that's behind all of the, like, convoluted games, but I'm just not today.
Having just gone through that.
Jack 10 v Jack 9.
James looks a lot more lively than you, Stapes, at the moment. Especially in concerns to the competition you guys were doing the contest.
Crucially, I got the Barcelona bug about 4 days before him, so I've been through the worst of it, whereas Joe's still suffering a little bit.
Oh, man. A couple of my other buddies had that. I didn't know it was a big bug that went around, but
It seems like if reading Twitter and Facebook after Barcelona, I'm seeing a lot of people have all got...
yeah.
I would call it a severe cold.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite as bad as a flu, but not the sort of like walking cold you can usually get through. I spent the whole weekend in bed.
About the similar symptoms I've heard of.
So both
Sorry to hear
guys
that.
with gut shots now.
Whose blocker is going to do a worse job of blocking? Probably neither one. We're likely to see a brick. Not a brick per se, but didn't really make anyone's hand at all. We're playing the board.
We've seen a couple of instances today when this has happened, though, and someone's bet the river and stolen it.
Yeah, we've had far fewer chop pots today than you would have expected.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Ryan's going to do here. Either whatever he does, both pretty standard. It's not too much in the pot. He doesn't have much value with Jack High. Bad run out. You know, this hand is basically like first one who stabs it, it might get it. And Jake could do something funky with a raise on the river if he feels like get away with it.
Ryan's bet 36,000.
It's possible that Jake could call here on the river too. Every option's probably going to go through his mind. It's a spot you might see a raise as well.
Jake Schindler breathing kind of heavy right now. Typically the way someone only does when they have a huge hand.
The fake tell to set up for the river bluff raise.
Maybe.
Raise and a fold. So
Yep.
the bluff and the rebluff, and it's the rebluff that works. And just a quick one. Our competition winner, by the way, Sean Shard, described himself on Twitter as a guitar-playing, singing poker player. So the prize, very appropriate.
Oh, that's great then.
Jake kind of gives Ryan a little stare down after that, after Ryan hops on his phone.
45 minutes from now, he's going to see he got blown off a chop.
670,000 plays 230,000.
Quick shout out to the poker police sounding off. Jimmy Fricka on board.
Whoop, whoop. It's the sound of the police.
Is that how they sound in America or UK?
That's how. That's what the poker police sounds
Okay.
like.
Oh, the poker police. All right. I didn't know. Maybe it was just a Seminole PD on the reservation.
Both players have caught a pair by this turn. Is this real? When did this come out?
Oh my god.
This came out a couple months ago, actually. I saw it. Yeah, it's a pretty... What James is looking at right now is Phil Hellmuth's Double Down Burger.
Carl's Jr. commercial?
Carl's Jr. commercial, yeah. So I guess this is Stapes and James' first look at it.
Well, because Phil Hellmuth has just tweeted it. Obviously, it's now been put on YouTube, so he's decided to link to it. So yes, it is the first time I'm seeing it. I love the fact, and I'm sure this was totally Phil's idea, that halfway through chomping on this burger, he rolls up his sleeve to reveal one of his many bracelets.
You know, because you always double down in those no-limit Texas Hold'em tournaments. That's some marketing executive that doesn't understand that that all card games aren't the same.
Yeah, they also listed him as Texas Hold'em champion. They didn't really... I'm sure everybody in the world who's played poker is a Texas Hold'em champion. But kudos to Phil nonetheless. Congratulations on that endorsement.
Blush for Schindler here.
Yeah, Schindler's got some momentum right now.
Yeah, he's made good folds when he needed to, and he's put the pressure on also at the right moments.
Jose says Fee is getting owned right now. If it continues, you guys will be wrapping up soon, lol.
Basically, these days, I consider anything less than 6 hours of heads up to be a bonus.
Short. It's a short day.
We've just got used to the fact now that once they get heads up, we're in it for the long haul.
Tristan, how would you feel if you got to heads up in a tournament and you were like 180 big blinds deep combined? You know, like let's say you had 100 big blinds, your opponent had 80, and they were like, guess what, guys? We're going to play 15-minute levels of heads up. What would your reaction be?
15-minute levels? I wouldn't like that, especially with that much money on the line. I like the fact that when you are heads up, you have that time to put the time in, you know, the time to put into the thought of the hands. So I don't typically enjoy that as much, especially with that much money on the line. But
what about 30-minute
levels? Yeah, I'm
levels?
also okay with the levels shortening because you do play more hands heads up typically, you know, so it's not like you're five-handed. So it is
because right now, what
different.
are we at 90-minute levels now, right?
No, 60.
It goes up to 90 eventually,
No,
doesn't
60-minute levels throughout. Number 5, levels will be 60 minutes each.
Okay, I must be thinking of the main event.
Yeah, which we're not covering today.
We're going to run this situation tomorrow.
15 is too short, but I think 30 is more acceptable. And but yeah, it just depends. You know, with so much money on the line, you definitely want a better structure, especially if you feel like you have an edge. But some people might prefer a quicker structure so they could get the gamble more. They might be more comfortable playing shallower heads up.
What if you've already made a deal?
Oh, then I definitely think if you made a deal, that could, if it doesn't affect how much money you're playing for heads up.
What do you have? Bottom pair? 6,
yeah, as we see that Ryan made the better hand on the river, and it looked like he check called, I believe. But yeah, if you make a deal and there isn't a substantial amount of money still on the line, and you're just playing for the title, I understand where there's merit to trying to speed up the blind levels. Totally.
Rob King says, I'm amazed you've not seen the Phil Hellmuth advert before. It's been plastered all over the forums for months. Funnily enough, not somewhere I spend that much time.
And if you've ever seen what's written about me on the forums, you'd know I spend 0 time on them.
Where do you guys go to next? What's the next stop for you guys? You get to go a little downtime for it all, or what?
Little downtime, and obviously, having been away in Barcelona for 2 weeks and now here for a week, we now have a backlog of TV shows to catch up on. So we're still going to be talking about poker, just in a pre-recorded format.
Huge backlog of TV shows to catch up on. Like Ray Donovan, I've got that in my DVR. There's a bunch of episodes of Workaholic I need to catch up on.
John, a lot of work in front of you.
John Oliver is back, I think, off a hiatus in the next couple weeks. So I've got a lot of TV to catch up on.
Looks like you're working alone, James.
It sometimes feels that way.
Sometimes not only is he working alone, but he's actually having to do more work to make up for me.
Surprised to see there are quite a few people out there almost writing off Ryan Fee. Marshall says it feels like the only way Fee can get back in this is an all-in to get back to even or a cooler. Otherwise, it's a wrap. Just because one guy,
got a lot of chips.
I mean, if you've watched these heads-up battles before, okay, right now Schindler's got momentum, but we know how quickly it can shift.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at it, Ryan's still got 50 big blinds. Schindler's got 100. It's still any man's game. There's a lot of play left.
Small folding mistakes here and there.
A lot of play left. It just appears, like I said, that Jake has momentum, and that's what it looks like. But the tides can shift in one hand.
Tristan, answer me a question about the Florida poker scene, if you can.
Sure.
I haven't ever played cash games here. I played in California. I played in Vegas. I played in New England, you know, in Foxwoods and Mohegan, and in New York also. And one of the things that I actually find intimidating about live games in New York, New England, is that it's kind of a rowdy crowd. It's a rough crowd, and people are like a little rough and a little surly and not that friendly. And it's kind of like a big, everyone's puffing their chests out, and it's kind of, they're kind of jerks. What's it like here in Florida? Is it a friendlier scene, or is there like a lot of machismo, chest thumping in the cash games here?
Yeah, there's still some of that. You do get a lot of different personalities.
That's a nice way of putting it.
There are a lot of personalities down here. Yeah, I think that's just kind of the ego comes into play with a lot of men in poker.
Yeah.
So I think you see that everywhere, and it's just like it is in the Northeast. It's prevalent down here.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you do see a lot of the familiar faces. You might have made friends with people over the years, but yeah, there's definitely still those guys that let you know And they're not happy.
So we got pair versus 2 overcards. Fees 4 still good after this 10-6 tray flop.
Yeah, good flop for 2 fours without flopping a 4. So he's going to check call here. And Schindler's got a hand that has a lot of equity that he's going to probably double barrel often, maybe even triple barrel, but depends on the run out. This is a bad turn card for the ace-jack here, but we'll see how it plays out.
That's 15,000.
I guess Fee's just trying to take control of the pot here. He feels like that's a good turn card for him, that he can have value with his 2 fours, and he probably doesn't expect to get raised too much here. But Jake, you know, Jake has like the ace-king situation. Jake has a very high ace hand, ace-high, which beats all the other ace-highs of Ryan, because Ryan wouldn't play ace-queen or ace-king like this. So I assume that, you know, you might see Jake call here because he feels like his hand is pretty strong and he's got equity, unless he feels like Ryan's betting a 3 here or a hand that he doesn't have good equity against.
And this is a little protection too, right? Because
yeah,
you know, chances are you're gonna not like whatever river hits.
Yeah, this is a very small bet here by Ryan.
Raised to 35,000.
Oh, look at that!
Schindler comes in with a raise. So, you know, I don't know if this is. I don't know how Ryan's gonna react to this. This is the problem with leading. You get put in a tough spot here. Because if he calls this turn, he's probably gonna have to call a river, depending on what Jake decides to do, but you also might see Ryan call here in hopes that he can kind of pick Jake off, but he's now in a difficult spot.
And it looks like, once again, Jake Schindler's just made a really good read on the kind of hand that Ryan Fee has. Fee calls anyway.
Boom.
Wow. Yeah, Jake's going to win this pot here now. I don't see Ryan doing anything else but checking. And Jake's definitely going to throw out a value bet. Just up, is Ryan going to try to make a call? And this is unfortunate river for Ryan. It looked like his plan for the hand was working out, where he led the turn and got Jake to put in more money with poor equity.
That's 75,000.
So Jake Schindler successfully semi-bluffs his pair draw on
Ryan
the turn.
snap fold, so Ryan was expecting that Jake would check down hands that had equity that he could beat. So Ryan did definitely have a plan for that hand, and it just was unfortunate. If Jake doesn't river a pair, he might check, and Ryan might win the pot like he played it.
That's frustrating too when you're playing, right? When you're in Ryan Fee's position, because you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know that right now. Like, he's gonna watch his back and be like, "Oh, that's great. Like, I played it perfectly." But you know, right now he's gonna have to wonder.
Yeah, I just have a problem with the lead on the turn. I think I prefer a check call. The lead just puts you in an awkward spot like it did there. If he check calls, same result, same run out, but at least you put less in the pot and your range is more deceptive that way, I feel like.
Just people don't generally lead when they're super strong either. So like that raise, I think you're gonna get dinged a lot by that.
Yeah, definitely that was a good board to put someone in a difficult spot. And if you do that with the middle of your range, it's gonna be difficult if people play back at you heavily.
So Fee's made a big hand, but not much Schindler can pay with.
Coming to the end of this level, by the way. Blinds will be up after the break. Will be at level 11 of the tournament. Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante.
That's 13,000.
B makes his flush on the turn but gets no value. That's roughly 650,000 playing 250,000.
Jeff writes in with an anecdote. He says, watch former NFL wide receiver Lavernius Coles play in Jacksonville, and he was quite excitable at 5:10 at 2 o'clock on a Monday morning. You got a lot of training camps in the area, don't you, here in Florida?
Yeah.
You ever seen any of those guys playing poker?
Not lately, but I have in the past. Yeah, for sure. Not a lot, but here and there I've seen a few of the guys.
Traymar is a fan of your work, Tristan. He says listening to Tristan on the live stream is amazing. Do you have any training videos out at all?
I do not have training videos, but I do coaching. So you could check out my Twitter information from my email.
It is coaching for free.
Yeah, I've been trying to teach Joe poker for a while. He's not so bad. Like
Not
you
taking
heard
to
last night, he won $400 playing poker in the casino. So I'm sure he's pretty proud of that win.
You know that you cannot, you know, in that game you get dealt 2 hole cards and you can just sort of do what's similar to an all-in, you know, before the flop. And I'd like had a bunch of bricks in a row and I had 3-4 spades and I'm like, I bet the maximum before the flop. I whiffed completely. 4 high is what I ended the hand with.
Yeah, you're
so.
supposed to not be going all in with that hand. But it's okay, Joe. We'll teach you how to play poker after all. In this hand, Ryan defended his big blind with 4-5 and flopped the nuts. And Jake also flopped a gut shot. So there's going to definitely be some more money put in the pot. Ryan just check calls. And now checks again to Jake. Jake might want to take a free one here, but he doesn't have much equity with 10 high either, so I feel like he's going to check here pretty frequently, but he does have the momentum. He's been putting Ryan in difficult spots. No, he does check and take a free one.
7 on the river.
Yeah, Ryan's going to have to bet this river. I mean, he can expect Jake to check back a lot of hands, like just a deuce or a 3 or, you know, ace highs. So I don't expect Ryan to check again, even though he'd love, that would be his dream to check raise the river here. But I just expect him to bet it and Jake to fold.
Just quickly address Ben Wolinovsky's tweet, and I'll just translate the latter half of it.
Translate so it doesn't make him look like a really insensitive, horrible person.
Yeah, that. Ben says, is there any way to turn off the Twitter bar on the right of the live stream? All the armchair analysis is terrible. Ben, try making the player full screen. Then you don't have to worry about anything else on the webpage. Alternatively, you could just ignore it.
Never scared B. You're smart. You can figure out.
Never scared to speak his mind, I guess.
Ben's a good guy.
Yikes.
Ben's a good guy, just looking for a solution.
Harsh.
Go full screen.
What are they going to be, Chris? 148?
So that's the end of the level. Players going on a very short break. And when they come back, the blinds will be 4-8 with a 1K ante. And right now, it's 620,000 for Jake Schindler, roughly 280,000 for Ryan Fee. So the big chip lead for Schindler, 103 big blinds, playing 46 big blinds. Will obviously be slightly different with the blinds going up. So we'll be back very shortly with live action from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Super High Roller.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Before the break, we saw Guy Liberté eliminated from the PCA Super High Roller.
All right, guys.
But he's bought back in for another $100,000. Dropping 200K in a poker tournament is unthinkable for most of us, but it's a drop in the ocean for the man who reinvented the circus.
I own Cirque du Soleil. have an entertainment company, and we have a lot of live show around the world. And when I was young, my dream was to hit the road and see the world. And the fastest way, basically, that permitted me to travel was to pick up the accordion, learn tunes, and being a busker. And then through this journey of being a busker, a street performer, I realized the pleasure of entertaining people. Then I started to organize theater troupe on Still Festival, Street Performance Festival. And then in '84, I gave a shot at doing the first French-Canadian circus. And the rest is history. Going in space, yeah, that was the ultimate traveling moment. Trip by itself was divided in two. Obviously, all the training. I spent 5.5 months in Russian Star City. So you integrate a community of people, which basically are space cowboys. And then you have your personal moment in space where you look through the window and you realize that, you know, you're looking at Earth in relationship with the universe. The planet Earth is fragile, it's small, it's precious. You're seeing that layer of ozone just protecting the life on planet. So obviously, that was a pretty intense moment.
Cool story, Neil deGrasse Laliberté. $30 million sounds like a lot of money to spend where you can't even bring back a souvenir. Look, I brought you vast emptiness.
When a player re-enters, they come in as a new player. So Guy's taking a seat at our secondary feature table. Blinds are up, by the way, to 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. At the main feature table, Ryan Reese is in the big blind, facing a raise from Bryn Kenny.
This is a fun hand to take a flop with, especially if you're the best in the world.
He calls with the suited Jack-9. Kenny ahead with King-Queen. The flop, 9 high. Top pair for Reese.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open Super High Roller. We are live on a 1-hour delay here in Florida. Still heads up between Jake Schindler and Ryan Fee. They're battling it out right now. Over $500,000 for first place, $570,000 actually, $300,000 for second. So a big prize jump between the two of these guys right now, playing for over $200,000 prize difference. Blinds now at 4,000 and 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. First hand. Raise and take it. Ryan Fee. I'm joined in the booth right now by Tristan Creative Wade, who's here with us for the heads-up action. Tristan Wade, welcome back, buddy boy.
Test. Got Joe working the soundboard.
You know, James
I'm
asked
back.
me, are you good? Are you good with the buttons? And I said, it's just on/off. How hard could it be? Pretty hard, I guess.
Oh, it only took you 4 tries.
Pretty hard. Anyway, welcome back. We are digging in right now because this is this has the potential to be yet another epic heads-up battle.
The stacks are a little shallower now with Ryan only having 30 big blinds. So, you know, you could see one hand take it all. They both get good equity hands. Definitely going to see them playing all in.
So there are the chip stacks, 630,000, which amounts to 78 big blinds, playing 270,000, 33 big blinds for Ryan Fee.
And here we have a situation. We got Ryan on the button. Looks like ace-6 offsuit. Jake has ace-9 offsuit. He just defends.
So it is a domination situation headed to this flop. This dramatic flop. Jack 10 tray 2 diamonds.
Yeah, that was a spot. If both guys were a little more shallow, they might have gotten it in pre-flop. But, you know, ace-9 offsuit's a pretty good hand, heads up. But they decided to see a flop, and they both have enough value with ace-high. Check this down so far. It's probably going to check all the way down.
And they're checking all the way down
chop it.
because of the the aces. Don't worry, we're not going to sing the song with Hardigan not in the booth. But I do want you guys to know that everyone loves a chop pot. Is it chop pot or chopped pot? Chop. C-H-O-P-P-E-D.
No,
Chopped.
are you sure about that?
Chopped.
Because I would feel like it's a chopped pot.
Guys, it's chop pot. It's chop.
Chopped.
Chop. What do you keep doing to your microphone, by the way?
I'm not doing anything.
You keep touching it. Stop touching your
I
microphone.
wasn't touching it.
Yeah, I heard you touching it.
I wasn't, Joe.
You keep whipping your head around so fast.
You're like my father over
You're like
here.
Willow Smith. All right, here we go.
Always trying to teach me about something, huh?
It's only fair. Between the fact that I have you and Jimmy Fricke Gobble Boy as my personal coaches, I should be way better at this than I am. But, oh well. 10-8 suited for Jake Schindler. He raises, and we're going to get a defend from Ryan Fee. Jack Trey.
Pretty light with Jack 3, especially given his stack size, but I guess he feels like that's okay at his range, which is okay. I understand that, but Jack 3 is just so disconnected, it'd probably be in part of my folding range. Jake gets a good flop for him, flops a gut shot with the 10-8 suited, and he bets it and takes it. Pretty standard hand there. And that's the thing about defending with Jack 3. I just don't feel like there's enough equity in the hand to profitably defend against a guy like Jake. If you feel like you have an edge on the player, you could widen your range that much, but against someone who's as aggressive as Jake and as good as Jake, your range should be a little tighter to be playing out of position with 30 big blinds.
So why would Ryan play Jack Trey? Does he think that that's he must think it's more profitable than you?
Yeah, he just thinks that it's wide enough to defend. That's my only, I guess on why. Here he raises the button with King 6, and Schindler has a hand that he's probably going to 3-bet. He doesn't 3-bet short to induce. He just 3-bets to put them all in, which I don't really like that either. With a hand like 2-7s heads up against a guy with 30 big blinds, you can induce and get ace-X's to shove, maybe ace-5 suited, ace-3 suited, maybe even get a guy like king-6 suited to jam over your 3-bet. So I think you could get the money all in dominating parts of the range there, where I'd rather you induce instead of just shove. But we'll see how this heads-up continues to play out. Maybe Jake's waiting to take a bigger position. Because the blind levels are 60 minutes, you said, right?
60-minute blinds, that's
okay.
right.
So yeah, they have a little maneuverability. They might not want to play too high variance given the structure.
And there hasn't been much that's been high variance about any of the plays today. It's been pretty much small pots. The only major collision we saw, were super coolers. We saw queens versus jacks. We saw full house against a rivered straight, but there just haven't been that many gigantic pots.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching most of the stream when I was available, and there's definitely some great poker being played, and you can tell that it was deep stack poker, and these guys were comfortable playing that way. You weren't going to see a lot of just all-in shove fests or anything like that. As you see, you got like Ryan floating here with 10-8 offsuit out of position. Jake's betting the flop with ace high, now turning a gut shot. He still has a lot of equity with ace high, so you can expect a check. And just these hands, they're outside the box hands. That's why you have a lot of the viewers saying, "Oh man, how can he call here? What's he doing?" These guys play in a different level. They play in a different atmosphere than a lot of the recreational players are even used to. Some of the things these guys do are just incredible. These are the top poker players in the world.
I'm around this kind of poker pretty much all of the time, and it still blows my mind. A lot of it is hard for me to wrap my head around even. And I think that, as long as we're talking about the people at home, I think the mistake that people make is just having a very rigid way of thinking about things and thinking that 100% of the time this is going to happen, and or 95% of the time this is going to happen. And I think that can't really say that. You could maybe get away with saying something like most of the time or some of the time, but I don't think you can, unless it's something that's like a very clear-cut spot, I don't think you can ever say this is always going to happen here.
Yeah.
Because there's just many different ways and many different approaches to every situation.
Yeah, totally. Especially in poker, I mean, it's always changing, it's always evolving, and you need to constantly keep improving, and that's what these guys do, and that's why you see the game evolve in that aspect. You know, aces versus kings is going to play out like that most of the time. You're going to, you know, there might be different ways it happens and gets in, but it's going to play out. But this is really where you get to see the pure form of poker. You know, you got a guy who called with 10 high on the flop and now betting the river, and Jake has kind of the top of his range with ace high where he's contemplating a call, and I expect Jake to probably call here, you know, at least half the time around that ballpark. 40 to 60% he's going to weigh one way or the other. He's got the top of his range that he would play like this, and he beats a lot of hands that get floated on.
And that's you know, that's just what makes heads up so tricky, is that you have to be able to make calls like this.
Yeah. Look, he's just grabbing one chip. I mean, he's got value with ace high. He doesn't need to raise. So if anything he's going to do, he's probably just going to call or fold. But he's definitely looking towards a call here. But as you see, Jake's laid down hands too, so he's definitely picked his spots, and this is a spot where it only cost him 25,000, not like 75,000 previously. So I expect him definitely maybe.
And what do you think of this bet size as a bluff from Ryan Fee?
I mean, it's okay. There's just, I mean, when you float the flop and you have 10 high, there's really not much else you can do. The bet sizing is looking like, hey, I'm value betting a 6 here. 4-5 got there as well. Maybe he could have like queen 5 of clubs if he didn't decide to check raise that. But he doesn't, you know, he could have queen jack, queen 10. Those are in his floating range too, but, you know, it worked out for him here.
The bluff gets through.
Yeah, the bluff gets through, but I think that's a spot where, you know, he's going to get called sometimes by ace high too.
Sure.
Jake just decided to let it go.
Reminder, everybody, if you want to get involved, if you have any questions for Tristan Creative Wade, we can't do this show without you. Join the conversation on Twitter. Just please try not to annoy Ben Wilinowski. Hashtag it, SHRPO. And I guess it's a big day for fantasy football for everybody. A lot of drafts happening today.
Yeah, apparently.
We're missing a lot of our audience members from people. You know what I call fantasy football, Tristan?
What do you call it?
It's Dungeons and Dragons for people who had sex in high school.
Oh, that's a good one.
I don't know if I can take full credit from that. Someone in my friend group came up with that years ago, but it's accurate.
So what does it mean if you don't play?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's everybody else.
This is a pretty big flop for Jake. Out of position. He's got 2 overs and a flush draw. Ryan's flop top pair. Very wet board. Goes check, check.
Not a 9 ball on the turn?
It looks like a 7, I think. 7 of diamonds. So Jake makes the flush. And now there's a 4-card straight out there as well. Fee has a 9 of diamonds, which helps give him some more equity if he does decide to call the turn here with second pair and a flush draw. I mean, this is just an unfortunate spot for Ryan. Hopefully he can get away from the river.
Ryan does improve.
Yeah, not a good river card. Jake definitely didn't want to see the ace of diamonds on the river, but he still has a very strong hand. I expect him to probably bet the river for value, and Fee has one of those hands too where he could definitely call the river if he feels like he's good.
Doug Polk gets in touch over Twitter. Doug played, I believe, the Super High Roller in Barcelona, and I think he also played this one. Not positive, but he's been coming up on our radar more and more often. He tweets in to say, 2 high school buddies battling it out for the 100K victory. I did not know that.
Wow, I did not know that either. That's awesome. And they didn't do a deal? They're high school buddies and didn't do a deal.
Maybe Doug's just putting us on. Oh, he says, well, maybe not buddies. Oh.
Yeah, maybe not buddies.
Yeah, these two don't look like they would have gotten along in high school. I'm not going to lie.
Jake bets the river for value. Pretty good sizing. one of those spots where I don't see Fee ever turning his hand into a bluff here. So it's more so just a call or fold spot for him. It's another difficult spot. Ryan's been in some pretty tough spots at this final table, especially heads up. He's made some folds that weren't correct, and he's made some calls that weren't correct either, but you know, he's definitely had some very difficult spots heads up against Jake.
Well, no matter what, he's set to lose another pot here.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I don't think he can jam after he's leaned back in his chair like this.
Yeah, there's very, very unlikely that he's ever turning his hand into a bluff here on the river. There's no need for it, essentially. And Jake's just had him in these spots for the most part, aside from that one overbet bluff. Ryan makes a good fold.
Another good fold from Ryan, but you know, there's not much you can do when you just consistently have the worst hand.
Yeah.
Alejandro says, Hardigan said at least 3 different times in EPT streams it's called a chopped pot. Guess what, Alejandro? You're incorrect.
Yeah, I just looked at James while we read that statement, Alejandro, and he was shaking his head no. It says chopped pot. But
there's even a graphic that says it. Everyone loves a chopped pot.
Yeah, I thought it was chopped. Let's chop the pot. But, you know, if that's what we have to argue about in the poker world. All right.
It's nothing but controversy here on PokerStars.tv.
Let's get a Daniel Negreanu rant about if it's chopped pot or chopped pot. Just kidding.
Is that not yours?
That is mine. That will be mine. And yours mine.
Jack 6 for Fee, 8-5 for Schindler. Schindler the razor.
Jack 6 falls into a little better equity to defend. It's still disconnected, and as you see, he keeps defending and just check folding when he, you know, those hands are just very hard. They're just so gapped.
If you know that you're likely to check fold when you miss, is it better to have a tighter pre-flop range?
Yeah, totally. You definitely need to have a tighter pre-flop range if you're just check folding all the time. And if you keep calling with hands that have bad equity that aren't going to connect well with flops, you're going to be check folding very often. It'd be much more profitable to 3-bet out of position with those hands, especially against someone whose raising range is so wide. That's one way to win the pot. If you're just calling to hit flops, you know, you can't keep doing that with bad equity hands.
It just seems like people are so reluctant to fold heads up.
Yeah, there says something for the math involved behind just calling a min raise almost all the time, but you know, there's a very fine line between which hands should fall into that category.
Well, Jake's got the best hand again.
Goes check, check. They both have equity with king high and queen high.
Well, Fee's got a lot more equity now. Top pair.
Ryan's going to bet for value on the river. Very apparent that he has the best hand by now. Jake can beat some hands with king high, but on this run out, you would expect Ryan to bet a 4 here for value, an 8 for value, definitely a queen.
Just trying to figure out the perfect amount. And apparently that amount is 30,000.
Bets near the pot. Good bet sizing, especially if you get called by a hand like king high. But Jake's been folding in these spots. He hasn't been calling too light in these spots.
And so you think about calling here because you're like, if your opponent has ace high, they're probably not betting, right?
Well, no, that falls into the category of hands. Let's say Ryan had ace 3 or ace 5 and it checked to the river. That's a spot where you could bet with ace high or a 4 or an 8. You know, hands that have ace high and a 4 kind of have the same showdown value.
Right, so what I mean is, I guess okay, he's going to make the fold here, is if you think that your opponent could be betting better hands that don't have a ton of that, you know, that aren't very strong. You can't really call with king high that often.
Well, no, you could call with king high. There's some merit for calling king high on that river, or depending how the hand plays out, calling with king high heads up. But you know, that's just one of those situations where you expect someone, if they didn't have much equity or showdown value, like if you flopped an open-ended 3-5 with 3-6, they would be betting, or if they had 5-6, you know, hands like that. So when they do get to the river, that's one of those very visible spots where someone could bet ace high for value in hopes to get called by king high or jack high. They don't happen often, but they happen sometimes.
Connor on Twitter says, if you're not playing jack 6, you're not playing enough hands to be profitable out of position. It's not even close.
Yeah, and I disagree with that. With under 30 big blind starting stack and heads up, or under 30 big blind stack size and heads up, I think your range needs to tighten up, especially against someone like Jake, who's going to be raising most buttons.
Yeah, take that, Connor.
Connor, I understand what you're saying. Jack 6 is profitable given any 2 raising button range, but with a 30 big blind stack size, you got to definitely be cautious of your hand selection.
Dana wants to know on Twitter. Dana, we've answered this question a bunch of times before, but it comes up from time to time, so we don't mind answering it again. She says, what's the pie chart thing in the graphics? Dana, that is supposed to represent the total amount of chips that that player has. It's a pie chart of the, you know, the chips at the table. So when Ryan's pie chart comes up there, this shows us that Ryan, it's the white part we're counting. Ryan's only got basically a quarter of the chips in play. And when Jake's pie chart comes up, you'll see that his white encompasses where Ryan's would be black, or the same amount of space at least. And so that's, you know, Jake Schindler's got about 3/4 of the chips in play. He has flopped a pair here as it goes check, check.
And as you see, I was talking about the jack 6 defend. It's similar to this 10-5 defend. Although they are both facing min raises pre-flop, Jake has the chip power to have a wider range to be defending his big blind with. That's why I don't love it, even though I know jack 6 can fall into that category where it's profitable to call min raise with. I don't always like it given the stack sizes.
I think, yeah, the stack size argument is crucial.
And here you just have a hand where Jake's just checked the whole way, Fee's made trips on the river, and it's just going to be one of those bad fold spots. He's not going to get any action from 10 high here. You haven't seen many pots from these guys get checked down.
That's 30,000. Oh.
Well, I don't think we're going to see Trip H check down anytime soon.
Nope.
So there's another pot for Ryan Fee. He's won a couple small ones since we've started this level.
Yeah, and this is the level where you're probably going to see a pre-flop all-in shortly if, you know, just the hands have been, they've been playing heads up for a while. Hands are going to get dealt. There's going to be 2 big hands that are going to go up against each other, and given the stack sizes, it's likely to happen this level.
Brandon Good on Twitter tweets in to say, there's a fine line, not necessarily on what hands you call with in heads-up play, but how far you run with air. Sometimes you gotta have it. Thank you for your contribution, Brandon. Well, there's a hand we can all get behind, 9-8. And this time, Ryan does defend with Jack 4.
And maybe this is the kind of flop Ryan's been waiting for with the Jack X.
He's picked a good time to defend Jack 4. I think defending Jack 4 here is going to be profitable.
Oh yeah, definitely going to be profitable, especially with Jake flopping a 9 with the 2 jacks out on the flop. And we just haven't seen Ryan be able to build pots when he's had hands. He's check called a lot and tried to trap, and he really hasn't been able to get a lot of value when he's had hands. Here he's doing the same thing, so we'll see if it changes for him.
Check.
Queen on the turn makes this.
That's a spot Jake's going to check. I don't imagine Jake betting this turn card.
It's not a very good card.
Not
for
a turn
Jake.
card for him. Good card for him at all. All the combo draws that would check call the flop have now gotten equity or gotten there. And again, you know, this was just one of those spots where Ryan was just check calling with very very big hand, and he hasn't been able to extract value because of the runouts and because of the hand strength of his opponent in certain spots. And it's just one of those scenarios, given the turn card, it's a really bad turn card for Ryan, because he probably would have been able to extract at least another bet if, or Jake would have bet again had a, 3 came on the turn. But Ryan's probably going to bet here, and he might get called, but it's likely that Jake could
It's
find a
less
fold
likely
too.
he gets called than it would have been if that queen hadn't peeled off on the turn.
Exactly. I mean, the only draw that calls on the flop is like 10-7 that doesn't get there, aside from just ace highs. But everything else improved with the queen on the turn. Yep, Jake does make the call.
All right, so the momentum continues to go Ryan Fee's way.
And I'm a little surprised to see Jake call there, given the other spots he's folded in, where like the ace high that he had for 25,000 on that board a couple hands ago. I think that was just one of those in-between spots, and he decided to call there, even though we've seen him fold in.
I guess part of the reason you slow down on the turn is so that you can maybe call a river bet if you want,
yeah,
right?
Totally. You pot control, you disguise the strength of your hand as well, and yeah, if you expect your opponent to just be bluffing from floating, then yeah, it's a pretty easy call on the river.
Quick dealer change here.
And that's the thing. I mean, I would love to really get inside of some of these guys' heads, because we all have different logic. We all think hands a different way. No matter how much you talk with your friends or you hear other people talk poker, when you're in the heat of the moment, you're thinking maybe something that nobody else is thinking. So even though we give analysis, we can only imagine what's really going on in some of these guys' heads. It's one thing to be in the booth, and it's another thing to really be at the table in the moment.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where's the 17,000?
So we know Ryan Fee's got 10-8. 7-10 suited for Schindler. So Fee's flopped a gut shot. Schindler's flopped a gut shot.
Yeah, both have flopped a gut shot here. Fee's got the better hand with the 8 kicker as well as the backdoor diamond draw. Could be a spot where they both check, but he's going for a bet here, it looks like. Now this is one of those spots where Jake might want to get a check raise in. He could check call. Looks like he's going for a check raise.
The old semi-bluff check raise.
Yep. And Fee has outs. He's got an overcard to the board. He's got position. He can definitely float here and call and peel one if he chooses.
We haven't seen folks turn down many opportunities to draw to a gut shot, at least for one bet.
Yeah, that's why I feel like with Ryan finally flopping some equity, he's going to peel here. And this bodes well for Jake. I mean, if he gets a lot of good turn cards, he's just going to be able to fire away. If Jake bets here, I think it's going to be very hard for Ryan to continue unless Ryan just decides to battle back. Jake checks, though.
Jake does not follow up the check raise with more aggression, slows down.
Yeah, I assume Jake didn't like the turn card. He was hoping to bluff different cards, obviously, that came, maybe diamonds, overcards.
I mean, first of all, he's hoping for an 8, but barring that.
Totally, yeah, totally. But barring that, there's plenty of other good turn cards that can come on the turn that he would definitely like to bet. Pairing the middle card on the flop is not one of them. But he could have went with it if he'd like to. And now if Ryan gets away with a good bet on the turn.
Ryan takes the opportunity to wrestle that betting lead. It's a very fast fold from Jake.
And that's a point of floating there. You know, yeah, you only have a gut shot and 10 high, but when you're up against an aggressive opponent who can re-raise you on a flop with nothing and then check fold the turn, you need, or check the turn to you, you need to be able to bet with your 10 high and gut shot. And that's why you float the flop, not just to hit an 8, you float it to make a play at a later street. Luckily, it was easy for him. He didn't have to call another bet from Jake. Jake didn't really put the pressure on him. Because Jake, if Jake would have bet the turn there, I'm sure he probably would have won the pot. But easier said than done.
Deuce 4 suited for Schindler. Jack 8 of diamonds for Fee, and Fee has flopped a flush draw.
And these stacks are getting a little more even, heads up.
Schindler continues.
And you might see some of the players start limping now that the stacks are getting a little more close.
7 of clubs on the turn.
He is deciding how he'd like to continue here with his jack high flush draw. Takes control. Bets 18,000. Jake only having 4 high. He's got some options. You know, these are spots that I feel like Ryan's range is weighted in certain aspects, but yeah, Jake was considering something, whether that be a float or a raise or something.
Yeah, I mean, his only 2 options were to raise there or
Right.
to float and then try to bluff the river.
But with no equity, deuce 4, he makes a good fold.
Quick shout out to Lindsay on Twitter, aka Okie Dokie Goki, who says she has to see how this 100K ends watching the live feed now. Thanks for being with us.
Joe wants to
Lindsay?
know if you're available and single.
Do I ever? I was actually just checking to make sure Lindsay was a girl, because it can sometimes be a boy's name, but trust me, Lindsay was a girl.
Trust him. He has ace jack of hearts. He raises to 17,000 on the button. Very big hand, heads up.
Oh boy.
Schindler has queen 7 of hearts. Oh my god, this is a huge flop. 5, 6, 7 with 2 hearts.
Wow, he sure is.
You might see all the money get in here, especially with Jake firing out a firing out into the pre-flop raiser for 22,000. So if this ends up getting all in on the flop, which it could, just be a massive coin flip for the title.
I mean, look at the equities. It doesn't get much closer than that. Top pair and a no good flush draw versus 2 overs and a very good flush draw.
Yeah, if he just calls, I mean, he's got a ton of outs, ton of equity, and bricks the turn.
But if you're Ryan Fee, you can still play this pretty fast, right? I mean, even when you miss the turn.
Well, at this point, you're still going to call another barrel if Jake bets. Just because with ace high, especially with such a high value in ace jack high, with the hearts, you're going to call another street. But I don't expect him to, if Jake bets, raise or anything like that. I just expect both players to get to river, and Jake just better hope that it doesn't come a heart, even though, you know, he wouldn't mind seeing a heart on the river.
Jake's just bet 50,000 into 80,000.
And that turn card can hit Ryan at times, but with the equity and the many outs that Jake has here, if he bet and got raised, he could still call. So even though the turn card's not the best turn card for him, it's still not an awful turn card for him.
And what are the arguments against raising here if you're Ryan Fee?
If you raise in this spot, first of all, you have position, so you don't need to raise. You have a great hand. And then if you raise in this spot and you get re-raised or shoved on, then what do? And now this is a great run out for Jake, because now he could go for 3 streets of value if he feels like his 7 is good on a double paired board. And, you know, this is one of those spots, again, with ace high could be a call if it bet. But this probably go check, check after Jake checks. I mean, Ryan has a lot of value with his ace high here. I expect him to check back a decent percent of the time. He does.
And he does.
Jake wins it. So it's good that Ryan decided to play that hand with such high equity on the flop slowly, or, you know, that would have gotten in on the flop and he would have lost the tournament right there.
So let's take a look at the stacks right now, shall we? We've got the better part of 600,000 for Jake Schindler. Ryan Fee paying around 300,000. So still pretty much that 2-to-1 chip lead.
Yeah, they're not working out for you.
For Jake Schindler. As we play on through the 4-8 level. Mr. Stapleton is going to take a brief break from the booth. I'm James Hartigan, thrilled to still be in the company of Tristan Creative Wade, doing some awesome analysis on this heads-up battle. Really enjoy listening to you break down the hands, Tristan. It's great stuff.
Thanks, James.
And I know that our audience appreciates it as well. Remember, you can chime in. The Twitter hashtag is SHRPO. Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. That's where we're at. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. 2 days of live streaming here on PokerStars.tv. Once this is concluded, once we've got our champ, it's all about the main event tomorrow. And I'm excited about that 6-handed final table, Tristan. Some good names at that table.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting final table, especially 6-handed with the chips in play. There's going to be a lot of poker to be played, and you're going to see great poker players at the final table. There's a few of them.
This thing's really going the distance, right?
Yeah. Jake's gotten a little momentum back after winning that last pot. But there's still plenty of play with the stack sizes now.
This was raised by Fee with the ace-8. Schindler defends. With his stack size, Tristan, and apologies if you've already been over this with Joe several times, what's the worst hand you're willing to defend your big blind with?
Well, he's increased his stack size a little more. He's got about 35 big blinds, but I think it just depends on the match and your opponent. And I don't, you know.
I mean, obviously, if you know you're going to turn trips,
yeah,
then it's an easy decision, obviously. But
that's just an incredibly unlucky turn card for Ryan. Ryan has really done a good job keeping pots small, even though he's had good equity in some of them, trying to set Jake up. And it's just been unfortunate in certain spots for Ryan that he's had the best hand going into rivers and turns and getting unlucky. But back to your question, it just depends. You can definitely defend with a wide range against certain opponents, but given your stack size, you need to be very cautious, because if you're just, you will bleed out too many chips if you only have 30 big blinds and you're defending every button open from an aggressive player and just check folding flops. So there's definitely a different strategy in accordance to different stack sizes. This is a bad river to get a lot of chips in, even though that wouldn't happen regardless. But Jake checks the river just because spades get there, 7-8 gets there, and Jake's going to just check all the river. But I don't know if we're going to see Ryan bet the river too often. He does have the 8 of spades in his hand, which blocks some combos that beat him, like 7-8. But this is one of those spots where you might just see Ryan check back an ace here. Nope, it looks like he's gonna bet, but I don't, you know, I just don't expect Jake to raise ever. Yeah, Jake can beat that.
So Schindler takes another pot off Fee and widens the gap as this heads-up battle continues. And just seeing on Twitter, so many of our viewers, obviously it's approaching 11 p.m. here on the East Coast, but out in Europe it's middle of the night. It's approaching the early hours of the morning.
Yeah.
Some people are going to be getting up for work soon, but some people are sticking with us, and that's the thing. When you find yourself watching the start of a final table, it gets to heads up, and you know it could last a while, but you can't stop watching now. You've got to see how it concludes.
Yeah, it's so true. I was watching earlier, and it's great to be here watching now, and I'm still, you know, even if I wasn't here, I would be watching, listening to you guys, and seeing who's winning.
So 80 big blinds playing 31 big blinds. About 20 minutes left on the level.
How many chips? About...
Ah, Dan Coleman in the house. Recognize that voice.
Oh, good ear.
250.
I was wondering who it was.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of Dan Coleman recently, mainly on feature and final tables that we've had. So, and obviously with the action now wrapping in the main event, Dan's got to rest until he plays that out tomorrow, so he can now come and rail Ryan Fee in this tournament.
Yeah, life's got to be pretty good right now if you're Dan Coleman. I mean, you're at another final table for another 7 figures. I mean, what more can you ask for? Sunny Florida. You got your buddy here, heads up in the 100K. They had an early night. I mean, I'm just so envious. So Ryan check calls with queen high on the ace-king 6 flop. Jake has bottom pair. Ryan now picks up equity with the gut shot, as well as his over. He's contemplating what he wants to do here. And this one, those spots, if you call with queen high on a flop and you turn equity like this, you know, it's probably not bad to bet. Take control of the pot since you really don't want to check call, but here Jake's going for another bet.
What'd you say? Did you say something?
Yeah, so I guess Ryan was just check calling with queen high in hopes that he could maybe catch a free turn card and get river free too. Jake makes a good bet even with bottom pair, even though he had the best hand. Some people probably wonder, well, why did he bet? And that's just one of those spots where he might be able to get Ryan to fold a 10 on the turn or something from betting twice, even with bottom pair. And then set it up for a bet on the river as well.
Blazing 7 tweets say, I've been here since the beginning. I'm sure there are many people who've been here since the beginning.
Make your stand known.
Question is, will you still be here at the end, however that long it may take? Schindler with around 700,000. Fee with around 200,000.
Now here's one of these spots where we see the stack sizes. Jake's got him Fee covered in a big way, and Ryan Fee only has 25 big blinds. And he's got an ace, but he just is calling. He's keeping up with his defense of just flat calling, not much pre-flop re-raising or raising.
King, king, 7 board. Third of the time, this will run out and be a chop. Obviously, when you're deeper, Tristan, the prospect of calling this continuation bet with ace high is appealing, but when your stack's getting shallow, it gets costly.
Yeah, but luckily for Ryan, Jake's bet a small amount, 10,000, which he's trying to price in those hands, especially with the stack size. But, you know, Ryan's kind of handcuffed. He has no other option than to check call, and as he should with ace high in this spot.
Here's where the bet gets doubled, and now with only 1 card to come and just ace high, it's
Yeah, there's a few combos that you would expect Jake to bet again with on the turn. Let's say he turned Jack 10, Queen 10, you know, even 10-8 open-ended. Those are hands that Ryan could still beat, but also you have to worry about the King X that you're drawing dead to, and the 7X and the 9X at turn. So, and it's just very hard to play Ryan's stack, especially playing flops with Ryan's stack. It's very hard to make a hand on the flop and then, you know, or call with bottom pair and then play a turn, especially against Jake, who's going to keep betting turns and keep betting river. He's really applying a lot of pressure. So at this point, when your stack gets more shallow, it's more about pre-flop play rather than seeing flops and trying to hit flops. And if Ryan keeps bleeding down chips, you're definitely going to see him all in before the flop shortly.
Ryan now has less than 200K. And yeah, blinds will be up soon. The next blind level is 5,000 and 10,000 with a 1,000 ante.
Not that big of a jump, but as you can see, Jake's pulling away a little bit with the chip lead. And here he goes putting in a timely 3-bet, and this really applies pressure to Fee's stack size, where you can 3-bet hands like 4-6 offsuit, which do have equity if you get called, even though given Ryan's stack size, he can't really afford to call. He's mostly in spots where he can raise or fold, shove or fold, you know. So especially with 20 big blinds now, he really has to be conscious of what hands he's going to be defending and what hands he's going to be raising and how to proceed. This is a dream spot with Jake here, 2 8s on the button. This is just one of those high equity hands where you just hope that it gets in pre-flop. But we got Ryan still defending. Queen 5, you know, it's not a bet like, when you look at it, now he flops a pair. When you look at a hand like him defending Queen 5 with 20 big blinds, Queen 5 is a very suitable hand heads up, especially against an aggressive opponent. But with 20 big blinds, those very hard to play. So part of that range is going to shrink. But I guess given his stack size, he's going to keep holding on and calling pre-flop with a lot of these hands.
In a way, I'm kind of impressed with Ryan Fee's patience here. I mean, obviously momentum has massively swung in Jake Schindler's favor, and Ryan Fee made no secret of it earlier on today that he was quite desperate to get this over and done with. He wants to be gone. He's looking to book a flight. As he sees himself getting down to below the 20 big blind mark, he's still patiently trying to get back in the game. He's not just like punting his stack and going for it and trying to gamble.
Yeah, he's definitely being very cautious and playing a conservative small ball style heads up. I mean, he's made some good equity hands, but he hasn't been able to get paid on them, and it's very hard for him heads up so far.
Remember, we started the day with 5 players. This was a 9-person tournament, a single table tournament. They played down to 5 yesterday. Josh Arier was first to depart. Then we lost Jason Moe. Scott Seaver exited in 3rd. The consolation prize, the saver prize of $50,000 added by the Seminole Hard Rock went to Scott Seaver. Both players now guaranteed more than $300,000. $307,000 for the runner-up. $570,000 for the winner. We'll see this 100K event conclude today before switching tomorrow to the main event, which is down to 6 players. And that final table starts tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern here on PokerStars.tv.
And kudos to the Hard Rock for the decision they made with giving $50,000 to 3rd place, because I followed the discussions in that, and I really didn't know what should be done. I mean, it seemed like the floor told people different things, and you know, you can't fault any of the players really, you know. So it was good that the Hard Rock stepped in and threw something for 3rd, and none of the players had to settle it themselves.
Very nice gesture, which luckily resolved a complicated and rather spirited situation.
And Fee tried to limp here, which, you know, given the stack size, that's great. You know, you got a hand like 3-4 suited. You want to see a flop. And Jake applied pressure with 10-5 offsuit and really priced him out of there. But I don't mind the fact that Fee's trying to limp with such a short stack. I mean, I like the strategy when you get short heads up, even with 30, 40 big blinds. Limping is acceptable.
Are there any more events to be played in this festival? Are there any other tournaments that you're going to enter while you're here?
Oh, I don't think so.
Kind of drawing to a close now, right? With the
yeah.
conclusion of the main tomorrow.
Yeah, drawing to a close, and this has been going on for a few weeks now. So I've been playing here for quite a while. Here's going to be an interesting spot. We got Jake with an ace on the button, and Ryan finally picks up one of these hands. He's been waiting to 3-bet and get it in with 2 jacks. I don't know if Jake will be able to get away from this with 22 big blinds, 23 big blinds, probably, depending how it plays out. But it's going to be a close spot. Both are strong hands, heads up. And now Ryan hasn't 3-bet much at all in heads up, so I'm very curious if Jake's going to be conscious of this and maybe just decide to call given position. But with the shallow stack sizes, this is a spot where Jake could also just 4-bet stuff if he thinks that Ryan's ever light, but Ryan hasn't really shown to be light here throughout heads up play.
Would you also be mildly suspicious of the fact that he's not 3-bet shoving, that maybe the small 3-bet looks very strong?
Yeah, totally. That's definitely another aspect you take into consideration.
It's almost like he's trying to induce that 4-bet.
Yeah. And, I mean, Ryan should still have a bluffing range here, so, you know, he would just do this with hands that, you know... But Jake makes a great fold.
From it.
Yeah, Jake makes a great fold. It seems like Jake's really on top of how the game flow has been, and he didn't really mull over that decision too much. And now if Jake had a hand like ace-10, it would have been in, and Ryan maybe had a chance to double up, but Jake makes a good fold.
You've got another fan, Tristan, and Andrew McMillan. He says, I feel like I should enclose my credit card number for this analysis. Thanks, creative.
I take PayPal too.
Marshall raises the issue of at what point Ryan Fee should just be moving all in. And this came up when we had the heads-up battle in Barcelona, and we had Dominic Nitscher in the booth at that point. And I appreciate that to a large extent it's opponent-dependent and everyone has their own approach to the game, but he kind of felt the point you're kind of between 18 and 12 big blinds, a limping strategy can be quite effective from the button. Once you get to that 12 big blind mark, though, really you're kind of forced to shovel, fold, hold'em.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely different stack sizes where you can do different things like trap and things like that heads up. But when you just get so short in the stack size, like 10, 12 big blinds, there's really not much else people expect you to do except shove. So even if you do pick up very big hands, you still should be shoving those because you're expected to shove bad hands as well. So, yeah, you're handcuffed in a sense.
B flopping best here, top pair.
And again, these are spots where, like, in an online tournament where the blinds are going up every 15 minutes, you might just see a raise from ace deuce and a shove from queen jack with 20 bigs. But when you have 60-minute long levels, there's a little more chance to play after the flop.
So Schindler continues for 13,000.
And this is, like, I know Ryan hasn't taken these spots yet, but these are flops where he could check raise and just try to get all the money in. There's plenty of draws out there, and even though he's been check calling mostly in these spots, with his stack size, he's going to have to check raise at some point with his high equity hands if he's hoping to double up and build a pot. And he did this time.
Raise to 35,000.
And I don't see Jake getting too out of line. Jake's played very in line so far, and he's picked his spots very well. He's laid hands down. He's applied pressure at the right spots. And I don't know how much of the telecast goes into it. You know, these guys are getting on their phones, getting text messages from their friends saying, hey, you got this and got that. But
sure. I mean, 40 minutes after the hands are played, their buddies are able to see it. And look at this. Schindler responds with a re-raise.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want if you're Ryan. You re-raise in a spot like this where your range is more polarized. Now you can shove all in, and you just picked up another 40,000 from Jake that you might have not gotten if you just check called. And it's also a good play by Jake because he feels like it can just apply enough pressure that if he is bluffing, he will fold. But if not, you know, he loses the minimum basically. I don't expect to see Ryan do anything else but shove here. You don't want to just call and see there's too many bad turn cards for your hand where you're still ahead. So I expect Ryan to just move all in and Jake to fold.
Little red disc in front of the dealer with the words all in written on it. It's being placed, well, was about to be placed in front of Ryan Fee, but Jake Schindler snap folded to the shove.
Yeah, and that's just one of those spots, even though, you know, Jake has some equity with ace high, he's just running a bluff and hoping that Ryan check raise with nothing.
Okay, let's get some three-way action.
That's a
going
huge
now.
pot for Ryan, too.
Our favorite kind. Stapes is back in the box.
Hello, my babies. Is this really your favorite kind of three-way action? Okay, don't answer that. Don't answer that.
I see a wedding ring. I mean, I don't know if he can answer that.
His wife is awesome.
Be very, very surprised if she was watching.
He checks his watch
at this hour. Let
Yeah.
alone if she would be watching at all, quite frankly. The novelty value of hearing me on the internet went many, many years ago.
You're not a superstar in your household or anything like that?
No. Even my daughter considers him to be the star.
Oh, nice.
It's true.
I think I told you, didn't I, that the highlight of my daughter's week has been watching you eat sand. Most commonly requested video in my house is the challenge Stapes from Barcelona.
Wait, I'm like higher on your kids' Google searches right now than like Dora the Explorer.
I think you are a close second to the Octonauts.
Oh, I'll take it.
Hey, at least you're someone's second favorite fan. Right?
Absolutely.
Person. All the haters you say you have, it's nice to that you have a couple fans, even if they're in elementary school.
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten. Pretty normal hand up until the turn here. Jake's turned bottom pair with the nut flush draw blocker. So if Jake wanted to get a little creative or sneaky or what have you, he could call or he could raise. I don't think he should be raising too much, but he can definitely play his hand accordingly. And he gets a great river card here where he just improves so much, and he can just check call and bluff catch with now making such a high value hand.
He can check call all the live long day.
And that's a good card for Ryan to be bluffing too. I mean, this could just be a spot that works out great for Schindler to get him back some of those chips he just lost in the last pot.
Well, we've seen the check from Schindler. At least I thought I saw him check.
Yeah, I'm sure he's checked the river. And this is a good spot. I mean, if this river card was anything but an ace or a 7, you know, Ryan's bluff is probably going to get through a lot. But I think specifically since the river card's an ace and now Jake's able to beat all of their 2-pair combinations, this is going to be a pretty easy call for him. Let me take that back. It shouldn't be an easy call, but I think that he will call.
Well, I also think that ease isn't necessarily indicative over how long a decision takes. And
there we go.
Yeah, I just think at this stage there's so much money at stake. Everyone thinks things through a little bit longer.
Totally.
And it probably still was a quote-unquote easy call, just not a fast one.
And here's the thing, Tristan, we saw over the course of the last few hands, Ryan Fee start to claw his way back into the game, get to stack up from 200,000 to 300,000, and then a pot like that happens and he's back down to 200,000. Psychologically, can that affect you?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, he just won a big pot and he just gave it all back right there. Granted, like I said, it probably would have worked had Jake not rivered very high 2-pair, but So don't be results oriented. You know, he made a good play there, and hopefully that's what he's thinking about in his head. Hey, that was a good bluff. It was a good river card. I was right on my read on the turn, and hopefully he's in that mindset instead of like, oh shit, I'm losing. Excuse me, I'm losing chips. You know, so on and so forth.
That is probably what he was thinking.
Yeah, he probably would. You know, that's what I inferred from his body language. So
you were literally quoting.
Yeah, I was quoting him.
There were little exclamation marks around that.
Jake has a double gutter. This is a pretty good flop for Jake, just given that he's got position and the strength of Fee's hand is middle pair. So he's going to be able to at least bet once, maybe bet a few times.
James, you see how he just knew that right away? Double gutter. He didn't have to count on his fingers or anything. He's like a magician.
And yeah, Fee's still just playing the 20 big blind stack, check calling a lot, having a very wide pre-flop defending range, and yeah, you're just gonna be put in a lot of tough spots when you're playing against other high equities out of position. You know, Jack 8, for example, it can make straights. Queen Deuce can't make too many straights. I'm shocked to see Jake check here, but I guess he's just feels like he's got a hammerlock on the hand. He wants to get value from a hand like a queen or a 10. Doesn't think Ryan has many aces to just call pre-flop. And I expect Ryan to be checking the river too.
He does check.
Yeah. And this is a great river again for Jake. Now Ryan's improved. So, and Jake checked the turn. So he's really disguising his range here.
And if you're going to make the straight, you want to make it with the 9 too.
Yeah, totally. Now it's just up to Jake to decide what sizing here. Does he go for something for small for value to get value from a 10 or a queen? Or does he really try to punish him?
Polarize it.
I don't expect like an overbet here, but I do.
You could see like a 2/3 though.
Yeah, I
easily,
definitely
right?
see like 40,000 coming in, or you know, like 25,000. Now, if he thinks that
there's 50.
At 50.
Near enough, full pot.
And Ryan's hand is roughly strong enough to be calling here sometimes, but you know the way Jake's played the hand too. Jake could have an ace. You don't worry about having a better queen because now Ryan's hand's improved.
I hear that beeping in the background, which tells us we've come to the end of the level. So we'll play straight on, with blinds going up to 5,000, 10,000 after the conclusion of this hand.
Yes, I love the 5-10 level.
Joe will be able to tell us with reasonable accuracy how many big blinds each player has.
To within 1 or 2 big blinds usually, when it's at the 5,000, 10,000 level. I can usually guess within like 3 or 4 big blinds how many they've got.
And this is the great thing about Jake's check on the turn. You know, there are hands that he could turn Jack X, 7-8, you know, flush draw that it doesn't make much sense for him to now bet the river, but Ryan ends up coming to the right conclusion and folding.
It's got to be frustrating for Ryan. We've seen him make like a ton of good folds, but hands where he could call, and to make good folds and not know whether or not they're good, you'd think eventually he'd make a bad call.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely gotten away from hands, and like I said, when he's had the big hands, he hasn't been able to get too much value from them. And if both of those things are going wrong for you, heads up, it's very hard to just win. It's very hard to get momentum. Now he has 16 big blinds, 17 big blinds. If he doubles up, that will get him some momentum back, but you know, to get in that double up spot and then win it, you know, that says something.
Well, here's Superfan Marshall's latest question, Tristan. Is it fair to say Jake has outplayed Fee, or is he just running better?
I wouldn't say he's outplayed him. I mean, I think that he's picked his spots better, and he's the strategy he's employed might have been more successful given how things have played out currently. But like I said about that one hand where he bet the river when Jake made aces up, that's just an unfortunate spot. It's a good spot for him to bet. So I don't think it's that. I think they're both very good players. I think things are probably going a little more Jake's way at the moment. But Ryan, you know, I don't necessarily know if I agree with all the decisions Ryan's making in his hands as well, to be, you know, devil's advocate. You know, I'm not there. I don't ever like to criticize people, even though that's kind of what I'm doing in the booth at the moment. But it's so much easier to said than done.
Well, there's a difference between being critical or just presenting another side, you know, another way that you can do things.
Ryan limps with sevens, face a raise from Jake with 7 deuce.
This is exactly what Ryan wants. This is just a spot for him to shove now, and Jake's going to get rid of it.
All in. Fold.
All in and a fold.
But that kind of tells Jake a little something. He knows that Ryan's limping with hands that he's going to continue with, even though he gave away 3 big blinds there. He's now probably a little more aware, because before when he raised, if you saw the last limp, he raised with 10-5 offsuit. And that was when Ryan had 3-4 suited and folded. So now he's gotten both ends of the spectrum that he's going to limp fold and then limp shove. So it's good that Jake's being able to pick up this information. I'm sure he's going to use it. So hopefully a victory.
Victory!
And with Jake's stack size and having, you know, Ryan down to 20 big blinds, he can just continue to min-raise the button and just have control and position of the pots.
Schindler flops a flush draw. Gut shot for fee.
Bet 15,000.
Fee folds to the C-bet from Schindler. Fee now left with 18 big blinds.
Yeah, and this is about the stack sizes where I don't like defending too wide. You know, 4-5 offsuit, it has equity, but losing a big blind more than you would every hand adds up, especially when you only have 18 big blinds. So like a hand like King 6 here, I feel like you really only have a couple options to either shove. You know, shoving's even an option with 17 big blinds. Like at some point you have to be willing and able to get all your chips in the middle. And it doesn't seem like Ryan's just been able to really do that yet. He hasn't
come to terms with that yet.
He hasn't really tried to put a lot of chips into the pot from when I've been watching, even when he's had high equity.
That was hand 220 of this final table, which began with 5 players. We're now down to the final 2. Playing to a champion who'll receive that first place prize of $570,375. Of course, big money up top for the winner of the main event at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. 1.4 million, I believe, is the first prize.
Wow, all right.
We'll see that paid out tomorrow when the final 6 play down to a winner.
That's American money. That's very strong here in America.
So apologies for the lack of graphics. We just need to give the machine a kick.
15,000.
We do know that Jake min-raised pre-flop, and Ryan has defended once again, and now Jake is betting small 15,000 on ace-10 jack flop.
Call.
And that's another thing about just calling with your stack size. You can rule out some hands in the range. You know, would he really be calling with ace-king pre-flop, ace-queen pre-flop, ace-jack, ace-10? You know, those hands can get weeded out. So it's hard to get value when you make hands when you're just calling pre-flop too.
Check. Check.
This goes check, check, and queen high versus king high. Or okay, they both made a pair of 8s. Jake had a better kicker with the king.
Ryan Fee now playing 15 big blinds.
And now that's a spot where I like you calling much more. Queen 8 offsuit. I like that defend a lot better than like a jack 3 offsuit. And I know the stack sizes are different, but you know, queen 8 offsuit plays a lot better against Jake's raising range for the button. Even though it's very wide, like queen 8 just has that much more equity. You can make straights. If you flop an 8, you have a pretty good kicker. Fee limps the button with 15 big blinds behind.
25,000.
Jake makes a small raise and takes it down. So Jake's really able to apply the pressure at this point in the tournament. Ryan just going to need to start shoving pre-flop.
I find it fascinating that Ryan Fee is obviously receiving messages from the rail, messages from people watching the live stream, getting hand reports from 40 minutes ago.
You'd be a fool not to.
Jake Schindler doesn't seem to be interested in past history.
Yeah, I think Jake's just, you know, kind of playing his game, and, and as we
That's
see,
a first.
Jake folds his hand off the table.
That is an absolute first. I've never seen that before. I mean, I've seen a guy accidentally throw the card off the front of the table, but to throw it behind him, that was something special.
That's how bad that hand was. He believed it had no place on the actual table.
Get these cards away from me.
Oh, Jake cracks a smile. That's funny.
Oh, you had my hand beat.
It was like either that or we were playing that.
And it looks like Ryan just folded his button there, which is what you need to do too when you are short. If you don't have any good equity hands to move all in with or even see a flop with, it's okay to fold the button. I know that might sound like,
whoa.
Yeah, oh my God, you can fold the button heads up. Yes, you can.
Matthew Hughes tweets, he says, congratulations to one of my best friends, Sean Kunex, for making it to the final 6 of the main event here at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. Includes that all-important hashtag, Inspire Happiness.
Ah, nice.
I would love to see what the hands are here because we got another Jake Schindler open and a defend.
Yeah, we tried kicking the machine, that didn't work. We've now taken a baseball bat to it, so hopefully...
Somebody just woke up Graphical Nick. He rolled over in bed, flicked on the lamp. What's the problem? Graphics issue?
Jake controlled his pot
I'll
and
be
he
right there.
13,000 on the flop. And as you look, looks like Fee only has about, can't really see his stack, but it looks like he's got about 120 behind. Going for a check raise here. This gets all in. That's one way we will see the hands. Looks like a 9-3-5 flop with 2 spades.
We did not get to see the hands.
We did not. Jake folds. Ryan takes down another pot.
It's so much more pure that way, though, right, Tristan?
Yeah, it is.
Just for you. Just for you.
See, now what Joe's talking about is a television show we've worked on for poker, and I recommended showing no-hole cards. Well, he keeps poking fun at me. I've recommended showing no-hole cards for a televised. For a streamed show, I definitely think it helps to keep the users engaged to show the whole cards.
Well, in general, we, you know, when we do webcasts in Europe, we do commentary over all of the days of action. So it's whole cards down, whole cards down, whole cards down, whole cards up for the final table. And I think that's a pretty good mix.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if we can get someone in the booth like you who, you know, is qualified to talk about what's going on.
Schindler limps the button with kings.
Yeah, and Fee has it.
Fee shoved and it snap called.
Snapped.
All in with 8-9, called by the kings of Schindler.
And this hand might have played out either way. If Jake would have min-raised the button with 8-9 suited, Ryan might have shoved, which would have been totally justifiable.
It was getting to be about that time.
Yo, I'm all in.
Not the worst hand for cracking kings.
Yeah, I know, right?
Daniel Coleman railing Ryan Fee.
Level suited kings.
The flop is
Whoa.
9-8-4.
Wow.
2 pair for Fee. Now a 71% favorite to double up. And a king on the turn.
It's not a good turn for 9-8.
The old suck, resuck.
Ryan Fee officially drawing dead on the turn, and we have a champion. Jake Schindler has won this super high roller event. Ryan Fee, the runner-up. He'll collect $307,125. The trophy and that first place money of $570,375 are going Jake Schindler's way.
A well-deserved win for Jake Schindler. He played awesome today. He played really well. People should go back and watch the replay of this if you want to improve your poker game, because there was some top-notch poker played here today.
A great heads-up battle fought. Great play from Jake Schindler and awesome analysis from Tristan Wade. We can't thank you enough, Tristan.
Thank you. Congratulations, Jake. Great job, and good job, Ryan.
And of course, we will be back tomorrow for more. That's the conclusion of the Super High Roller event, which sees Jake Schindler walk away with a victory. But tomorrow, it's all about the main event, which started with close to 1,500 total entries, a prize pool guaranteed at $10 million, and now this tournament is down to 6. I mentioned that we had Dan Coleman, Mr. Greeny, on the rail there, pulling for Ryan Fee, delighted to see the 8-9 on the flop, disappointed to see the king on the turn, and he will be coming into that final table tomorrow, second in chips to Mike Lee.
I mean, we could potentially see him continuing to make history tomorrow.
So there's the result. We started with 5. Josh Arier and Jason Moe, the first players out. Scott Seaver walked away with the bubble consolation prize of $50,000. Second place, that goes to Ryan Fee. The win for Jake Schindler. So our Cards Up coverage of the main event starts at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 8 p.m. Central European Time. Once again, PokerStars.tv. Plus, of course, the PokerStars YouTube channel, and available to watch as well on the PokerStars TV app for iOS and Android devices. Tristan, hopefully you can drop by tomorrow. We'd love to hear from you again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Joe Stapleton.
Thank you, James Hartigan. Good night, my babies.
And from me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Hollywood, Florida.